Chapter 131, Chapter 23, Cross. Chapter 131, Chapter 23, Cross. The requirements for becoming Demon King could be divided into three parts. The first was having high merits. Merits were the basis of everything. The higher the merit level, the stronger the support from the Demon King's palace would be, and there would be more obtainable things. It was also the basis of the competition between the children of the Demon King. So, no matter how much better they were in other aspects, they could still lag behind in this competition. The second was strength. The strength of the Demon King was just as important as merits in the demon world. It was the royal children's strength that was looked at when the merits department assigned missions. If their strength didn't reach a certain level, they could only be assigned a few missions. Moreover, it was natural, but they couldn't become the Demon King unless they were strong in the first place. The strongest royal child would become the Demon King. The third part was networking. It was important to become friendly with key figures of the Demon King's palace, such as the captains, as well as having alliances with outside forces or securing competent subordinates. These connections were just as necessary as merits and strength. There were many advantages to improving the reputation of a royal child. There were many cases where the other party would inform them of information beforehand. Of course, depending on the type of fame, there could be more enemies than allies. The reason why social connections were important was based on the ideal of the strong in the demon world. Even if the Demon King was strong, the people wouldn't trust the strength of the heir if it was below a certain level. The power of their forces, high merits, reputation, and a solid network of people inside and outside the Demon King's palace. These were the things necessary in order to become the Demon King. And Prince, get up. It is already morning. The sun has risen a long time ago. A rough hand shook his shoulder. As expected, In-gong opened his eyes to see Karak's face. Karak helped the sleepy In-gong raise his body and handed him a cup of green liquid. Come on, drink this. It is a drink for your hangover, but In-gong didn't have the energy to resist, so he drank it, but the taste was truly terrible. Still, the drink had an effect as his mind cleared. Karak laughed and handed him a cup of water. The clear, cold water was great. Karak, you seem fine. After clearing his mind, In-gong spoke while pressing a hand against his temple. Karak laughed again and hit his chest. Hoo-hoo, this is an alcoholic's body. I continued drinking even after Prince slept, but I am still fine. The green color of the orc's skin made it difficult for In-gong to tell if there truly was no hangover. Therefore, In-gong decided to just nod. Yes, well done, well done. What's an alcoholic's body? Does he bathe in alcohol? After picturing the futile delusion, In-gong closed his eyes again. Then Karak shook In-gong's shoulder once more. Prince, I truly waited until the latest possible moment before I woke you. There isn't much time left until the meeting. They had achieved a great victory in the battle against the barbarians, but that wasn't the end of it. Just like the case where they had defeated the Red Lightning tribe, there was still work to do. They had to restore the bases they had abandoned as well as secure the fourth base that might still contain barbarians. The person responsible for this battle was In-gong, so all the cleanup was also In-gong's responsibility. He couldn't take a back seat and watch. Come on, get up. There really isn't a lot of time. You need to eat a big meal in the morning. I don't think. Nyatra. In-gong raised his head before anyone entered. It was because Nyatra had appeared on the mini-map, which he had opened through habit. As In-gong spoke, Nyatra entered the tent with both hands holding a large tray of food. Your Highness, breakfast is served. Nyatra said gracefully while keeping her eyes down. As In-gong stared at her with a blank face, she put the tray down in front of him. Breakfast is the start of the day. You have to eat. It is ridiculous if you don't. There was a feeling of affection which couldn't be hidden in the calm voice. It was nice but embarrassing. Was she doing this to gain favor with In-gong? In-gong stared at Nyatra before turning his gaze toward the tray. There was the smell of hot soup and freshly made bread. Some of the dishes were really hot, like they had just been made. "Ho, is everything homemade?" Carrick moved closer to the tray with a face of admiration. Nyatra stretched out her hand to restrain Carrick with sharp eyes. "This is His Highness' food. Step aside. As I said before, this food is for His Highness." Carrick flinched at the cold voice, and there was a tinge of embarrassment on his face. In-gong felt his appreciation for Nyatra rise as he watched the scene. She was a woman who was cold to Carrick. It was indeed fresh. "Thank you, I will eat it well." In-gong smiled and started eating breakfast, while Nyatra's chill melted as she smiled back. As the two people smiled at each other, Carrick had a wounded expression while he watched In-gong. Some time passed. After a quick breakfast, In-gong got dressed with the help of Carrick and Nyatra. Then he headed to the tent where the meeting would take place. Nyatra wanted to come along, but In-gong's aide was Carrick. Nyatra was always with me in Knight Saga. She was both a counselor and escort knight. "Prince, what is with that look?" "No, nothing. I was just thinking about a possible personnel adjustment." Carrick's eyes asked what he meant, but In-gong just laughed. He didn't intend to change his aide, but it was quite fun teasing Carrick. In-gong tapped Carrick's shoulder and started moving quicker. Felicia and Caitlin were already waiting inside the tent with Delia and Syra. Felicia was particularly noteworthy. "Shutra. Nuna wants to die. Divide Nuna's legacy in half with Sylvan." Felicia lay on top of a big table and spoke in a dying voice. She had drunk so much yesterday that she was now suffering from a huge hangover. In-gong sat next to Felicia and used a magic spell. Recovery. It was a powerful status recovery magic. It was slightly strange using it for a hangover, but the effect was clear. "I can live a little bit now." Felicia groaned and raised her upper body. Her complexion was still bad, but she certainly looked better than before. "Why didn't you use it on yourself?" "I can't use magic because my head hurts too much." Felicia replied with a frown and drank the cold water on the table. In-gong turned his head toward Caitlin. "What about Nuna? Is your body okay now?" "Yes, I am fine." Caitlin had gone to sleep right after the battle. She smiled gently and then asked a question while tilting her head slightly. "By the way, Shutra, what happened yesterday? Your aura suddenly got stronger. It seemed like one more aura heart had grown." Caitlin was connected to In-gong through the Moonlight Core and Sunlight Core. Since he had operated the Pentacore in the battle with the Barbarian King, Caitlin had no choice but to notice the new aura heart. In-gong looked around at those inside the tent before answering. Syra was standing behind Caitlin with curiosity, while Delia and Felicia weren't as curious because they were somewhat ignorant about aura. There was also Carrick standing behind In-gong. As Felicia always said, the air was one body with their master. Therefore, he could tell these 6 people his secret. In-gong took a deep breath and said in a calm voice, "This story is only for the people here. Please keep it a secret." The curiosity on their faces became stronger. In-gong laughed inadvertently and started his explanation. "Shutra is great." Caitlin's eyes widened and shone. It felt like it had been a while since he last heard it. It wasn't just Caitlin who felt admiration. Felicia stood up and shouted, "That's right, great. No, amazing. That's right, Master is great and amazing." Green Wind appeared behind In-gong and hugged him. The people in the tent weren't surprised anymore since it was a scene they had seen often. The fact that In-gong had obtained Watcher Ankel's dragon heart on Anger Plains was known to everyone. However, it didn't stop there, and he had now formed a dragon heart in his body. In-gong explained that it was possible due to something special about Ankel's dragon heart, but they were still filled with admiration. Caitlin spoke with a bright expression. So, that is why your aura suddenly became stronger. It is also why I felt something similar to Baikal Aura Bioni from Shutra's aura. Shutra is really amazing. Caitlin expressed her innocent admiration. However, instead of replying like normal, Felicia burst out. She looked at In-gong and Caitlin with outraged eyes. Oh, my God. Aura becoming stronger is nothing to laugh at. It is truly great. Do you know what it means to have a dragon heart? Is Prince going to become a big dragon? Will scales form on his body? Or maybe he will grow a tail? At Karak's question, Caitlin's eyes widened and her gaze shifted down to In-gong's hips. In-gong looked down as well. Felicia firmly shook her head. It's not like that. What are you talking about? Why would he develop scales or a tail? Although horns or wings would be cool. Her words trailed off at the end. Felicia covered her face with both hands and lamented. Oh my God. Why am I the only magician here? Why? Princess, calm down and explain slowly. Delia came forward. It worked as Felicia continued speaking in a somewhat calm voice. A dragon heart is the dragon's power itself. It could be called a dragon's organ. The dragon heart contains the distinctive power of a dragon. Then Shutra can shoot out dragon breath? Caitlin asked when she heard power of a dragon. Karak's eyes widened. Prince, can you shoot fire from your mouth? As all eyes moved towards In-gong's mouth, In-gong raised his hand to his mouth without even knowing it. The word fire popped into his head. Felicia shook her head at all their reactions. The wildly moving heart seemed to represent Felicia's spirit. No. Nothing like that. More important and greater. Shutra, do you know? Felicia asked, turning to In-gong. Putting aside the others, her eyes were asking why he didn't know. In-gong searched through his memories. The information from Knight Saga and the books about the elder dragons came to mind. What could he do with a dragon heart? Something that only dragons could do. The answer flashed through his head, and In-gong spoke unconsciously. Dragon magic. They were powerful words, referring to the unique magic that only dragons could use. Yes, that's correct. Shutra has a dragon heart, so he may be able to use dragon magic. Felicia cried out with a refreshed face. However, the rest of the party still had confused expressions. Caitlin and Delia knew about magic, but they didn't have a rich knowledge of it. Additionally, Karak, who was the most ignorant about magic in the tent, raised his hand. Princess, who will teach the dragon magic? Don't you have to learn it from a dragon? Maybe? There was little known about dragon magic. Felicia had no knowledge about it other than it was a powerful magic that only a dragon could use. Karak's eyes narrowed at Felicia's less than confident reply. Princess, do you know a dragon? No. Me too. Caitlin replied as well, and Felicia calmed down her excitement. The possibility of learning dragon magic was opened, but there was no way to learn it right away. Let's just calm down. It is enough to know that there is the possibility. We can ask the Sword Duke or Amida. Those two people might know more about dragons. And In-gong could think of someone who knew about dragon magic, but it wasn't a place he could visit right now. As soon as the turmoil settled down, Vandal entered the tent, and they discussed future plans. Although it wasn't an exaggeration to say Evian was in winter all year around, that was also divided into cold and warm seasons. Right now, the really cold weather was approaching. As soon as the meeting ended, the group gathered the troops hastily. They had to reoccupy the 5th, 6th, and 7th bases and expel the remaining barbarians from the 4th base. Since there was no reason to visit the 5th, 6th, and 7th bases again, In-gong took out all the supplies from his inventory and handed them to the troops of each base. Thanks to that, the movement speed slowed down, but it wasn't a big problem. Then night came again. Thanks to the fireplace, In-gong was able to check the minimap in the early hours as well as open his inventory. He took out the lucid dream pillow. Now, I will start. In-gong took a deep breath and laid his head on the lucid dream pillow, falling asleep instantly. After a while, a loud voice was heard in In-gong's ears as he opened his eyes in the dream. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Chapter 23, Cross Number 2. Chapter 132, Chapter 23, Cross Number 2. This is the dream setup stage. Are you sure you want to create a dream? Just like every time he leveled up, a woman's voice was heard off-screen. It was a soft, warm voice, but after experimenting a few times, he came to the conclusion that a personality didn't exist with it. It was like the voice of an in-game NPC which repeated predefined words. Well, it is understandable. If the voice had a personality, it would be like a woman was peeping into his dream. If there was a peeper, people wouldn't want to dream. Embarrassment. Of course, the voice was only present in the dream, so it couldn't go and tell others about the dream. However, it was still embarrassing. Yes, embarrassing. He didn't want to show his dream to others. It would be like revealing his secret desires to them. In-gong calmed himself by taking a deep breath and looked straight ahead. Just like all the classic movie scenes he had seen in the past, the whole world was white. Furthermore, it was a wide space without walls, so there was no distinction between the sky and the earth. It felt like a blank canvas which hadn't been touched. Okay, then the background. This wasn't actually his first time using the lucid dream pillow. The first time had been while pursuing the barbarian king from the 2nd base. Another feature of the lucid dream pillow was giving a good night's sleep, so he had used it during the repeated marches. I only tried a few settings. The lucid dream pillow was comparable to a game with a save slot. So, he set up a new game by leaving the first slot paused and opening a second slot. Please imagine the background you want in your mind. The guide voice can be activated or deactivated at any time. The voice was heard in succession. In-gong closed his eyes and concentrated. Due to the nature of dreams, the first thing which came to mind was In-gong's room. It wasn't his bedroom in his mansion at the Demon King's palace. What he pictured was his room before he came to this world, the place where Joo In-gong, not Shutra, stayed. In-gong's room had a bed, a closet, and a bookcase. There was no need to retouch anything with his imagination. He was able to see it clearly like it had been taken with a photograph. However, In-gong's eyes didn't open. He quickly erased the thoughts in his head. If he opened his eyes to see his room, it felt like something in In-gong's mind would collapse. He had to forget those things in order to survive. So, he buried thoughts of the past in order to live in the current present. In-gong took deep breaths. He emptied his head and thought of a new background, using his imagination to create the dream. It was now a garden in the Demon King's palace, but it wasn't exactly the same. It was much wider, and it wasn't just his mansion that surrounded the garden. There was the mansion where Felicia and Sylvan stayed, as well as Caitlin's and Chris' mansion beside In-gong's. There was also a blacksmith's forge in the corner where Amita was playing around. Amita is in the background. In-gong laughed as he glanced up at the sky. The sky. It was the lofty, blue sky that In-gong liked. It was also possible to control the weather. He made it sunny and warm, but the cold wind made it feel refreshing. I felt it last time, but I can understand why there are separate slots. Once he started making the settings, there was no limit. It was interesting to play around while setting up the dream. It wasn't just the background setting. The placement of people is the same as setting the background. The characters are just figures in the dream. They aren't the actual people. Therefore, both the personality and abilities are created by the owner. Please note this point. In-gong nodded while listening to the voice. It was impossible to create all the secrets and past histories of the people included in the dream. When he thought about it, In-gong didn't have confidence to create them. But still, he should at least attempt it once. In-gong closed his eyes and imagined it. The person who had always been with him since entering this world. A voice which spoke up every time In-gong was in danger. In-gong opened his eyes. A woman with white hair stood before him. She was wearing white clothes reminiscent of clergy attire and had a gold crown on her head. She had one red eye and one blue eye. The light in her eyes were friendly but lonely. This was still the setup stage, so she couldn't speak yet. In-gong closed his eyes again and imagined another person. This time, he thought about Watcher Ankle. As soon as he opened his eyes, In-gong was overwhelmed. A gigantic creature was looking down at In-gong from a very high place. Ankle's body was a huge green dragon. This was the appearance he had seen when he conquered her dragon heart on Anger Plains. In-gong quickly changed the setting. Then Ankle, who was bigger than a mountain, became the smaller green wind. Oh! Deer horns sprouted from amidst long green hair, and leaves and stems weaved together to form natural clothes. She was a sacred, elegant and noble existence, and her green eyes were full of mystery. It was the green wind he had first seen on Anger Plains. The next moment, another green wind appeared next to Ankle. She was the cute and charming green wind. Their faces were the same, but the atmosphere they gave off was different. Unlike Ankle, who stood calmly, Green Wind seemed like she wanted to rush toward In-gong. He was forced to think of a puppy eager to follow her master's command. It was at that moment that a tail formed from between Green Wind's hips, and a dog snack appeared in front of her. In-gong tried to hold in his laughter. It was cute, but somehow, he felt sorry. The green wind before him was the way that In-gong thought of her. Still, wasn't it quite an exaggeration? Anyway, this is fun. This time, In-gong imagined Felicia. She was dressed in a woman's suit and wearing black framed glasses, so she looked as good as expected. Although Felicia was the age of a high school student, In-gong's image of Felicia was closer to a teacher or career woman. Carrick wore a black suit and sunglasses. It looked good since he had a great physique. In-gong summoned Nyatra and looked around reflexively. Although he felt like the gazes of conquest in Ankle were somewhat judging, he changed Nyatra into a nurse outfit. Indeed, it worked well. It was difficult to stop once he started playing with them like dolls. Except for the white woman and Ankle, In-gong erased the rest of the characters. In the first place, the lucid dream pillow was being used today in order to prepare for the fight against Vandal. In-gong imagined the Barbarian King and Vandal, and the Barbarian King and Vandal were now standing side by side. Next is to limit their abilities. If he changed everything using his thoughts, it wouldn't be proper training. In-gong added additional settings so their abilities matched his current stats. Can I use this to preview my stats? This was a type of simulator, so it was possible to verify how he should distribute his remaining points in the most efficient way. The more I look at it, the more this system seems like a scam. It would be no help in reality, but the value of the item wasn't just how it could be utilized in battle. Like Felicia said, this was a tremendous item. Now that he knew the true value of the item, he was once again thankful to Caitlin. Including Felicia, they were the two people he really wanted to protect. Okay, then I shall begin. You haven't set up a situation and story yet. Do you want to start the dream? Once you start the dream, you won't be able to wake up for 8 hours unless something special happens. Examples of extraordinary events includes a strong impact from the outside, a strong request from the user, or damage to the lucid dream pillow in real life. In-gong nodded. He had told Green Wind beforehand to wake him up if something happened. In-gong was hoping for a fight with the barbarian king and vandal, so no scenarios or settings were needed. Well, I'll start the dream. I hope you have a good dream. The moment the elegant voice spoke, the world changed. Everything was intact, but In-gong could feel it. Everything in his dream came to life. In-gong turned to Conquest. As expected, she didn't say anything. She looked at In-gong with lonely but affectionate eyes. Why was she making that expression? She had said that In-gong was her only hope. Famine and death felt strong affection toward her. War was ambivalent, but was a bit different from famine and death. War still liked Conquest. In-gong wanted to hear more stories from Conquest, but it seemed impossible. In-gong then turned toward Ankle. She faced him and laughed softly. Ankle grabbed the wind and made an invisible chair, then she said joyfully, "The lucid dream pillow is an interesting item. I know who made this item, but I can't tell you. You still don't have enough knowledge." As the elegant voice had pointed out, In-gong hadn't specified any instructions or stories. Nevertheless, Ankle was acting like this. Moreover, the words she spoke weren't things he knew. She knew who made it but couldn't tell him. This was knowledge unknown to In-gong. Ein, Kel, dot. I'm not Ankle. I am her remnant. I suppose I am the last piece. I am just the fragment of memory and personality that remains in the dragon heart. I am closer to your cute Green Wind than Ankle. In-gong understood. It wasn't just Conquest who dwelled in In-gong's soul, there was also the fragment of Ankle. In-gong turned to Conquest again, but she was still the same. Ankle said, "The lucid dream pillow is versatile, but it is still a limited tool. This world is made by you and is for you. I am buried deep in your consciousness and can talk to you with the help of the lucid dream pillow, but that is it. I am limited in helping you and giving you information related to knowledge that you already have." In-gong understood this. He then asked in a blunt manner, Ankle, are conquest, war, famine and death involved in your death? I guess so. It was the answer he had expected. In the end, there was no reliable reason to change In-gong's thoughts. Instead of becoming frustrated, In-gong changed the topic to something else. Ankle, I want to go to a dragon's grave to learn dragon magic. Can you tell me where a dragon's grave is? You know the place. However, there are many things in your memory, so it isn't coming up. I will give you a good tip. Figure out how to take advantage of me. Yes, I can help you if this is the case. Obviously, he had seen it in the game, but he couldn't remember it properly. Although Zephyr was a dragon humanoid, he felt no need to visit a dragon's grave because he couldn't learn dragon magic. A dragon's grave was a training ground for dragons. In Knight Saga, it was a place where a mighty dragon educated his children. Ankle summoned In-gong's memory for him, and a map showing the approximate location of the dragon's grave emerged in his head. It was the same as he had seen in a book. As In-gong's expression brightened, Ankle smiled and said, I will leave it here for today. It is a short meeting, but I have been sleeping for too long. We can have a longer conversation next time. In-gong felt somewhat regretful, but he didn't show this towards Ankle. I will go back now. Conquest Knight, look after Green Wind well. With those words, Ankle closed her eyes. She didn't disappear into the wind like Green Wind, but In-gong could tell that the Ankle in front of him now was just an empty shell. In-gong sent Ankle back. He would do the same to Conquest, but in the end, he didn't. Perhaps she didn't know that she could speak to In-gong through the lucid dream pillow. Okay, then back to the main point. In-gong turned towards the barbarian king and vandal. It was like they had suddenly gained life, and the barbarian king in Vandal stared at In-gong. The world of the lucid dream pillow was a dream. Thus, it was impossible to gain experience or raise his skill levels while inside the dream. Even so, he was able to experience it. He was able to understand his techniques more deeply and could find ways to utilize them. In-gong exhaled, and when he raised his head, he had Earthquaker, White Eagle, Night Watch and the Dragon Scales Greaves equipped. Let's get started. The barbarian king raised Skull Crusher and approached. Then 8 hours later. By the time Karak woke In-gong up, he had experienced 32 deaths. And Shutra, did I appear in the dream? Amita appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, Chapter 23, Cross number 3. Chapter 133, Chapter 23, Cross number 3. You woke up? Karak's face was visible in his distorted view. Instead of answering, In-gong blinked several times. Every time his eyelids closed and opened, his field of vision became clearer. Master, I let the orc wake you up after the time that Master said. Is this okay? He heard Green Wind's voice from her bedside. In-gong reached out and stroked Green Wind's head. Okay, well done. Green Wind's face brightened at In-gong's praise, and he thought of the dog's tail he had seen in his dream. After raising his upper body, Karak handed him a glass of cold water and looked at the lucid dream pillow. It looks like you used the pillow. What type of dream did you have? In-gong looked down reflexively at Karak's question. His face was redder than usual. Huh? That's great. Your face has revived. You are like a new recruit who survived alone in his first battle after all the troops have been killed. In-gong laughed at the odd details but nodded. Well, it is similar. Prince? Karak asked again, but In-gong didn't give a specific answer. Then Karak scratched the back of his head before changing the topic. Prince, quite a bit of time has passed. Today, we are departing after lunch. There is still some time, so there is no need to hurry. Lunch is going to be a little earlier than usual. Oh, and the princesses want to see Prince. Karak's report flowed over him. In-gong blinked. Nuna? It was common for the two people to look for In-gong, but they wouldn't come in the morning for no reason. As In-gong stood up, Karak said, Karma went to inform them that Prince is up, so both of them will come soon. Additionally, Nyatra has prepared breakfast for when Prince wakes up, so you just need to wash and eat. These days, it was Nyatra who prepared breakfast for In-gong every day. Karak had been confused by Nyatra's cold attitude, but it seemed like he had now adapted. Your Highness, it is Nyatra. He could hear Nyatra's voice from outside the tent. Karak laughed as he held out the water, and In-gong began to wash hurriedly. After washing up and eating breakfast, Caitlin and Felicia entered the tent. The two of them appeared at the same time. Caitlin saw the lucid dream pillow and asked with a bright face. Shutra, you used the pillow. How is it? Did you dream? Did you really dream of anything you wanted? In-gong laughed at her curiosity. Once he saw Caitlin's enthusiastic response, it seemed strange that Caitlin gave the lucid dream pillow to In-gong instead of keeping it for herself. It feels good. His mood improved due to Caitlin's emotions. Yes, I tried it last night. It was really amazing as it did what my mind wanted. Caitlin's eyes started to shine like lanterns at In-gong's words, and she asked with an excited face. Shutra, did I appear in the dream? Amita appeared. In-gong laughed awkwardly. He hadn't expected her to ask directly like that. Caitlin's eyes widened at In-gong's answer. Amita? Did he say the wrong answer? Karak asked from the right side. Prince, you slept on the dream pillow, and the raccoon came out? What did you dream of? Karak struggled to imagine it. Right then, Greenwind spoke up. Master, did I appear? Yes. She was making a face full of expectation, so In-gong replied hurriedly. Greenwind sighed with relief and gloated. Master is a great master. Young. In-gong replied awkwardly and felt a tinge of remorse. He couldn't tell her she had appeared with a dog's tail. However, the others now started to ask questions. The first one was Felicia. Shutra, did I show up? Yes. Ho. As In-gong avoided her gaze, Felicia's eyes narrowed strangely. He didn't know if it was a good or bad thing, but then Karak went on to ask a question. Prince, did I appear? You appear, Ed. He had clearly appeared, but unlike the others, all In-gong had done was change his clothes. After Karak, Nyatra spoke from a corner. Your Highness, what about me? Young. In-gong avoided her gaze again. Caitlin's eyes narrowed even more than Felicia's as she asked. Shutra, then was I the only one who didn't appear? No, that. Prince, what did you dream of? Karak asked the question that everyone was wondering. In-gong started to explain with a relieved expression. I dreamt about fighting the barbarian king. I can dream whatever I want. I thought it could be used for combat simulations. Then why did we come out in the dream? What about Sixth Princess and the raccoon? Shutra, did you dream about fighting me? If it is a fighting dream, then shouldn't I appear? Karak, Felicia, and Caitlin spoke in turn. The more he said, the more the situation seemed twisted. In-gong changed the subject hurriedly. Well. I had a dream about fighting the barbarian king, and it was a great help. Thank you for the great gift, Caitlin Nuna. Then, why did both of you want to see me? It was obvious that he was changing the conversation, but it was accepted. Felicia patted the head of Caitlin, who was sulking, and said. Amita said to gather. They have completed more equipment. Oh, finally. It had been a long time since they left the Demon King's palace for Evian. High-end equipment wasn't created in an instant, and they had used this time to finish more of them. Felicia gave a long sigh. She didn't have proper working conditions because we kept moving. Shutra doesn't know, but Amita has been angry every day. Daphne was truly suffering. I will praise them later. Daphne wasn't a member of the King's Knights, but she belonged to In-gong's faction. An appropriate reward was required. Karma will bring them soon. Karma was busy moving this morning. Meanwhile, In-gong was locked in his thoughts as he waited for Amita. Then something came to his mind again. There has been quite a lot of progress. It had been several months since he set up his tent in the Jashuka Mountains, and many things had changed since then. In-gong had many subordinates. He also had supporters, such as the Sword Duke and the 4th Queen Elaine Moonlight, and had even created a faction which contained 5 of the Demon King's children. I also obtained Nyatra, and I will soon get Vandal. They were 2 of the 3 subordinates he loved the best in Knight Saga. Now was the time to move one step further. It wasn't just strength which was necessary to become the Demon King. Of course, the power of the royal child was an important factor, but it was impossible to take on the whole demon world alone. So, the royal child's armed forces were necessary. His forces. The outline was starting to form. He hadn't met 3rd Queen Sylvia Duneblade yet, but the Dark Elf reinforcements sent to this battle meant her support. So, In-gong could think of the Dark Elves as his. Moreover, there is Felicia. The Dark Elves were a maternal society, so Felicia's position was significant. Without her, it wouldn't be easy to get the support of the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves and the Lycanthropes. 2 children of the Demon King were supporting In-gong. It was a solid background, but he couldn't depend on it. In-gong had now reached the stage where he could have an intelligence organization move independently. In Knight Saga, Nyatra was both an escort knight and the head of his information organization. Vandal was also in command of Zephyr's armed organization. Once all the rewards for Evian were settled, the merit level would be quite high. Hopefully, it would be possible to have his organization official registered with the Demon King's palace. And it is time to contact the religious churches. Religion wasn't something he could pass over. The species in the demon world believed in different gods. The lycanthropes followed Stella, the goddess of the moon and hunt, while the dark elves followed Camilla, the goddess of dreams and shadows. The humans disparaged the gods as demonic gods, but the same doctrines existed. In fact, he didn't know if they were the same or distinct existences, but it was a world where divine power existed in the same way as magic. The power of the churches was quite intense in the demon world. The religion with the greatest power in the demon world was the Erebos religion, which worshipped the god of the night and the darkness, who could be called the god of the Demon King. In Knight Saga, they could be allies or enemies depending on Zephyr's choice. Dark Saintess Altesia. If Beatrice, the Saintess of Light, was on the side of the human world, the Dark Saintess Altesia would be on the side of the demon world. They were beauties with tremendous divine powers, but the positions of the two were quite different in Knight Saga. Unlike Beatrice, the so-called heroine, Altesia could either join or not join Zephyr. If she joined Zephyr, she could be used for the long term. However, if she were an enemy, Zephyr would trample on her without any hesitation. So, Nyatra wasn't the only one he wanted in the demon world. Anyhow, now was the time to contact the Erebos religion. Maybe he wouldn't need to move first. It will be very helpful. Altesia wasn't the only one who belonged to the Erebos church. There were many other talented people, such as the church's ruler Floriotis and Antonios, the chief knight. Moreover, the Erebos church dispatched pilgrims throughout the demon world. Their intelligence would help find Sectum, whose location was unknown. Okay. I will pull them in one by one. In-gong was burning with ambition. What were you thinking about so intently? In-gong raised his head at Felicia's voice. Amita had arrived at the entrance of the tent without him realizing it. As always, Daphne was accompanying them. This Amita has finished. Unlike the usual, their tail was waving in the air. So Amita seemed to be feeling quite good. Amita folded their arms proudly. After Amita, Daphne appeared, dressed in very colorful clothes, with orc soldiers who were carrying a few boxes. Our pretty Daphne's clothes are finished. It is a great piece of clothing which increases her affinity with the spirits. It contains defensive spells that I designed specifically. Daphne laughed at Amita's proud words and added, "It isn't an exaggeration to say that every embroidery is a magic circle. Amita's skill is really great." Well. I guess so. Daphne winked at everyone from behind Amita's back. Everyone understood the meaning and kept silent to make Amita feel better. Next is the equipment for 8th Princess. Me? Yes, it was originally part of 9th Prince's full set, but it will be given to you. Amita responded to the excitement and pointed to the smallest box. Daphne opened the lid to reveal a pair of gauntlets. The part where the hand would be inserted was blue, while the metal part was silver. Unlike Earthquaker, which was tough and intense, these gauntlets were sophisticated and gave off a luxurious feel. Caitlin asked with shining eyes. Amita, can I try it? Of course. It is yours. As soon as permission was given, Caitlin quickly pulled on the gauntlets. The dark clothes were slightly big, but they resized as soon as Caitlin put them on. 8th Princess is still growing up, so I added a resizing feature. Amita started to recite the performance of the gauntlets like they were a professor. Caitlin listened to the explanation and laughed as she looked at In-gong. Thank you, Shutra. I will use them well. I was the one who made it. yes? Amita pounded the ground with their tail, and Caitlin laughed before hugging them. With that, Amita felt better and started opening more boxes. There were 2 armor pieces belonging to Karma and Syra. Both were black due to the black dragon's scales and leather, but the designs were quite different. Karma's was a leather armor which clung to her body, while Syra's was close to heavy armor with sharp edges. There were black metal plates attached which seemed to have a resizing function like Caitlin's gauntlets. As Karma and Syra accepted the armor, Carrick asked in a coy voice, "Raccoon, is mine ready yet? There is still a long way to go. Don't I have many pieces? You should be satisfied since you were the first one to receive your shield." Carrick stepped back with a sullen expression. In-gong laughed and complimented Amita more. 3 days later, they recaptured the 4th base the barbarians had abandoned. Then In-gong and Vandal faced each other. It was the day of the promised fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Chapter 23, Cross Number 4. Chapter 134, Chapter 23, Cross Number 4. Evian's winter wasn't far away. Due to the influence of the limit line, the closer to the east it was, the colder the air would be. The 4th base was a mess. The barbarians hadn't repaired the 4th base after occupying it because they hadn't intended on staying for long. The walls were collapsed, and the smashed gate was literally on the ground. The moment the 4th base had been taken, the supplies warehouse had been burnt by the leader, so it was full of ashes. Nothing else could be found. It would have been great to see snow. There were no clouds in the sky, and the blowing wind was as cold and sharp as an ice blade. In-gong and Vandal left the base. There were many people who wanted to see the fight between the two, however, it wasn't meant to be a spectacle in the first place. Moreover, the struggle could destroy the already shattered base. It was no exaggeration to say the strength of an advanced general was a moving disaster. The soldiers climbed up onto the walls and watched from a distance. Only the 9th Prince's aide and the party of the princesses were allowed to accompany In-gong and Vandal. In-gong and Vandal stood facing each other in the wilderness. Evian was a wilderness, so it wasn't necessary to choose a battlefield. Felicia, who had been anxious on the walk here, was at a loss. It was because General Vandal was fully armed, like this was a battle. "Excuse me, General Vandal. Is this really necessary?" Felicia asked in a strident voice as she looked nervously at Vandal, who seemed bigger than normal. Her eyes were shaken. Vandal liked Felicia. She was an upright person, so he wasn't going to lie to give her comfort. "I have to do my best," Vandal said softly as he stared in front of him. 20 meters away, Caitlin was standing beside In-gong with an anxious expression akin Felicia's. "Do you really not need my help?" She didn't mean for them to fight together. Caitlin was asking him to take advantage of the Pentacore. In-gong shook his head. The Pentacore was certainly a great force, but it couldn't be established without Caitlin's help. It didn't fit in a fight against Vandal. "It's okay, this is a confrontation between Vandal and me." It was a confrontation between only 2 people. If he was the In-gong who had encountered the orcs in the dwarf cave, he would have avoided the fight, rather than fight alone. "When did he become so brave?" "It is because I have to become the Demon King." He needed to become a person suitable for that position. In-gong smiled as he thought about it. Then In-gong heard a voice, which was just as restless as Caitlin's, in his ears. "Master, I can't understand it. I am masters. White Eagle and Black Eagle wouldn't be used." In-gong had Black Eagle removed, and only attached White Eagle lightly to his arm. In-gong refused to have Green Wind's help. She wasn't a tool like Earthquaker or Nightwatch, and In-gong wanted to fight by himself. Green Wind was grouchy from In-gong's attitude and joined Caitlin. In-gong appreciated the worries of the two people, so he couldn't help giving a small smile. Karak didn't mutter any words. He just stood far away and gazed at In-gong with calm and trusting eyes. Felicia moved back so that only In-gong and Vandal were left. Vandal grinned awkwardly as he held the handle of a large battle hammer. I predicted you would be strong, but I didn't think it would happen within a few months. In-gong recalled their first meeting. At that time, In-gong had found it hard to deal with villager, let alone an orc. However, it was different now. Everything had changed. Isn't this good? In-gong mock shrugged, while Vandal laughed silently. In-gong's growth was abnormal. It was even a surprise for Felicia, even though she knew the facts such as the dragon heart and moonlight core. Vandal didn't know about such processes, but he didn't question it. He had already made up his mind. On that day, I was ready to die. Then Prince appeared in front of me. Vandal had been caught by the pursuing barbarians. He had prepared for the end and dug deep into enemy territory. Vandal was about to say something, then he shook his head. Instead of clumsy words, he said, I don't know if you are possessed by a ghost. Anyway, I am unfamiliar with expressing my feelings with long words. I am grateful for your time. Vandal raised his battle hammer. The steel-like muscles, revealed between the partial armor, swelled significantly. In-gong closed his eyes and refined his breathing. He formed fists and said lightly, Shall we start? Let's get started. The next conversation would be with their fists. Vandal poured his battle cry into the sky. Instead of feeling fear, In-gong stood against the battle cry which seemed to rock the heavens and the earth. He released his breath and activated all the things he had prepared. The buff spells he had learned from Green Wind, Felicia and Daphne wound around In-gong's body, and sacred green flames rose from the dragon scale greaves. Then his aura hearts. His aura revolved around the dragon heart and his two other hearts. The triple core swelled and produced a strong aura flow. However, that wasn't all. A dragon heart wasn't a heart with simple aura. The dragon heart, the symbol of a dragon, could be called a dragon's essence. Powerful magic power sprang from the dragon heart. Separate from aura, it shone green as Ankel's symbol, and the dragon heart revolved aura and magic power. The effect was like a quad core. Then one last thing was added, and the power of a dragon was pushed to the utmost limit. Dragon blood. Not just the dragon heart, but all three of In-gong's artifacts responded. Earthquaker growled angrily while emitting a red and yellow glow. It was really a huge power. Faced with In-gong's fearsome momentum, Vandal just laughed wildly and lifted his battle hammer. Felicia's eyes closed tightly like she couldn't watch anymore, while Caitlin and Greenwind held hands. Karak just laughed. As In-gong and Vandal rushed at each other, Karak spoke in a quiet voice. Win. He didn't say anything more. Karak then formed a fist and gazed at In-gong. He remembered the moment when he had shouted, faster than the wind. Finally, In-gong and Vandal clashed, and the roar shook the heavens and the earth. And In-gong spread out on the ground. His flaccid limbs spread out like a squid, but he didn't feel like moving. No, it didn't make sense. In-gong was lying in a tent which was set up in the middle of the fourth base. Karak was sitting next to him. So, why did you act so recklessly? Karak clicked his tongue and covered In-gong with a blanket. In-gong moaned and said, Victory! I wanted to win. He hadn't expected to level up. Although he defeated Vandal, it wasn't reflected properly in the experience. Karak clicked his tongue again. Even now, he could see In-gong's last reckless attack when he closed his eyes. Surprisingly, In-gong had allowed Vandal to strike him, and he hadn't avoided it. In order to counterattack, In-gong had taken the brunt of Vandal's attack. Even more surprisingly, he had managed to endure it. The magic shield and aura barrier he created had been shattered with a loud sound, but he had been able to withstand Vandal's left fist. Then In-gong had dealt the final blow on Vandal and won. In the dream the lucid dream pillow created, In-gong had experienced 32 deaths, and In-gong learned many things from those deaths. So far, In-gong had poured most of his additional points into strength. However, this time he spent a lot of points on durability as well as practicing a 1-point aura defense. For In-gong, the thing he was lacking most in was defense. He couldn't rely solely on Green Wind to steer White Eagle. He didn't forget that he had been driven to the brink of death by a single strike from the Barbarian King. He would have invested in agility, but this wasn't a game. To In-gong, this was all reality. Vandal was a rather arduous opponent for In-gong. In order to win against such an opponent, he needed to gamble. In-gong strengthened his weakness and endured Vandal's hit instead of evading. The result was a great success. Moreover, it wasn't just his defense. He had done it without activating the quad-core he shared with Caitlyn. It was a true blend of aura and magic. It was still incomplete, but he was sure the direction he was moving in wasn't wrong. It was in the distant future, but he would someday be able to add divine power and psychic power as well. Your eyes are burning with ambition again. Carrack laughed at In-gong. It is that obvious? It is obvious. It is just burning. Carrack said with a smirk before looking at In-gong's condition again. Thanks to Felicia using recovery magic while she cried, In-gong's injuries were already better. The problem was the excessive use of aura and the exhaustion of his spirit. It was at that moment that Carrack got up suddenly. He looked at someone large who was approaching from a distance. Prince, it is General Vandal. In-gong also saw Vandal in the mini-map. Dressed in leather pants, Vandal entered into In-gong's tent and sat down next to the entrance. Prince! You came. In-gong was lying down. Looking at their appearances, Vandal was the winner and In-gong was the loser. However, In-gong was the victor of the battle. Vandal touched his belly and said, "That was a nice blow. My stomach hurts even now. My whole body is hurting." Vandal laughed at In-gong's words. Then he looked In-gong up and down and said, "As Prince knows, I am an advanced general of the Demon King's palace. It is a position that I can't just leave." The 10 advanced generals of the Demon King's palace were pillars which maintained the army. It wasn't a place that just anyone could rise to or simply quit after having attained it. "But if Prince ever calls, I will run to Prince," Vandal said in a gentle voice, before turning his head and coughing suddenly. "Really? I've never spoken like this to anyone, even females at it." Carrack refrained from laughing, while In-gong smiled calmly and waited for Vandal's next words. Vandal sighed and looked back at In-gong. "But I have to say it. I want to fight with Prince. I want to run behind Prince once more." It wasn't just because In-gong had won against Vandal. Vandal had already had the idea before today's spar. On that day. "I thought so when I saw Prince's back. I decided so." That day, he had been ready to die. Then at that moment, he saw the back of a king. It is tricky. Will this be enough? Vandal turned his attention to In-gong, who understood Vandal's thoughts. In-gong forced his body upwards and said, "It is more than enough. Then, I will appoint you." Carrack helped In-gong stand in front of Vandal, who naturally bowed to In-gong. Due to his size, Vandal was still eye level with In-gong, but that didn't matter. In-gong stretched out his hands toward Vandal. And Vandal was appointed as the 5th knight. And Zephyr raised his head and looked toward the southeast. He felt a pain in his heart, but it was just a short pain. There was a hellish scene before Zephyr. Hundreds of bodies were on the ground, and the bodies were all destroyed. Zephyr felt the movement of magic power. It was a magic which insulted the living and harassed the dead. Even shattered body parts were joined together again. All of it was flowing from the heart of one man on the ground. The man, whose legs had been cut off by Zephyr, was still breathing naturally. Necromancer Sectum. The name was unknown, but Zephyr wasn't stupid enough to miss the jewel before him. Zephyr stood in front of Sectum, who had pale blonde hair and a pale face. Sectum's blue eyes were filled with horror and terror toward Zephyr. Zephyr stabbed a knife each in both of Sectum's shoulders. Then he forcefully inscribed the subordinate magic on the forehead of Sectum, who thrashed and moaned with pain. It was a somewhat rough method, but it couldn't be helped since he had no time. After completely subduing Sectum, Zephyr looked toward the north. He could feel gazes looking at him from ridiculously far away. Death and war. There were things which could not be expressed. Zephyr raised his sword and filled it with magic power. He blocked the eyes which were looking at him from a distance and lifted Sectum with telekinesis. Once again, he looked toward the southeast. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, Chapter 24, Torrent. Chapter 135, Chapter 24, Torrent. Humans were weak. If one looked at them, one would see there were many missing parts. The Gandharvan elves were beautiful and had long lives. The Sura and Draconians were powerful, while the ogres had superhuman strength. As for the lycanthropes and orcs, they were unmatched in toughness. On the other hand, humans didn't have any of that. They didn't have long lives like many species in the demon world. Their innate bodies were fragile, and no matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to cope with an ogre. Humans didn't even have the strength to face an orc, let alone a lycanthrope. However, half of the world was dominated by humans. Humans were also the species with the largest number of individuals in the world. They were smarter than orcs and ogres, stronger than elves, and boasted a mighty breeding capacity which surpassed the Gandharva and the Sura. That wasn't all. There were many variants which could appear, and sometimes special existences could be born in the human world. An existence that went beyond human limitations. He was the one who shone among the numerous human beings. The pinnacle of humanity, he was a person who was closer to a god than anyone else. A human sword and shield. People called him a hero. And 5 days had passed since In-gong recaptured the fourth base. They started the reconstruction at the fourth base, which had been partially destroyed by the barbarians. The tasks were to rebuild the collapsed walls and install a new gate. The materials and supplies which came from Takar were piled up in the base. Evian's real winter was coming soon, so they had to hurry. If they missed the timing, they might have to stop the reconstruction of the gate. However, they couldn't concentrate comfortably on the construction work. Vandal led troops out daily to patrol the limit line. It was hard to imagine the barbarians, who had lost more than 10,000 troops and a barbarian king, would cross the line again, but there was still a chance. The army was a group which existed for this reason. Kaparang and Alita were working hard, and In-gong had nothing to do because Vandal was in charge of the patrols. However, In-gong didn't stay idle. He sparred with Caitlin every day and also worked hard to study magic with Felicia. Now was the time for him to become a true magic warrior. Don't talk about this, especially to Prince Sylvan. What about Sylvan Hyun? Do you have to ask? In-gong nodded at Karak's sincere advice and stored the words magic warrior in his mind. 2 more days passed. Amita completed Delia's armor, and the gate was reinstalled at the fourth base. As a result of the patrols, Vandal was able to find the barbarians who were in hiding, so he was satisfied. Nyatra had some achievements as well. The results of the interrogation have emerged. Nyatra had questioned the barbarian warriors for a week. The barbarian king had already been defeated, but there were still many things he needed to know. In particular, In-gong considered the transformation of the barbarian king to be noteworthy. How had he united the barbarians without the Dragon King's golden helmet? Additionally, since when had he been able to use the power of war? General soldiers wouldn't know this. It was impossible for them to figure out the whole picture. However, there was one person he could learn all of this from. Paredes, the brother of the barbarian king. During the battle at Takar, In-gong couldn't afford capture Paredes. Paredes was strong, and In-gong was exhausted from his battle with the barbarian king. However, In-gong wasn't the only one present at Takar. The barbarian king had died, and Vandal's troops hadn't missed Paredes as they rushed from behind. After being captured, Paredes had attempted to escape, commit suicide and then keep his mouth shut in front of Nyatra. In-gong didn't know what Nyatra had done, but she succeeded in opening Paredes' mouth. What is her method of interrogation? He couldn't imagine that Nyatra would use cruel torture methods. Was it the enchantment magic of a succubus? Your Highness? Nyatra asked from in front of In-gong. He flinched with surprise and waved his hands. No, it is nothing. Paredes is in the prison? Yes, do you want to meet him? In-gong nodded at Nyatra's question. It seemed Nyatra didn't want to take In-gong into the prison. Are there any problems in the prison? The quick Karak asked sharply. Nyatra's eyes narrowed, but because she was in front of In-gong, she corrected her expression and spoke in a calm voice. There are no problems in the prison. The state of the captives isn't bad. Just that. I am a little embarrassed. Nyatra replied with a slightly red face. In-gong could only say one thing in response to her reaction. Please. I understand. I will come with you. In response, Nyatra took the lead, and In-gong and Karak entered the dungeon behind her. Unlike the exterior walls, the dungeon was fine. It was an underground facility, so the barbarians hadn't felt the need to destroy it. Surprisingly clean. Although it was underground, it didn't seem extremely dirty. There were barbarian prisoners hanging from the walls of the prison cells. The prisoners only have a meal once every 2 days. Starving them leads to less trouble. Karak spoke in a small voice from his position next to In-gong. Although it was quite inhumane, In-gong didn't complain. In the first place, this was the demon world. It was better than torturing them. This way. Paredes was stuck in solitary confinement. As a big iron door was opened, he saw Paredes sitting on a chair, tied up with chains. His spirit is gone. Karak said as he saw the blank expression Paredes was making. Nyatra muttered in a small voice. I enchanted him with magic. Now, he will answer any of your Highness questions. It seemed like she was ashamed of the fact she had bewitched Paredes with enchantment magic. Enchantment magic was a characteristic of the succubus species, so what was so embarrassing about it? Instead of asking her, In-gong approached Paredes to question him. The replies came straight away just as Nyatra said. It wasn't surprising that Paredes knew more than any of the other barbarians. The barbarian king had been able to unite the barbarians because he had been strong. That was the best answer Paredes could come up with. However, the useful part was the information about war. A person came from the south and passed some things on to my brother. They were a very questionable stranger, but my brother admired them. They wore a large red cloak over red armor, and it was impossible to tell if they were a male or female. They appeared 6 months ago. It wasn't a short period of time, so that person could have moved anywhere in the demon world by now. The stranger left for the north. They didn't go back to the south. This was all Paredes knew. There was no other useful information. A person in red armor. It had to be the war knight, or an apostle of war like the barbarian king. However, the most worrisome thing was that the red person had come from the south. Just like the barbarians beyond the eastern limit line, the south was the human world. Had the war knight come from the south? There was a very good chance of that. There was no law that the 4 knights of the apocalypse had to come out of the demon world. However, who were they? Would they be a powerhouse of the human world, perhaps just like Gerard? In-gong worried about it, but the answer didn't come out. Then In-gong stopped thinking about that and left the cell. Good job. He didn't forget to praise Nyatra, who smiled with red cheeks. Thank you, she replied gracefully. It was a beautiful smile, and In-gong sensed a gap between the Nyatra of Knight Saga and the Nyatra before him now. The Nyatra of Knight Saga would never smile like she was doing now and was called an ice-cold knight. Was it due to the slavery? Or did her attitude harden because of Zephyr? Well, it doesn't matter since I'm in a good condition right now, but there was still a lot to be addressed, but it seemed like his relationship with Nyatra was quite good. Although it was forced. I am grateful for her support. In-gong sighed with relief as he looked at Nyatra. Then Nyatra, who was sneaking a glance at In-gong, quickly bowed her head. Well, I feel quite bad. Karek's complaint was ignored as they left the dungeon, and someone came running up to them. It was Delia. Your Highness. She had rushed and was out of breath. In-gong ignored Karek, who was smiling at Delia, and asked her. What's going on? 6th Princess says there is an urgent message. Felicia Nuna? She might need to leave Evian for a while. The princess is waiting for Prince in your office, but In-gong needed to listen to the details of this story, so he sent Nyatra back and moved hastily with Karek and Delia. And Sylvan contacted me. I think he needs my help. Felicia sat on the desk in the office In-gong was using. After she finished speaking, In-gong approached the desk and asked, Is there a problem on Sylvan Hyung's side? Well, a little. It isn't a big deal. He was tracking down a few ruins, and it seems like he has found a site. He needs my help as a ruins expert. In-gong thought about Sylvan's region. If he found something, it was likely In-gong already knew about it. There wasn't anything dangerous. He couldn't think of anything dangerous in that area. Felicia saw In-gong's worried look and said, You don't have to worry. It is just an excuse to look around because I want to see it. In-gong thought about Sylvan and Felicia's words and was convinced. Felicia jumped off the desk and said, It is unlikely the barbarians will come back again, and Evian's defense has now stabilized somewhat. Can I go help Sylvan for a while? In-gong was in charge at Evian. Despite also being a royal child, Felicia needed In-gong's permission to leave Evian. In-gong nodded without any worries. I understand. Instead, be careful. Please contact me if something happens. I'll run over straight away. Yes, faster than the wind? Felicia winked, and In-gong nodded with a somewhat red face. He was embarrassed about the slogan he had come up with. Felicia laughed at In-gong's expression. Okay, I'll just tell you something else. Felicia reached out to In-gong's neck and pulled out the tears of a dark elf hanging there. Shutra, do you know why I gave you the tears of a dark elf? It was a gift Felicia had given to In-gong as a reward for his actions during the Red Lightning Tribe mission. Felicia rotated her hand to show In-gong a ring. The tears of a dark elf is actually a set of a ring and a necklace. If one of the owners is in a serious crisis, the other one will become aware of it. It was the first time he had heard this story. In Knight Saga, he had only been able to get his hands on the necklace after knocking down Felicia. However, Felicia just waved her hands at his doubts and said, So far, I have been right next to In-gong. Of course, it wouldn't have worked. It made a lot of sense. The only time he had been in a crisis without Felicia being there was when he fought Mustafa. After that, Felicia was always with him. I gave you the tears of a dark elf to pay off my debt. If Shutra's in danger, I will show up and rescue you. That was the true reason why Felicia had given him the tears of a dark elf. Maybe this time, there will be a chance to repay the debt. Hey, isn't it more likely that Nuna will be in a crisis? Let's see. Felicia laughed as she covered her face with a fan and knocked against In-gong's shoulders. Please look after Caitlin. Tell Sylvan Hyung to look after Nuna as well. Felicia made a dissatisfied face at In-gong's words. Anyway, I've received permission from the leader of the Evian mission. Then I will leave now. Right now? Yes, there is no reason to delay. And you don't have to see me off. I've decided to go to Tucker with Caitlin. She is already at the gate. As she said this, Felicia was already prepared to leave. In-gong was dumbfounded and asked with narrow eyes. Excuse me, did you even need my permission? Felicia just laughed instead of answering. She hugged In-gong and said, I am going, Shutra. Go well, Felicia. Felicia pinched In-gong's cheeks and left the room. As always, she moved with light and elegant steps. In-gong looked at her back and said quietly, Will nothing really happen? He didn't have a foreboding or ominous feeling, so nothing should happen. Carrick blinked at In-gong's words and asked him, Prince, is this really okay? Should Princess really leave Prince? Is there really no ominous hint? Why are you doing this? Don't jinx things. Both of them were joking around. In-gong moved to the window of the office and gazed outside. He saw Felicia leaving the building. Take care of your body. In-gong gave a short prayer as he gazed at the back of Felicia, who was leaving the fourth base. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Chapter 24, Torrent Number 2. Chapter 136, Chapter 24, Torrent Number 2. The vacancy left by Felicia was rather large. Since the beginning, Felicia had been the atmosphere maker in In-gong's groups, and now, she had left. When Felicia left, Delia naturally went with her, while Caitlin and Syra had accompanied Felicia to Tucker. 4 people had suddenly gone away. The first day after the 4 people left, the 4th base was pretty dull. However, the loneliness doubled on the 2nd day. On the 3rd day, In-gong felt Felicia's importance. I relied on her more than I thought. It was a spiritual, rather than material, dependence. He had never imagined their relationship would become this deep when he first encountered her at the Red Lightning Tribe. Looking back now, he was fortunate to meet Felicia. In-gong had won up to now, but when he looked closely, there were several crises which had almost killed him several times. He had been on the verge of death from one strike in the battle against the barbarian king. Since he had been brought into this world, he had been struggling repeatedly. In the meantime, he had been able to maintain his sanity thanks to having many good people around him. Thanks to them, he had been encouraged to fight and set his own goals. If there had been no one around, the result would be quite different even with the power of protagonist correction and conquest. Maybe he would have already lost his life. Why are you so despondent? Carrick asked as he approached In-gong. In-gong watched Carrick with moist eyes and said that. No, I was just thinking that Carrick is valuable. Don't leave my side. We will always be together, right? He stood on tiptoe to touch Carrick's shoulder, only for Carrick to move back in surprise. Why, are you drunk? Hey, this is between us. In-gong looked up with moist eyes and winked. Then Carrick suddenly puffed out and said with a determined face. Who, if it is in order then it can't be helped. And well, towards Prince, I too. Carrick winked slightly. In-gong was startled and jumped back. He covered his upper body, which was naked due to training, with both his hands. Stay away. You. This is somewhat questionable. Carrick seemed unaware of Delia, Syra, Daphne and Karma, so maybe he had some dangerous tastes. Carrick chuckled at In-gong's disgust. A joke, a joke. And don't worry. I will always be loyal until I am a corpse. I will be with you until the end. Carrick declared and raised his fist. They weren't empty words, so In-gong understood Carrick's mindset. Carrick had already proved his sincerity when they faced the Apostle of Death at Thunderdome Fortress. Despite the fact that death had been in front of him, Carrick said he had enjoyed it instead of expressing any grudges or fear. It was clearly something not just anyone could do. Rather, what are you doing alone? Carrick interrupted while In-gong was in a sea of appreciation. In-gong shrugged and replied. Well, I was training. It isn't my usual training. It was truly like In-gong said. He had spent most of the day grinding his experience. In-gong normally practiced reading and writing dwarf and dragon characters before going to sleep. But it is interesting. The performance of this training was immediately visible. Moreover, there was a need for repetitive training. The skill itself was very easy to learn, but the skill level was always at 1. Repetition was necessary to make it usable. In-gong had been practicing mixing aura and magic power together. Carrick made a tired expression. Ah, this person is truly determined, truly. Prince is destined to become stronger, but Prince is already very strong. It is the first time in my life that I've seen someone train like Prince. It wasn't a joke. Even if someone else had gotten all the artifacts, they wouldn't be as strong as In-gong was today. While Carrick was thinking this, In-gong looked at his arms. Something had flashed in his mind. Prince? Rather than answering Carrick's call, In-gong sharpened his aura like a blade, and his arm became bloody. Carrick's eyes widened as he saw In-gong lick the blood flowing along his arm. Ah, delicious. It is really delicious. Carrick stepped back as In-gong laughed. It was a bit exaggerated, but the green skin had turned pale. Prince, my eyes have been opened. Somehow, you laugh every time you face death. Stop talking nonsense and try it once. In-gong took a wineglass from his inventory and poured in some blood for Carrick. Carrick grimaced, but he soon drank the blood and his eyes widened from surprise. What on earth is going on? It was really tasty. It didn't have the salty taste of blood, but was somewhat sweet. Moreover, the fragrance was incredibly good. In-gong healed his wound with recovery magic. There is a story about the Gandharv being a fragrant species. Yesterday, I accidentally ate some of my sweat while practicing magic yesterday. No, it wasn't a sweaty taste and instead gave off a sweet taste. So, I melted the magic power in my blood. The result is what you tasted. Carrick blinked with a stunned face at In-gong's words. He didn't understand. In-gong continued to speak. My other bodily fluids, which contain magic power, are sweet. The easiest liquid to dissolve is magic power since that is the essence of life. Then everything from Prince's body is delicious? Not just blood, but saliva and sweat as well, . In-gong nodded at Carrick's question. Yes, but I have to melt down the magic power. It isn't inherently like this, but I think it is pretty good. It might be because my magic power has become stronger due to the dragon heart. The blood of the Gandharv wasn't sweet. The Gandharv, who could produce blood like In-gong, were rare in the demon world. Now, you will never have to go hungry. In-gong nodded again at Carrick's words. Yes, so please look after me well. Take care of me until I am old. I believe only in Prince. Carrick smiled and handed the glass back to In-gong. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth carefully. Prince, someday. Are you going to visit the Gandharv? In-gong's mother's side was the Gandharv. According to Carrick's investigation, the Gandharva were being punished as a whole. All the Gandharv, adults and children, with the exception of In-gong, were confined in a Gandharv holy land within the demon world. Karak had failed to figure out the sin the Gandharvs were guilty of. However, the species had been imprisoned for more than a decade. So, it wasn't a small sin. However, it was likely to not be a sin which couldn't be forgiven. Otherwise, the official children of the Demon King would be 8 people, not 9. In-gong didn't have sentimental feelings toward the Gandharv. It was also true for In-gong's mother. He had no relationship with them like what he had with Felicia and Caitlin. However, still, he did feel something. Was it due to In-gong becoming Shutra, or due to a resonance with his mother's side? In-gong gave a long sigh and replied, "Perhaps. It would be best if I could obtain amnesty for them." Chris and 4th Queenie Lane had talked about the possibility of the Gandharv being pardoned. If the 2 people said so, then it was highly likely it could happen. It won't be easy. Well, it isn't impossible. I just have to build up my merits steadily. In-gong smiled widely, and Karak clenched his fists. Have strength. Yes. After sharing a smile, In-gong felt awkward and moved his gaze away. He looked out the window where it was snowing. The year is almost over. Karak said with a warm expression. The demon world was wide, so snow didn't signify the end of the year. However, it was clear that the year was almost ending. Now, there was only a month until year 513 would begin. Year 513, this was when Knight Saga began. In-gong looked toward the south. What was Locke doing now? Was he studying to become a priest at the temple? Locke had started his activities in the summer of year 514. That was still more than a year away. In-gong turned his attention back to the window. The snow was piling up. And as soon as she stepped out of the transportation formation tower, Felicia saw Sylvan. Sylvan narrowed the distance to Felicia while spreading his arms and cried out. Felicia! Come into Appa's arms. Won't you give me your sweet scent? Sylvan spoke with moist eyes. The Prince of the Dark Elves had a very handsome face, and his voice was sweet. However, for Felicia, his voice was just creepy. Felicia quickly pushed Sylvan away with her arms. Ah, come on. She felt like she was going to die of embarrassment every time she saw him. Didn't he care about the eyes around them? Felicia gasped with a blushing face while Sapphira, Sylvan's aide, spoke with a gentle smile. It is okay, Your Highness. The only ones around right now are crew members of the Black Flame Dragon. Everyone is familiar with him. Is it really okay? And don't get used to this. Felicia shouted, but everyone just laughed. Of course, some of them were staring at her with pitiful expressions. Felicia took a deep breath and covered her face with a fan. She fanned herself a few times before asking Sylvan. Well, what did you find, Dot? Instead of answering the question, Sylvan's shoulders sagged, and he made a sad expression. Before the puppy eyes, Felicia sighed eventually. Ah, really? I understand. Come over here. She gestured for Sylvan to approach. Felicia hugged Sylvan lightly, and he gave her a bright smile. Are you healthy? I'm in good health. There were few risky incidents. Despite the situation with the barbarians, Felicia was rarely on the front lines. This was because in almost all the battles, she had fainted due to the use of the recovery magic. How has Sylvan been? As Felicia asked with interest, Sylvan laughed and pulled out the sword Amita made him. Hoo-hoo, there were a few powerful creatures, but none of them were my match. The sword which contains Amita's skill and Felicia's love. Silence. Felicia closed Sylvan's mouth with silencing magic and turned to Sapphira. Sapphira? There were many small battles but no major dangers. Princess seems to have gained a big merit this time. You stopped the barbarians? Well, I didn't do it alone. Shutra has the biggest merit, Felicia said with embarrassment while covering her face with a fan. Sapphira looked very satisfied with Felicia's reaction, which was very different from Sylvan's. Your Highness, we managed to find the site of a ruin. It is a ruin that I have seen for the first time. The strong scent of magic power could be felt at the entrance. The scent of magic power? Moreover, the characters found at the entrance are quite impressive. Maybe those characters, they might be the same as the ones found in Kultine's lair under Sun Lake. Sapphira had accompanied In-gong's party at that time, so it was a credible story. Indeed, you were right to call me, especially if there are unknown characters. Felicia's eyes started to burn with passion as she heard the words. Then Sylvan, who released the silencing magic, once again spread his arms wide open. Now, Felicia. Won't you run off to a world of adventure with Appa? I'll walk without running. Felicia answered bluntly, and Sylvan laughed. He looked at the crew members in the vicinity and shouted. Now, let's depart. Lift up the anchor and spread the sails. Sylvan and the crew members ran toward the black flame dragon. Felicia laughed as she saw their backs, and she moved forward slowly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, Chapter 24, Torrent Number 3. Chapter 137, Chapter 24, Torrent Number 3. The ruin Sylvan discovered was located deep inside a dense forest. Karamis, the area Sylvan defended, was located to the southeast of the demon world and was in contact with the Great Desert, one of the buffer zones to the human world. As the name suggested, the Great Desert was an incredibly large desert area. Despite its proximity to the desert, Karamis was a land rich in green vegetation due to the abnormal climate caused by the unique magic lines in the demon world. The black flame dragon flew slowly for an hour or two before landing in an open area in the middle of the forest. The arrangement of the trees looked unnatural, like it was an artificially created landing point. Beyond that is the entrance to the ruins. It was so well hidden that I wouldn't have found it if it wasn't for a coincidence, Sapphira said as she spread out the stairs for descending from the black flame dragon. Sylvan had already jumped down. How did you find it? Felicia asked while gazing at Sylvan's back. Sapphira laughed awkwardly. Someone was hit by a creature and fell to the entrance of the ruins. It was a deep well-like in trance. It was a fun story, but Felicia thought otherwise. She frowned and asked. That person, are they okay? Yes, relatively. Their shoulders and neck are stiff though. Sapphira laughed awkwardly again, and Felicia understood why Sapphira's ears were red throughout the story. No, she didn't want to talk about this in the first place. When she thought about it, the story shouldn't be amusing, and any desire to laugh soon disappeared. At that moment, the staircase was opened completely. Felicia was already jumping down and hurried to catch up with Sylvan. Once she arrived at the entrance, she understood why Sapphira emphasized it had been an accident. The entrance to the ruin was hidden very well. No, if she had come across it, she would have thought it was just a deep pit. A circular passage with a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters was drilled vertically akin to a well. The earth was bumpy, like it had been formed naturally, and clumps of bushes were surrounding the entrance. Felicia knelt on the edge and looked inside the hole while sniffing it. There was a faint but clear scent. A place where magic power was concentrated gave off a good smell. It is true. There is the scent of magic power. That wasn't all. There was a soft glow inside the deep hole, and the light was leaking from the inside. As Felicia looked carefully, Sylvan quickly held out a hand. Now, Felicia. Please embrace Appa. I will jump in. Sylvan laughed while Felicia, who pulled back reflexively, cast a magic spell. Levitation. Felicia dropped down slowly into the hole, while Sylvan's shoulders sagged with disappointment. After falling almost 12 meters, a large passage was visible. It was a very old passage, but it gave off an artificial feel. After the two of them went down, Sapphira, Delia and the 5 crew members went down as well. Felicia preferred exploring ruins with a small, elite group since large numbers was just cumbersome. There were 2 lights in the passage. One was a dim light which seemed to leak from deep inside, while the other was a pale light coming from little stones embedded in the ceiling. It was very pretty, but it was hard to proceed with the exploration with this lighting. Felicia pulled out a stick with a brilliant light at the end of it which she had prepared in advance. They were in a large crypt which reminded her of the one she had seen during the Red Lightning Tribe's subjugation. Sylvan's group had already explored the first floor, so they hurried on. After arriving at a place which was like a central hall, the unknown characters Sapphira had mentioned were revealed for the first time. Indeed, they really are like the characters I saw. Maybe the legend might be true? Felicia said as she looked at the letters carved on the high ceilings, floor and walls. The confused Sapphira asked, "Your Highness, the legend?" As always, curious questions pleased Felicia, and she responded by spreading her knowledge. After going to Coltine's lair last time, I did some research. However, I didn't have time to study a lot since the departure time was so tight. It wasn't just Shutra who had investigated after returning to the Demon King's palace. Felicia looked at the characters and said again. In fact, this wasn't something I found out through research. It is a story I picked up while investigating ruins. There was a question mark above Sapphira's head. Felicia laughed and asked Sapphira a new question. Sapphira, how much do you know about the history of the Demon King's palace? I know it was created 500 years ago. This year was obviously year 512. Felicia stretched and said. Yes, only 500 years. Before that, the era of struggle was only approximately 3,000 years. The era of struggle referred to the time before the Demon King, when all species had been at war with each other. The demon world of that time was no different than what was beyond the limit line. Every day, a cruel war occurred. Then what type of civilization was there in the old days? Before the era of struggle. The distant past before the Thunderdome fortress was built. We don't know. No matter how far back the records of the Dark Elves go, it is only up to 6,000,070,000 years. It isn't an exaggeration to say we don't know much about the civilizations and how the species lived before that time. 7,000 years was indeed a long time for the Dark Elves. Sapphira counted in her head for a while before her long ears extended. Your Highness, if it was 7,000 years ago, wouldn't it have been hard to have a proper civilization? The Dark Elves had also been different 7,000 years ago, and they had been primitive in many ways. Felicia nodded. The majority of people think like that. They think it was a time without a proper country, where the species just fought in tribal units. But I don't think so. If there hadn't been a flourishing civilization in those days, we shouldn't be able to find their traces after they have long since perished. It was much older than 7,000 years ago. Maybe it was a past that went back even more years. We call this legend the indigenous species. Although there is little evidence, I think it makes sense. Felicia said with a smile. Sapphira looked at the characters engraved on the floor. Your Highness, do these characters belong to the indigenous species? Let's see, should we find out from now on? Felicia responded with a laugh. And from the north, he headed to the south. His steps were slow but steady. Day and night passed, until he reached a place where the greenery was thick, a land called Karamis in the demon world. And Felicia finished her survey of the first floor and headed to the second underground floor. The second floor was significantly different from the first floor. As the crypt continued, spaces appeared which could be thought of as rooms, but they had no special structure. The smell of magic power leaking from deep within the dungeon became stronger, and the ceiling light was brighter than the first floors. Like the first floor, the second floor had a simple structure, so the exploration time was quick. Felicia headed toward the third floor. And he stepped into Karami's, and his footsteps became a little bit faster. And the structure of the third floor was simpler than the second floors. It was just a large room with high ceilings and stairs leading to the fourth floor. The ceiling light became brighter and the scent of magic power stronger. Felicia was deep in thought as she copied all the characters on the wall. It had been quite a while since they entered the ruin. Even if they hurried, it would be completely dark by the time they left the ruin. So, it would be good to return to a safe place on the second floor and take a break. However, there was still a little bit more time. Every time they went down the stairs, the structure became simpler. They could continue going downward. Sylvan said he would follow Felicia's will as always. After a short moment of agonizing, Felicia descended the stairs leading to the fourth underground floor. And it was late at night. Sylvan's crew members, who were guarding the entrance of the ruin, set up fires and strengthened the perimeter. Strong magic power had a strong attraction for creatures. They didn't know if the magic power leaking from the entrance of the ruins would tempt any creatures. Since Sylvan and Sapphira were away, the first officer, Tyrion, was in charge of security. He watched the darkness with a cigarette in his mouth. Then the sound of rustling disturbed his ears. Tyrion turned his eyes toward the sound. And the third and fourth floors were completely different. It was clearly a more complex space than the first floor. The ruin was enormous. Why did this site exist? And why was there nothing in such a huge space? Despite the rich magic power, even the smallest creature couldn't be seen. Thanks to the light from the ceiling, the inside of the ruin was like daylight, and Felicia was determined to go deeper. And the clouds hid the moon, and in the darkness, he moved forward. There were clear signs of his passing. All those who guarded the entrance to the ruin had disappeared. The process by which the crew members died had been different, but the result was the same. Tyrion's body was deprived of life and his body crushed. Everything in his path turned to dust. He took a step forward. Recalling the memories from 1,000 years ago, he took a deep breath, and the fragrance of magic power hit his nose. "Drain," the man said. He ordered it as the famine night. And the ceiling light weakened momentarily. Felicia looked up at the ceiling reflexively. Sylvan turned around. His uncovered left eye narrowed as he stared in a certain direction. The air had changed. It was something which couldn't be expressed. Felicia sensed it as well. It was a gut instinct. Someone was approaching from afar. Shutra. Felicia looked at the tears of a dark elf on her finger as darkness swallowed up the ruin. And In-gong opened his eyes. He raised his upper body, gasping for air like he'd had a nightmare. He looked reflexively at the tears of a dark elf hanging on his neck and stood up suddenly. The purple tears of a dark elf had lost its light. There was no glimmer left at all. Why? In-gong didn't think any further and called out to White Eagle. And coincidence and inevitability. They were a tangled mess. The Death Knight looked toward the south. The War Knight felt the tide of conflict. Too far away. There wasn't much time. The Famine Knight raised his foot at the entrance of the ruin. He took a step inside. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Chapter 25, Opening. Chapter 138, Chapter 25, Opening. In-gong's mind was blank. Before it recovered, In-gong was already crossing the air on White Eagle. The wind blew around him, and just like the saying, he flew faster than the wind. Maybe he was too hasty. In-gong felt anxious after seeing the tears of a dark elf, but it was just the light which had been lost. There was a possibility that one of its features was simply broken. However, he couldn't not consider it. Felicia was far away, so it was better for him to waste time going there than to delay. No, it was better for In-gong to go there in vain than for Felicia to be in a crisis. In-gong didn't inform Vandal. He simply shouted to Carrick that Felicia was in danger. The distance between the fourth base and Tucker was considerable. If he marched in the normal manner, it would take around 4 days. Even if it was a hard march, it would take 2 days. However, that speed was when he was moving with soldiers. In-gong didn't have anyone with him. Moreover, he was pouring his power into White Eagle. The magic from the dragon heart increased White Eagle's speed. If he maintained this speed, he would be able to reach Tucker in a few hours. It was tremendous speed. However, In-gong felt impatient. He needed too much time. A few hours was too long. A little bit faster, a little bit faster. Aura was added to the magic power, while White Eagle moved in the darkness. And the Famine Knight entered the ruin. Smoke filled the passageway. The dim light from the ceiling faded, and the faint scent of magic power disappeared completely. The Famine Knight felt a funny sense of nostalgia at the scent. He remembered things from 1,000 years ago and 10,000 years ago. It felt like just yesterday that he was walking through this ruin. Gerard's memory also recognized the Black Flame Dragon, the treasure of the Dark Elves. However, he had spent 20 years in the Lycanthrope prison. Therefore, he didn't know the current owner of the Black Flame Dragon. He just guessed that it was one of the kings of the Dark Elves. It didn't matter if the owner was someone Gerard knew or if they were from a new generation. In the first place, the encounter with the Dark Elves was a coincidence. His purpose was on the lowest floor. Of course, he didn't plan to miss it. The magic power flowing through the Royal Dark Elves were like a light wine. The Famine Knight didn't rush. He advanced while devouring the ruin's magic power. And Felicia looked up at the ceiling. The light from the ceiling shone again. However, it was fainter than before and blinked occasionally. Something strange had obviously occurred. Felicia thought about it as calmly as possible. The sudden change was due to something they had done or an external factor. Nothing had happened when their group came to the fourth floor, and they hadn't touched anything. Therefore, there must be an external factor. She wondered what had happened. What was this unbearably ominous feeling? Felicia grasped Sylvan's hand. It was a firm hand without any shaking. Sylvan smiled at Felicia before looking up at the ceiling. No, he seemed to be looking beyond it. There was a problem above ground, not underground. It was a hunch, but he also had some evidence to prove it. Sylvan stared down at his arm. He had a magic device to track the location of the Black Flame Dragon. The arrow of light inside the gem was supposed to point toward the place where the Black Flame Dragon was, however, there was currently no light. If so, it was either one of two options. The Black Flame Dragon had been destroyed, or his connection was blocked. Sylvan thought about the crew members of the Black Flame Dragon. Either way, it was highly likely something abnormal had happened to his crew members. Normally, Sylvan would already be climbing the stairs up to the ground. However, Felicia was in this place. That fact made him calm. It is approaching, Sylvan said quickly. He felt something ominous approaching in the darkness. Felicia breathed roughly. Although Sylvan was relatively ignorant about magic, he was still a prince of the Dark Elves. He instinctively noticed that the scent of magic power was changing. The spirits around them were scared. Sylvan watched the stairs. Instead of raising his aura, he took Felicia's hand again, and he deliberately gave an exaggerated smile. Don't worry. Your Appa, is here. Felicia laughed awkwardly. She swallowed her dry saliva repeatedly and called upon the wind spirit. Right now, she didn't want to go to the floors above, so she sent the wind spirit up. And the ruin of the indigenous species boasted a vast size. The ruin, which started in the forest of Karamis, reached the great desert. The famine knight crossed the first floor. He didn't leave anything behind in the place he passed. The ceiling was depleted of magic power and lost its light, making the passage go dark. He felt wind coming from in front of him. The famine knight laughed happily. This was because it wasn't a natural wind. The famine knight lifted a hand, and the hungry power of famine didn't let the wind blow. And the wind spirit had been extinguished. The presence was still coming closer. It was clear that there was an external problem. Felicia took a deep breath. The spirit had vanished and horror filled her chest. Sylvan looked around. The passage on the fourth floor was rather large because the size of the ruin grew every time they descended a floor. The height of the ceiling seemed to be approximately 6 to 7 meters. Sylvan made a decision. Instead of going to meet the enemy, he decided to wait. The ruin was vast. Considering the speed at which the ominous presence was approaching, it would take a considerable amount of time to reach this place. Felicia! Sylvan called out with an affectionate voice. Felicia straightened and nodded. The two people didn't say anything, but they had reached the same conclusion. A battle of waiting was the specialty of a magician. She would convert the fourth floor's stairs into a trap. The ceiling light became weaker. The ominous presence was now much closer. And time passed. It was too slow for some people and too fast for others. Felicia swallowed her saliva. The ominous presence was like a snake that tightened around her neck. Her breathing was rough as she looked at the magic she had prepared. The stairs to the fourth floor was now a magical fortress. She wondered how much time had passed. Her back was moist with sweat. It was clear that at least 1 hour had passed, maybe even more. Felicia closed her eyes tightly and restored her breathing. She had been with Shutra for several months and experienced many things, but she had never been so nervous. As time went by, it seemed like she would die. It is coming, Sylvan said quickly. Felicia quickly opened her eyes and stepped back in dismay. Sapphira and Delia stood on either side of Felicia, while the 5 crew members took out their weapons and watched the stairs. Sylvan pulled out Amita's sword as well. His aura glowed as he stared at the ceiling. It was obvious the presence was on the third flood. Now, it was coming down. This was the moment they would face the ominous presence. Everyone stared at the stairs. The presence was approaching them. Sylvan shouted. His shout was like a thunderbolt as he stared at the ceiling. Avoid it! Qua 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 quang. The loud explosion swallowed up Sylvan's cry. The ceiling collapsed and rocks hit the floor. Delia grabbed Felicia's waist and pulled her back. Sapphira turned hurriedly toward the sound. Something was seen in the darkness. It spread like a mist. At the same time, the dark spirit at the center moved like lightning. He naturally twisted the neck of a crew member who had been knocked down by a rock. The crew member couldn't even scream. He dried up without a sound. Then the heart of the second crew member was crushed. Sylvan triggered his aura while Felicia screamed. Gerard! He was the one Felicia had seen in the lycanthrope territory. The one who had forced Chris and Caitlin, as well as Shutra, to the brink of death. The famine knight, formerly called Gerard, smiled. The black energy surrounding his body absorbed the magic power of the ruin. The ceiling lost its light, and the floor was deprived of its vitality. It was dry and cracked just because the famine knight was standing on it. The ceiling the famine knight destroyed was turned to dust. The Famine Knight kicked off from the ground, with the explosive movement distinctive to Divine Beast authority. The passage was wide, but the distance between them narrowed, and the Famine Knight arrived in front of Sapphira. Sapphira swung her sword reflexively. The Famine Knight moved along the trajectory of Sapphira's sword, then he turned and grabbed Sapphira's wrist. Drain! The moment the Famine Knight ordered it, Sapphira's wrist disappeared. At the same time, Sylvan wielded his sword. He cut Sapphira's arm off cleanly. Sapphira groaned from the sharp pain. Blood spurted from Sapphira's arm, while the cut wrist held by the Famine Knight dried up and became dust. The Famine Knight laughed. Did Sylvan see it? Or did he just feel it? Either way, Sylvan's aura exploded. It was an act to create a gap. Sylvan pushed Sapphira away with his feet and watched the Famine Knight. He wielded his sword once again. It cut through the atmosphere sharply. The Famine Knight moved backward smoothly like he was sliding over the ground. Gerard's memories revealed that Sylvan was as strong as Chris. Therefore, he felt pleased. He pushed off from the ground while using the power of famine. Sylvan! Felicia screamed desperately. Sylvan triggered aura around his whole body, and the aura barrier opposed the power of famine. Once again, Sylvan's sword moved like lightning. It was fast and accurate. However, Gerard was extremely strong. He was once the strongest among the lycanthropes, and he read all of Sylvan's movements. Almost all the sword trajectories were crushed before they even started. Sylvan was gasping for air. In order to stop the power of famine, he continued pouring aura into his aura barrier. It seemed like his aura would be depleted before his stamina. Captain! The remaining 3 crew members rushed in at the same time. Sylvan wanted to tell them not to come, but he was out of breath. He had barely squeezed out his voice when a thunderous sound was heard. Quang quang quang. There were 3 roars, and the hearts of the 3 crew members were crushed. Their bodies fell to the ground, and their remaining health was lost to the power of famine. Sylvan let out a loud sound. He was lost in his rage for a moment, then the Famine Knight's palm reached Sylvan's chest. It wasn't a simple attack. Aurung. A technique of Divine Beast authority which destroyed the enemy from the inside. Aura exploded inside Sylvan's body, and the blue aura protecting Sylvan's body became faint. Sylvan was thrown into the air, then he crashed down to the ground, coughing up blood. The Famine Knight admired Sylvan. He had a remarkably disciplined body. While the lycanthropes were unmatched in toughness, the fragile elves shouldn't be able to endure Aurung with their bodies. The Famine Knight stared at Sylvan with fascinated eyes. Sylvan coughed up blood again but somehow managed to stand up. Sapphira ran up to Sylvan. At the same time, Felicia moved. She couldn't watch anymore. She poured all the magic she had set up on the stairs onto the Famine Knight. The Famine Knight felt the flow of magic power. With the power of famine which swallowed everything, he set up a barrier and walked between the flow. The black darkness broke through the dazzling magic light, and the power of famine devoured the magic. He twisted the trajectory of the magic. It only took a few seconds. The Famine Knight escaped from the magic and stood before Felicia. Delia invoked dozens of red lights from Amita's armor and created a force field. Amita's armor was fine, but Delia wasn't. It felt like she had been hit by a dump truck. The Famine Knight looked at Felicia, then Gerard remembered. She was the woman who had been with the Conquest Knight. Was it coincidental or inevitable? The Famine Knight reached out his hand. And Felicia waved her hand reflexively. It was a struggle to say anything. In the first place, she wasn't a match for this opponent. The Famine Knight avoided Felicia's attack like it was a joke and touched Felicia's chest. It looked like a very mild blow, but it wasn't. The armor Felicia wore took the blow and distorted. Due to her chest piece being crushed, Felicia had trouble breathing. The famine knight touched Felicia's cheek. Rather than draining her with the power of famine, he wanted to tear her apart. It would be good to throw her decapitated head to the hateful conquest knight. The famine knight kicked Felicia's abdomen once again, and Felicia made a hissing sound. She was barely able to maintain consciousness, so it was impossible for her to cast a spell. Sylvan raised his body. The famine knight spread out the power of famine to provoke them. Everyone moved as they thought of famine. Sapphira moved to save Delia just before the power of famine reached her. Despite still coughing up blood, Sylvan jumped in front of the power of famine and defended using his aura. He then used the shortest distance to reach Felicia. The famine knight had expected it and stretched out a hand toward the expected orbit. Sylvan twisted his body desperately but couldn't flee perfectly. The famine knight struck Sylvan's waist, and his aura was removed. Then the power of famine rushed like a vulture towards Sylvan. However, Sylvan pushed against the ground. He broke through the power of famine and reached Felicia. Felicia gasped as she looked at Sylvan, but Sylvan smiled at Felicia. He smiled despite the bloody state of his body. No. Sapphira thought as she held Delia. It was the same for Felicia. Even though she couldn't breathe properly, she tried to somehow speak. No, you can't do that. There must be another way. There had to be something more. However, Sylvan didn't listen. It was unreasonable. His flow of aura was ruined by Irung, and there wasn't enough time to correct the aura. At this very moment, the power of famine was stretching toward him and Felicia. So, this was the only way. No other way existed. Sylvan reached out to Felicia's forehead and invoked a hidden magic spell. He forcefully got her permission to act in the state of emergency. The famine knight only cared about Felicia, so Sylvan couldn't wait any longer and reached out a hand. However, Gerard remembered something, and he ordered the famine knight to retreat straight away. Why? What was the reason? Questions were created. During that time, Felicia screamed. Sylvan smiled at Felicia as he raised a hand to his right eye. Gerard's warning reached its peak, and the famine knight strengthened the power of famine reflexively. Sapphira and Delia cried out Sylvan's name. At that moment, tears flowed down endlessly from Felicia's eyes. Sylvan took off his eye patch. He opened up the power of the fairy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Chapter 25, Opening Number 2. Chapter 139, Chapter 25, Opening Number 2. It was like an explosion. It was comparable to opening a door which had been blocked to its limit. Fairy. It was a blessing from the first fairy king as well as a curse. Those born with the fairy had enormous magic power which was different from ordinary dark elves. They were able to turn all their natural strength into magic power. Even incompatible powers such as magic and aura would become complete under the control of the fairy. Additionally, it didn't stop. The owner of the fairy could use the magic power which also existed in the atmosphere of the demon world. It was theoretical, but if they exerted the fairy's power to its limits, it was possible to have infinite power. The first fairy king used the power of the fairy to establish a kingdom. Even though there were no signs of it left, the dark elves were able to stand on their own feet due to the kingdom of the fairies. So, the fairy was a blessing. However, at the same time, it was also a curse. With the exception of the first fairy king, the fairy's owner didn't have complete control over the power. Except for the first fairy king, all the owners of the fairy lost their lives due to excessive abuse of power. It was because once the magic power was exhausted, it would start to drain the power necessary to sustain its life. During childhood, the fairy's magic power was somewhat weak, so it was possible to rein it in. However, there were no method after becoming an adult. Opening up the fairy in one fight would be like consuming the owners their life. Sylvan was born with the fairy. Ever since his childhood mistake in opening up the fairy, he had never unlocked the seal on the fairy again. Unlike the other dark elves, Sylvan didn't learn magic and focused on aura and swordsmanship instead to stay as far away from the fairy as possible. Sylvan's fairy, which had been sealed for many years, shone with a golden radiance as he unleashed its strong and brilliant power. Successive explosions followed. They weren't caused by magic but an explosion of magic power, and that power was beyond imagination. The Famine Knight backed away hurriedly and used the power of famine. Sylvan inserted magic power into Amita's sword while staring at the Famine Knight, and a blade of golden light rose above the sword like a lightning bolt. Felicia howled as Sylvan rushed toward the Famine Knight. The Famine Knight blocked Sylvan's charge with the power of famine, but Sylvan's magic power is too great. It was impossible to deplete all of it, even with the power of famine. Sapphira! Sylvan shouted in pain. Sapphira immediately understood what he meant. She ignored the blurry vision caused by her tears and ran toward Felicia. Delia was also the same. Sylvan drove back the Famine Knight, and lightning spread everywhere. His eyes were shining a brilliant gold. Delia hastily pulled off the heavily dented chest armor which was interfering with Felicia's breathing. Felicia breathed out reflexively, then Sapphira hugged her forcefully. Felicia understood. She knew what Sapphira wanted to do, and Sapphira didn't release Felicia. She carried Felicia and ran forward without looking back. Sylvan! Sylvan! Felicia screamed, but Sylvan didn't look at Felicia. Instead of controlling the fairy's power, he released it freely. His aura, which had been broken by Arung, was forcibly converted to magic power and caused another round. In the end, his life force was being exhausted. It was all to protect Felicia. In order to save her, he had to defeat the monster before him. Qua Kwang! Lightning struck and the sound of thunder filled the passage. The power of famine couldn't absorb the magic power and split apart. Sylvan coughed up blood. The Famine Knight triggered his aura, but the Famine Knight's strength was still lacking. In the end, he had to deal with Sylvan by using the power of Gerard, who was called the strongest among the lycanthropes. The Famine Knight used Gerard's memories of divine beast authority. Sylvan swung his giant sword made of magic power and attacked the Famine Knight. A stray blow tore the ceiling apart. The explosions continued in succession. At that time, Sapphira reached the stairs, and Felicia finally exclaimed, "Sylvan!" There was no reply to her heartbreaking scream. Sapphira jumped the stairs and reached the third floor. It was just a large room, so she could spot the stairs leading to the second floor easily. The entire ruin seemed to be in shock as rubble fell from the ceiling. Sapphira continued to run, while Felicia's struggle became weaker. Harsh breathing filled the passage. How much time had passed since they started running away? At best, it was a dozen or so seconds, maybe not even be 1 minute. Sapphira, who had run to the second floor, looked back, and Delia swallowed a scream as she illuminated their surroundings with magic. An ominous darkness was coming from far away. At the same time, there was also a dazzling golden light. Part of the ruin had collapsed, and a huge gold light pierced through the ceiling, causing a vibration. It was a huge magic power. However, the strength behind that magic power meant Sylvan's life force was numbered. Sapphira clenched her fists as she ran. Delia swallowed back her tears as well. Her heart felt like it was going to burst, and her breathing felt choked. Time passed, maybe 20 minutes or more. They finally reached the stairs to the first floor. Sapphira climbed the stairs painfully, followed by Delia. The horrible nightmare was still coming. Every time there was a dreadful roar, it sounded much closer, and the golden color flashed in the darkness. Sapphira moved to climb to the first floor. At that moment, Delia covered Sapphira. The two people rolled to the ground with Felicia as the staircase collapsed. The stairs connecting the first and second floors had collapsed. Felicia looked through the hole caused by the collapse. She could see the back of Sylvan's shoulders drooping down. Beyond that, there was a black spot. It had been 20 minutes since he opened up the ferry. Sylvan was half dead, and the Famine Knight was also suffering from excruciating injuries, but he was still standing. In the past, Gerard would already be out of combat. However, the current Famine Knight was a doll controlled by famine but had Gerard's memories. Gerard could only move due to the power of famine. It wasn't good. The Famine Knight couldn't absorb the enormous magic power of the fairy all at once, but it was possible to devour it slowly. If Sylvan hadn't been hit by a rung or if he was a powerful magician, the story might have been different. However, it was meaningless to think about that now. The Famine Knight was a dark werewolf, and black smoke filled up the empty spots in his body. The Famine Knight kicked off from the ground. Then Sylvan, instead of striking the Famine Knight with his sword, he caused a huge magical vortex. However, it was insignificant. The memory of Gerard laughed. In the old days, he had been the strongest of the lycanthropes and known for his footwork. He used Divine Beast Authority's explosive power and maneuvered at high speed to avoid Sylvan's magic vortex. Gerard stretched out just as Sylvan caused another explosion. Magic power and aura collided. Although Sylvan instinctively created a shield of magic power to block it, he was still pushed back. Thrown back more than a dozen meters, he landed, spread out on top of the collapsed staircase. The Famine Knight sighed with a satisfied expression, then he ridiculed the scene which was occurring in front of him. Felicia had jumped towards Sylvan. She poured her magic power desperately into the dying Sylvan. At the same time, she cast various recovery magic and defense spells. It was stupid. The Famine Knight devoured everything, and that's why he knew. The fairy was already in an unstoppable state. She could wrap the injuries of Sylvan's body with recovery magic, but she couldn't prevent magic power from leaking. It was pitiful. The Famine Knight didn't know whether it was the Famine Knight's memory or Gerard's, but he sneered with ridicule and took a step forward. Despite this, the damage to the Famine Knight wasn't small. So, he had to absorb the last of Sylvan's power. Felicia cast her magic desperately. She pulled Sylvan's head onto her lap and used all the recovery magic she knew. However, it was useless. She was sensitive to the flow of magic power, so she knew Sylvan had almost no magic power remaining. Sylvan's hands trembled. Instead of grabbing Felicia's hand, he pointed toward the air. Somehow, he squeezed out magic power to stop the Famine Knight. Felicia wanted to yell out, "Idiot," however, she held back her curses since he had already done it. Felicia would rather have the fairy herself. Then she would be able to save Sylvan. Maybe she would even be able to create a better situation. The Famine Knight approached. Sapphira and Delia were prepared to die as they stood before Felicia. Not giving up on the situation, Felicia glared straight ahead as she hugged Sylvan's head. The Famine Knight took a step forward. Then right at that moment, the tears of a dark elf shone brilliantly from Felicia's finger. Why was it shining now when it had been silent so far? It was simple. Due to the battle between Sylvan and the Famine Knight, the ruin had collapsed. So, the flow of magic power was no longer blocked at the entrance by the power of famine and was spreading elsewhere. And another one. The most important reason. Felicia dragged Sylvan to her. She was both crying and laughing as she called out loudly, "Shutra Ignus." There was a response to her call. It poured down from the sky as Ascalon, the great weapon from the Dragon Slayer series. It penetrated the ruin, breaking through the ceiling of the first floor and into the second floor. The Famine Knight raised his head as the pair of tears of a dark elf shone in the dark passage. A pair of white and black shields painted a green trail. Shutra flew like a flash and stood before Felicia. He had arrived. Divine Sura authority and a new wind. It was faster than the wind. Sylvan hadn't opened up his ferry in vain. Shutra had managed to make it in time. He opened his eyes as he glanced at the dark elves. The Famine Knight was before him, and the power of famine was fired at him. It was like a black sword. In-gong glared at the power of famine. He also activated the power of conquest and shouted, "Below the king's flag!" The flag of light formed in In-gong's hand and was stuck into the ground. At that moment, the white power of conquest filled the ruins. The power of famine was pushed out, and Shutra's white aura rose like a flame. The Famine Knight was confused. He couldn't understand it. It wasn't just due to the sudden appearance. The Famine Knight had faced the Conquest Knight only a few months ago, yet the power of the Conquest Knight was now significantly different. It was so strong that it couldn't even be compared to the last time. Why? What was this? However, unlike the Famine Knight, In-gong wasn't confused. Due to the dreaded situation, he had sped here like a storm, but he soon forgot his tiredness. Felicia was crying, and Sylvan was half dead. In-gong activated his quad core. The dragon blood woke up, and Earthquaker gave a low growl. Famine Knight. There wouldn't be a third time. It was time to settle this. Conquer. The white woman's voice was heard with anger filling her voice. Then In-gong formed a fist. He invoked his power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, Chapter 26, Conquest. Chapter 140, Chapter 26, Conquest. In-gong ran like the wind. He became a gale which crossed the space. Aura and magic power rose from his dragon heart at the same time. The quad core, created by adding magic power to the auras from the Moonlight core, pure aura heart and the dragon heart, proved terrifying. The Famine Knight was confused and missed In-gong's movement. By the time the Famine Knight recovered his spirit, In-gong was already at his side. The left side of Gerard's body hadn't remained intact. Therefore, his reaction was slow. Using Gerard's memory, he defended reflexively, but In-gong's attack was quicker than that. In-gong's power exploded outwards. The white aura burst, and the Famine Knight was pushed sideways. Moreover, that wasn't the end. The Famine Knight saw the white aura flying toward him. It was the lightning technique of divine Sura authority. Quack-a-cocking. It was like a lightning strike. No, it was already lightning. The divine power from the last flame tore into the left side of the Famine Knight. The Famine Knight couldn't withstand it and screamed. It was an eerie feeling, like his left half was being torn apart. Qua! The Famine Knight howled like a beast. He tried to spread the power of famine in every direction and widened the distance between him and In-gong. The divine nature of the power made it even more painful. In-gong didn't approach the Famine Knight carelessly. He understood at the moment he hit the Famine Knight with lightning. He understood the reason why Sylvan was dying, and the feat he had accomplished. The power of famine was filling the left half of the Famine Knight's body, meaning it wasn't a real body. Sylvan had used the fairy. It was clear he had used this power against the Famine Knight. The final boss on the day of Massacre had always been Sylvan. He had the fairy. In Knight Saga, he was the child of the Demon King with the strongest magic power. Sylvan had protected Felicia. He had lasted until In-gong managed to arrive, and now, Sylvan was dying. In-gong's anger flared. He remembered the Famine Knight laughing in front of Felicia, then he remembered how happy Sylvan was to receive Amita's sword. In-gong knew without even looking, Sylvan had opened the ferry without any hesitation in order to defend Felicia, even though he had known it would lead to his death. In-gong's anger exploded, and the white and green aura grew even bigger. The Famine Knight was unable to move his hands or feet, and it wasn't just due to embarrassment. He was close to suffering from irreversible injuries. It was just for a moment, but it was overwhelming. The existence before his eyes was the Conquest Knight. Don't make him laugh. The Famine Knight was in denial. He couldn't admit it at all. Gerard's memories helped him regain his posture, then the Famine Knight rushed toward In-gong. The two attacks collided. There were more than a dozen flashes in an instant. A white and black aura collided as the entire ruin shook. The Famine Knight was once again confused. The presence before him, the Conquest Knight, had less martial art ability than Sylvan. However, he was more difficult to deal with. It wasn't simply a difference in momentum. Gerard's memory knew why, and the reason was simple. In-gong knew much more about Divine Beast authority than Sylvan. He was used to dealing with Divine Beast authority. Divine Beast authority was the foundation of In-gong's Divine Sura authority. He had accumulated battle experience with Divine Beast authority through sparring with Caitlin. It would have been a different story if the Famine Knight was in his usual state before Sylvan opened the ferry. However, the Famine Knight had now lost their left and right sides. Despite Gerard's memories as the strongest lycanthrope, it was unreasonable for him to exert his full capabilities. Kwa Kwang! A howl burst from the chest of the Famine Knight. Once again, there was the power of an explosion, and the Famine Knight groaned in protest. It wasn't the same Divine Beast authority. In-gong's explosion surpassed that of Divine Beast authority. Gerard remembered that the power of Divine Sura authority was superior to Divine Beast authority, but the Famine Knight didn't understand this fact immediately. There was a gap. The Famine Knight wasn't Gerard. He just had Gerard's memories. The gap between the two of them widened dramatically, causing a huge weakness. The Famine Knight continued to move his hands and feet. As the slugfest continued, more and more of In-gong's attacks hit. The power of famine couldn't drain In-gong's aura. The power of conquest, surging from the king's flag, offset the power of famine. It didn't stop there and also suppressed the left and right sides, which were made up of the power of famine. The Famine Knight used a rung. In-gong used a rung like a mirror and blocked it. Just in regards to the perfection of the techniques, Gerard's memories were still superior, but In-gong filled the gap with a huge amount of aura. At that moment, the Famine Knight twisted and struck In-gong's chest. It was a close-range attack of Divine Beast authority. In-gong's body shook as something pierced through it like a drill. However, the destruction the Famine Knight had expected didn't happen. In-gong endured the power, and the result was something that Gerard's memories couldn't imagine. Greedy Wolf LV1 has been learnt. In-gong struck the Famine Knight's chest with Greedy Wolf. A hole formed in the black smoke which made up the Famine Knight's left side. The Famine Knight staggered, and In-gong gritted his teeth. In-gong was someone who had endured a monstrous attack from Vandal. He swallowed back the pain Greedy Wolf caused him and stretched out his fist again. In-gong placed his right hand in the hole in the Famine Knight's chest and the power of conquest exploded. Kwang! The left half of the Famine Knight was scattered instantly. The black smoke scattered everywhere, and In-gong kicked the Famine Knight. The current passage was moderately wide, but the body of the Famine Knight struck a wall and made a loud noise. Then In-gong held him up there with telekinesis. When the Famine Knight was fixed to the wall, White Eagle and Black Eagle, which had been waiting for this moment, rushed to the Famine Knight. Kwa Kang! They were like meteors. Green light emitted from the black and white shields, turning Gerard's body into a ragdoll. His body was shattered and the limbs cut off. Kwayak! The Famine Knight shrieked with pain. At that moment, the power of famine exploded. The power of famine was being forced out because the Famine Knight was giving up on Gerard's body. The darkness rose like an angry flame and swallowed In-gong. Shutra! Felicia screamed. At the same time, Famine shouted. He hated In-gong. Drain! Destroy him! It was a terrible feeling. A terrible affection. The power of famine bit at In-gong, then the power of conquest tried to protect In-gong, and famine felt hostility. At that moment, famine could no longer tolerate it. He poured out his emotions toward conquest, the white woman with red and blue eyes. Famine was close to screaming. Why? Why did she block them? Why was she fighting against her own? Famine didn't know. He couldn't understand it. Why did she betray them and go on the opposite side? Conquest, war, death, and famine. The four riders of destruction, they were presences that longed for the end of the world. However, that wasn't the case now. Conquest had betrayed the rest. As the ruler, she should be at the forefront of the riders, so the remaining three were hostile toward her. What was the cause? Did the fight 1,000 years ago change her? Did the fight from that time destroy her? The power of famine became even stronger, and he used his emotions as fuel. It seemed like he would soon destroy In-gong. However, conquest didn't back down. In the midst of the darkness, the white aura shone even brighter. In-gong finally understood. The woman with one red and one blue eye. Conquest. She didn't want it anymore. She didn't want the end of civilization, the extermination of all life. Despite being born for destruction, she longed to maintain the world. It was her dream. It was why she chose a knight who didn't want destruction like the other riders. Far from conquering In-gong, her desire was for In-gong to conquer her. The level of conquest has risen. The level of conquest knight has risen. The level of the king's knights has risen. The level of conquest knight has risen. The voice rang in his ears. From the deep depths of In-gong's soul, the white woman smiled sadly. In-gong formed a fist. The armor of the elder dragons, the rider's enemies, gave strength to In-gong. The power of conquest which radiated from Earthquaker, which was growling furiously, destroyed the darkness of famine. The power of famine was scattered. And the power of conquest took its place. In-gong, the person who had been born as a true conquest knight, looked down while he was enveloped by a white light. He stepped forward as he gazed at the power of famine which remained in the caricature of Gerard. The famine knight hurled curses at In-gong. He spewed out from Gerard's memories of hatred. In-gong received all the hatred and struck the final blow toward the famine knight's chest. Gerard's body was completely destroyed. Famine lost its container and was sent away, and the ominous feeling which filled the ruin was washed clean. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. In-gong heard the voice 3 times, but he couldn't rest yet. He turned and looked at Felicia and Sylvan. Felicia was still crying, and tears were flowing endlessly down her cheeks. Save him. Save him, Shutra. Felicia begged while holding Sylvan's head, but it was just a desperate plea. Even Felicia, a magician, couldn't think of a way to save Sylvan. She was forced to watch Sylvan die. In-gong approached Felicia, then he saw Sylvan smiling. He had a really satisfied smile on his face. Felicia was saved. She had survived. Sylvan could rest now. As Felicia was now secured, Sylvan tried to let go of his string of life. However, In-gong didn't tolerate it. He stretched out his hand toward the fairy inside Sylvan. In-gong used the power of conquest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 2. Chapter 141, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 2. In Knight Saga, Sylvan and the fairy hadn't been on In-gong's side. However, the battle with Sylvan on the day of Massacre had been so impressive that In-gong remembered the general characteristics. Sylvan's magic power had been exhausted, and he died. In order to prevent this, In-gong had to stop the fairy from emitting an endless amount of magic power. The power of conquest emerged from In-gong's palm and revolved around the fairy. As expected, In-gong frowned at the result. The fairy wasn't like a separate item. It was a part of Sylvan and was connected to Sylvan's soul, so it wasn't possible to conquer it separately. If so, there was only one way remaining. Shutra? Felicia wept as she called for him. She gasped as she read In-gong's expression and poured out. Is there a way? Is something wrong? Her words were deteriorating. It wasn't a situation where she could speak properly as per usual. However, her thoughts were still clear. She didn't miss the fact that there was a way for In-gong to save Sylvan. Felicia grasped In-gong's hand tightly. Please. Please, I'll do anything. I'll do whatever I have to as long as Sylvan will live. Please. Please, Shutra. Felicia wept and begged, bowing her head several times while talking. In-gong closed his eyes. He had no choice now. He had to do it. He couldn't do anything that would leave an irrevocable wound in Felicia's heart. However, that wasn't the only reason. He didn't want to lose Sylvan either. In-gong wanted to save this silly man. In-gong settled his heart and opened his eyes. As he pushed Felicia's hand away gently, In-gong spoke to Sylvan. Sylvan Hyung, can you hear my voice? There is only one way to save Hyung. You must accept my rule, become my knight. It is a magic ritual, so you shouldn't reject it. This way, I can save Hyung. He had to make Sylvan a member of the King's Knights. The conquest coat of arms would be carved on Sylvan, and he would be under In-gong's rule. Then it would be possible to influence the fairy without conquering it. After In-gong accepted Vandal, the King's Knights were at full capacity. However, the level of conquest rose in the battle against the Famine Knight, and it was the same for the King's Knights. The positions in the King's Knights increased from 5 to 7 people, so he had room to accept Sylvan. The problem was something else. How would he explain to Felicia and Sylvan about controlling the fairy? Could it be a Gandharv magic or a unique family magic? While that might work on others, it was no longer the case with Felicia. This was the limit. However, he couldn't give up on Sylvan. So, In-gong was prepared for whatever happened. Then something unexpected occurred. Sylvan's expression cracked after hearing In-gong's explanation. Despite facing death, Sylvan was satisfied Felicia was still alive, but there was an expression of fierce rejection on his face. No. Sylvan squeezed out. Felicia stared at Sylvan with shock. Sylvan? Sylvan no longer had the power to move his head and simply stared at Felicia with dull eyes. He wanted to reassure her and managed to speak after some difficulty. Felicia's knight. I swore, guys. You fool. You will die. Die. Felicia's shout struck like a thunderbolt, but Sylvan didn't listen and simply smiled. However, the strong feeling of rejection could be felt. It wasn't mere stubbornness. Sylvan had mentioned a geis, a magic oath. Felicia also knew about that. So, thoughts ran through her mind desperately. As a good magician, she found the answer and grabbed In-gong's hand once again. She poured out her words. Shutra, I will be your knight. If I go under you, Sylvan, my knight, will become your knight, right? There was no contradiction in her logic. In-gong had a blank expression, while Delia couldn't help feeling shocked. However, Felicia just stared at In-gong with unwavering eyes and said, If you become the Demon King, I will be your subordinate anyway. I know there is a magic ritual, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Save him, Shutra. There were several magic spells in the demon world which could bind an oath or relationship, and some were worse than In-gong's spell. There was magic which could give pain every time an order was disobeyed, or even magic in which the master held the power of life or death. It was the reason for Delia's shock. Felicia's situation was different from that of Sylvan's, whose life was at stake. Moreover, Felicia and Sylvan had completely different positions. Being in a matriarchal society, Felicia was destined to become the next leader of the Dark Elves. She was going to become Queen of the Dark Elves. However, Felicia was already determined. Delia opened her mouth to stop Felicia, but in the end, she couldn't say anything. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before simply she bowed her head. In-gong also made a decision. If it was Felicia, he didn't mind giving away the last spot in the King's Knights. No, he actually wanted to give it to her as she was precious to him. In-gong nodded and looked back at Sylvan. He placed both his hands on Felicia and Sylvan's foreheads. Did you hear that, Hyun? I'm starting. Sylvan couldn't answer. His time was truly numbered. Felicia bit her lip to restrain her nervousness. In-gong first cast the King's Knights on Felicia. Felicia Doomblade, I appoint you as my knight. The power of conquest enveloped Felicia, and she accepted In-gong's rule without rejecting it. Felicia became the 6th King's Knight. On Felicia's forehead, the white conquest coat of arms emerged. Next was Sylvan. In-gong activated the King's Knights once again. There was only a short moment of rejection due to the Dark Elves guys, then Sylvan also accepted In-gong's rule. He became the 7th Knight, and the same coat of arms appeared on his forehead. Then the King's Knights took effect. The benefits offered to the Knights were also shared with Felicia and Sylvan. Felicia's eyes widened with surprise. It wasn't just stronger physical ability but magic power as well. It was also effective on Sylvan. His magic power had almost been drained, but there was now a little bit of time before that. In-gong followed up with the power of conquest. It acted like reins on a wild horse to pull back the raging fairy. Unlike Felicia and Sylvan, the fairy resisted violently, but it was useless. Conquest was much stronger than before and instantly pushed down the fairy's resistance, subjugating it. Rule, the white woman said. In-gong obeyed her voice and controlled the fairy. He closed the hole which was leaking magic power and put the fairy to sleep. The sight of the white light was truly beautiful and mysterious. As soon as the fairy became quiet, Sylvan closed his eyes. His magic power had stopped leaking, and he had a very calm expression on his face. In-gong let out a breath as the urgent fire was put out. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and saw that Felicia was teary-eyed once again. Felicia laughed like a fool. She touched Sylvan's forehead and cheek, and cried again. Then she opened her arms toward In-gong, who understood what she meant. Sylvan was using her knees as a pillow, so she couldn't move to hug him. Felicia was obviously taller than In-gong, but right now, she felt small and slender. Felicia grabbed In-gong tightly and burst into tears again. She cried like a child. Shutra, Shutra. I was so scared. So scared. I thought Sylvan would die and leave me forever. Delia almost died, Sapphira's arm was cut off, and the crew members are dead. Felicia wasn't able to speak these words. She then fainted in In-gong's arms. The tension had been so tight that she collapsed as soon as it was released. In-gong hugged Felicia tightly once more before handing her over to Delia. He saw Sapphira seat herself carefully next to Sylvan, then she started weeping. One wrist had been cut off cleanly. A simple recovery spell stopped it from bleeding. In-gong used recovery magic on Felicia and purified Sapphira's arm. As she was bathed in the magic light, Sapphira bowed with a humble expression. There was a deep emotion of appreciation on her face. It was In-gong who had saved Sylvan's life. So, for Sapphira, In-gong was a lifesaver. In-gong faced Sapphira and examined the extent of her wound. This was a world where regeneration magic existed, so she might not always be crippled. After worrying about Sapphira, In-gong got up and looked around. Black ash was scattered at the place where the Famine Knight had died. It was the trail of the person who had previously been Gerard. Famine hadn't died. He had just been expelled from Gerard's body. However, he wouldn't be able to intervene for the time being. This was quite natural because of the true story of the Conquest Knight. Conquest, the red and blue-eyed woman, didn't want the end of the world. So, she chose to fight against the other riders. In-gong was able to understand Famine's and Death's hatred. He could see why War looked at Conquest with a mixture of dislike and goodwill. They were Conquest's brothers and sisters, friends and lovers. From their standpoint, Conquest was the worst traitor. In-gong closed his eyes and calmed his mind. For now, it was enough that he understood Conquest's true dream. He would gradually learn more. Then let's move on. It was hard to imagine the Famine Knight showed up because of Felicia and Sylvan. Perhaps the ruin itself was his goal. Is there something like the Moonlight Extract? This was a ruin which hadn't appeared in Knight Saga, so In-gong didn't know what was inside it. In-gong arranged his thoughts and picked up Amida's sword from the ground. Then he exclaimed unknowingly with admiration. As expected from Amida. The sword was infused with the fairy's magic power, but the blade was still fine. Sylvan had been able to destroy half of the Famine Knight due to Amida's sword. In Knight Saga, Sylvan didn't have a sword strong enough to endure the fairy's magic power. So, when he opened the fairy, he couldn't use his special swordsmanship. In-gong laughed as he was reminded of Amida slamming their tail against the ground. Then a voice was heard from right beside him. Master, is it over? It was Green Wind, who had become solid. In-gong looked at her and nodded. Roughly. Now, let's return to the Black Flame Dragon. The Black Flame Dragon was near the entrance to the ruin. In-gong hadn't been able to look at the situation there because he had been flying so quickly, but he could guess. If the Famine Knight had entered through the entrance, then the crew of the Black Flame Dragon wouldn't have been safe. He felt saddened as he remembered the crew members who laughed so happily. As his shoulders sagged without him realizing, Green Wind pouted and moved into In-gong's field of view. She tilted her head and looked up at In-gong like she had something to say. Green Wind? As In-gong called her name, Green Wind straightened and spoke in a slightly exaggerated tone. I flew an incredibly long distance today. I did plenty of worthwhile work. So far, I have been waiting patiently. It was a face that wanted praise. In-gong had the gut feeling that Green Wind wasn't acting like this simply because she wanted praise. She was trying to change In-gong's mood, and it was quite charming. A smile formed on In-gong's face. He looked at the cute and lovely Green Wind and couldn't help wanting to praise her. Yes, that's right. As expected of Greenie. You did really well. If it hadn't been for Greenie, I wouldn't have been able to save Felicia, Sylvan, and the others. In-gong stroked Green Wind's head while praising her in an exaggerated manner. Instead of her usual reaction, Green Wind blushed and puffed out her cheeks like she didn't know what to do. In-gong asked with confusion. Why? Did I pet you wrong? Was she sick of too much petting? Green Wind shook her head at In-gong's question. No, I just suddenly felt embarrassed. Master, keep praising me. I did something worthy of praise. Green Wind said, hitting her chest. Her appearance was very cute, but In-gong didn't start praising her again. Sorry, let's do the rest later. Can you help me move Sylvan Hyung? The size of the shield was quite large when White Eagle and Black Eagle were combined, so it was possible to carry Sylvan in a lying down state. I am Master's. I will follow Master's commands. Green Wind returned to White Eagle. As Delia and Sapphira loaded Sylvan on White Eagle, In-gong suddenly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The moon, which had been hiding in the clouds, was suddenly revealed. And Nuna, I have a confession. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 3. Chapter 142, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 3. In-gong returned to the Black Flame Dragon. He had already expected it, but the area surrounding the Black Flame Dragon was calm. The black ash on the ground and the dry, broken body parts made it obvious as to what had happened. Sapphira couldn't speak. She was doing her best to act as calmly as possible, but she was clearly emotional. She staggered as her eyes were busy looking around, hoping to spot any survivors. In-gong, who carried Felicia on his back, didn't try to stop Sapphira. It wasn't easy to say comforting words, so he just boarded the Black Flame Dragon quietly. He also thought it was lucky Felicia and Sylvan had lost consciousness. Having stayed on the Black Flame Dragon before, he knew its structure and headed straight to the captain's room. However, In-gong checked the mini-map, as was his habit, and his eyes widened. There are survivors. Sapphira rushed up the stairs at In-gong's cry. Instead of waiting for her, In-gong headed straight to the place where the survivors were. It was the crew room. There was an awful smell as soon as he opened the door. Delia, who was standing behind In-gong, blinked with confusion. The smell of alcohol? There were 3 crew members on the floor. There was 1 woman and 2 men. The thing they all had in common was the terrible smell of alcohol. One of them was still holding a big bottle. After arriving late, Sapphira sighed as soon as she saw the 3 people. Then she turned toward In-gong with a somewhat embarrassed face. Today was their day off. It seemed like they had drunk alcohol and gone to sleep without noticing the disturbance. They were lucky. If the mission had been accomplished as usual, Sapphira would have told them off for drinking and falling asleep even though it was their day off. However, the survival of the 3 people cut through her tension, and she started crying. There are 3 more people, so moving the Black Flame Dragon won't be a problem. Sapphira dried her tears and told In-gong. In-gong was gladdened by this and headed toward the captain's room. In-gong sighed as he watched Sylvan and Felicia laying side by side on the big bed. As he watched the 2 people sleeping peacefully, In-gong's heart calmed. Carrack will be worried. He had simply left without explaining properly. The distance to the 4th base wasn't that far, so long-range communication should be possible. He felt sorry for the worried Carrack, but the quickest he could send some news was tomorrow. I saved call. The reason why he hadn't called Vandal in the fight against the Famine Knight was because Vandal's current location was too far away. As the level of the King's Knights increased, the distance of call also increased, so it might be possible one day. However, there was no reason to use it. He accepted Felicia and Sylvan as members of his knights, so he wanted to save call. In-gong arranged his thoughts and turned his gaze to Delia. She was very tired and wanted to rest, but he needed to know the situation. After leaving Felicia and Sylvan to Sapphira, he took Delia to an empty room nearby in order to hear her story. They had been writing down the unknown characters from the indigenous species when the Famine Knight entered suddenly. Based on the story, the purpose of the Famine Knight seemed to be the ruin, like In-gong had surmised, and not Sylvan and Felicia. In-gong then decided to stop here and rest for today. He was curious about the characters carved in the ruin, but he couldn't leave Felicia and Sylvan alone on the Black Flame Dragon. In-gong sent Delia to take care of Felicia and lay down on a bed. It had been a huge day for In-gong as well. There were no problems with his stamina thanks to the constant level-ups, but his nerves were still frayed. Protect the perimeter. I will. Good night, my master. Green Wind kissed In-gong gently on the forehead before scattering back into wind. In-gong closed his eyes, and soon, he fell into a deep sleep. And... Master, wake up. It is morning. Instead of Carrack's rough voice, Greenwind's soft voice tickled his ears. In-gong opened his eyes slowly and saw Greenwind. She handed In-gong a glass of water and said, I saw what the orc did. Here is a cup of cold water to drink. I've also prepared water to wash up. He turned away from Green Wind's bright eyes and saw the basin beside the bed. It was filled with cold water. How is it, master? Aren't you fine without the orc? Yes. Green Wind laughed at In-gong's words. Her face was so beautiful that In-gong refrained from saying Karak would have prepared a towel to clean his face. Anyhow, In-gong woke up thanks to Green Wind and headed to the captain's room. He looked at the time displayed on the mini-map and saw that it was already noon. You've come. Both of them are calm. Delia welcomed him as he entered the captain's room. Sapphira had fallen asleep while sitting down. She and Delia had alternated guarding Felicia and Sylvan. Delia had dark circles under her eyes, but her expression was bright. In-gong felt sorry toward Delia and made up his mind one more hand was needed to help. So, that is why you called me? Yes, you are a perfect housewife. In-gong muttered as he summoned Karak. That I thought it was because there was a crisis. Then would you like to change your position? I will work hard. Karak whined playfully, and In-gong just laughed. Another reason was that he wanted to experience the increased distance of call after the level up. How has it been? There was an uproar. Prince left with just the words that 6th princess was in danger. 8th princess had just arrived and was talking to me, so she must have been surprised when I disappeared. It was a natural story. Moreover, it was a dangerous situation, so it was frustrating not knowing the situation. Caitlin will worry a lot. An image of Caitlin stomping her feet came to his mind clearly. Anyway, I want to ask you to handle the work. Both Delia and Sapphira are too tired. Understood. Leave it to me. Karak pounded his chest with a trustworthy face and walked out of the room. As expected, he showed his skills. Thanks to that, Delia and Sapphira's feelings seemed to deepen, but In-gong could understand. It was enough that Nyatra didn't join them. Time passed, and it became evening. Sylvan was still asleep, but Felicia had woken up. She washed up and had a meal with Delia's help, then watched In-gong with teary eyes again. She hugged In-gong and thanked him repeatedly. Thanks to Felicia, In-gong barely managed to ask Karak and Delia to leave the room. He had something that he could discuss only with Felicia. Delia exchanged glances with Felicia before leaving the room, then In-gong put Felicia back on the bed. He sat down in a chair opposite her. Felicia opened her fan and covered her face because of a simple reason. I'm so embarrassed. The tips of her long ears were red. She had cried most of yesterday and was doing the same today. In-gong laughed because she looked pretty cute. Isn't it too late now? It is really embarrassing. Felicia complained before fanning herself a few times, then she faced In-gong with a well-prepared expression. Okay, I am ready. You can speak now. Nuna, I have a confession. Wait a minute. Felicia hurried to restrain In-gong as she fanned herself and took deep breaths. Her embarrassed gaze peeked at In-gong from behind the fan. Then after a few minutes, Felicia took a deep breath and told In-gong again. Okay, again. I have a confession. In-gong and Felicia burst out laughing. Felicia stared at In-gong and said, You will tell me now? Yes, I think I can speak if it is Nuna. It was a secret he kept even from Karak. It was a very important secret that related directly to In-gong. However, it would be okay if the other person was Felicia. In-gong stared straight at Felicia with red eyes and said, Felicia Nuna, I am a conquest knight. They were short and simple words. In-gong swallowed his saliva while Felicia rolled her eyes. Then she called out to In-gong. Shutra. Ha? What is that? The serious atmosphere was broken, but this was also good. In-gong nodded and said, Let me explain. That. In summary. There are 4 beings who yearn for the end of the world, and each of them chose 4 knights which are referred to as the 4 knights of the apocalypse. They are conquest, war, death and famine, and you are the conquest knight? In-gong nodded at Felicia's question. Then Felicia continued to narrow it down. Among the 4, conquest betrayed the rest, and she longs for the maintenance of this world, not its destruction. Therefore, she decided on a knight like Shutra, who wants to protect the world. Apart from her, the other 3 are still working toward the end of the world. Gerard was the famine knight, while the enemies with the violet aura which we dealt with several times are associated with the death knight. Whereas, the barbarians were associated with the war knight. That's right. Felicia quickly understood. She accepted In-gong's story and sighed. It is the first time I've heard of this, but I am convinced. Everything fits. With Shutra's explanation, the questions in her head started to be answered one by one. Felicia asked In-gong. Shutra, have you only recently awakened as a conquest knight? That's right. It happened during the Red Lightning Tribe mission. Felicia closed her eyes at In-gong's answer. This time, it really did make sense. The Prince of Scraps, the incompetent 9th prince, had only started to show his greatness during the Red Lightning Tribe mission. But then, I can't imagine what it is like to be a knight. In a sense, conquest is like a divine being, isn't she? Have you received a revelation? It's not like that. I just know in the moment. Oh, I'm also a knight, not conquest. In fact, I only recently came to know about the rest of the beings and their knights. I had to do my own research. Indeed. Anyway, one mystery has been solved. Somehow, even if you were a genius, it was too much. Nevertheless, Shutra is a special person. Shutra had become too strong in such a short period of time. This was due to the power of conquest. There is also protagonist correction. However, he couldn't talk about that. In-gong watched Felicia and said, Nuna is also special. So, I am confessing this secret. His words were flattery, but they were also true. Felicia spread open the fan again and said, At any rate, it is good. I really appreciate it. Especially the fact that I am the first to know this secret. Caitlin and Chris didn't know this story. Just like when she found out about the inventory, Felicia was competing with Caitlin and Chris strangely. Okay, Shutra. You've told me the story, so I will tell you my conclusions, but Felicia folded her fan with a loud sound and leaned closer to In-gong. For now, let's keep it a secret. There was no smile on Felicia's face. She was currently very serious. It is fine to report that the group attacking us consists of the Death Knight and War Knight. Maybe the Demon King's palace already knows about the 4 knights of the apocalypse. They have great knowledge after all. Felicia was a ruins expert, but she was only 20 years old. The Demon King's palace had a vast collection of knowledge Felicia didn't know. There might be something about the 4 knights of the apocalypse in there. So, they could tell the Demon King's palace that the Death and War Knights were attacking. Maybe they already knew about it. But we must hide the fact that Shutra is the conquest knight. Felicia grasped In-gong's hand tightly. It was a warm hand. Shutra, I trust you. I know that you are different from death, war, and famine. But the Demon King's palace may not think this way. Do you know what I mean? I know. The Death Knight and War Knight were enemies of the Demon King's palace. It was possible the palace would treat In-gong, a conquest knight, like them. In the worst-case scenario, they would try to remove In-gong. Yes, then let's keep it a secret. I'm sorry for the Demon King's palace, but you are much more precious than them. Felicia said with a gentle smile, and that smile was so beautiful. In-gong turned his eyes away awkwardly and said, as expected of Sylvan Hyung's twin. The words were beautiful but also embarrassing. Felicia immediately released In-gong's hand after being compared to Sylvan. She covered her red face and said, "Ah, well. Okay. Based on this story, the Famine Knight likely wants something from the ruin. Then it makes sense to check what it is. Isn't that right?" "Of course. Let's go back as soon as the sun rises tomorrow morning." The Famine Knight had coveted something in the ruin. By obtaining it, they would gain a huge help and deal a blow to famine simultaneously. "By the way, Shutra, I was wondering about one thing." "What is it?" "The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse?" "So, is this the apocalypse? Do you know what type of apocalypse?" It was a reasonable question. In-gong laughed awkwardly and said, "I am still investigating. And as soon as you see it, you can read unknown words." "A scam." "It is a scam. Caitlin Nuna would have said that I'm amazing." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 4. Chapter 143, Chapter 26, Conquest Number 4. Apocalypse could be associated with words such as prophecy, revelation, and so on. In other words, if there were 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, then there was a possibility of the existence of things such as a book of revelations or a prophecy. He had heard the title, The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, for the first time from the last flame. However, the last flame hadn't mentioned anything about the apocalypse. She didn't know anything except that the knights were desperate for destruction. For her, the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse was just a story. In-gong only had access to the first floor of the library, which could be called the surface, so he couldn't obtain such information. However, adding up all his merits from this time, he might be able to find new information. After finishing the conversation with Felicia, In-gong contacted the transfer facility near Tucker. The communication device installed on the Black Flame Dragon had the essence of the Dark Elves' power, so the distance for sending and receiving signals was considerable. By communicating through each base from the transport formation tower, the news would reach the 4th base in a few hours. 6th Princess is safe. I'll be back in a few days. It was a short message, but it was better than nothing. As usual, In-gong trained before falling asleep. Then the next morning, he left with the excited Felicia to explore the ruins. And Felicia and Delia were the only ones involved in the ruins exploration. Sylvan was still asleep, and after overworking for so long, Sapphira finally lay down. Thus, Carrick stayed behind on the Black Flame Dragon to take care of the 2 people. Of course, there were 3 surviving crew members on the Black Flame Dragon, but it was inevitable that In-gong would trust Carrick more. Additionally, the 3 crew members were busy managing the Black Flame Dragon. "Delia, isn't it better for you to take a break?" In-gong suddenly asked Delia as they were walking toward the entrance of the ruins. Delia's face was filled with fatigue because, like Sapphira, she had worked continuously. However, Delia shook her head. "The greatest rest is seeing that Princess is safe." It wasn't just flattery but true words. They had such a hard time in the ruins that Delia was just happy Felicia was safe. "But you were attacked as well." Felicia frowned and asked with a concerned voice. Unlike Felicia and Sapphira, Delia had been struck by a direct attack from the Famine Knight. Once again, Delia shook her head. "I'm okay. Amita's armor protected me. I am alive thanks to that." As Delia said, Amita's armor had protected her. At the time of the attack, a red force field had spread from the chest piece. Thanks to this force field, she was fine despite the attack being so strong that she had been blown away. Sylvan Hyung's sword is the same. I can see Amita's craftsmanship. Yes, indeed. It truly isn't normal. In-gong and Delia exchanged glances and laughed. However, Felicia's face was still full of concern. Still, it is better not to just believe in equipment. Understand? I understand. Delia answered quickly, but In-gong and Felicia knew. If something dangerous happened again, Delia wouldn't hesitate to act as a shield. She was just like Carrick. Okay, then let's concentrate on exploring the ruins. The unknown characters are found near the entrance. Felicia clapped to get In-gong and Delia's attention and started moving confidently. A while after arriving at the entrance of the ruins, Felicia stomped her feet and shouted. As soon as you see the unknown words, you can read them. A scam. It is a scam. Her face was full of deprivation and unhappiness. In-gong's ability was indeed a scam for ruins experts. How many nights had she spent studying the dwarf characters or unknown characters just for him to learn the scripts instantly? Felicia sighed as she recalled the past. Caitlin Nuna would have said that I'm amazing. He missed the eyes which would shine like lanterns. Felicia's eyes narrowed at In-gong's remark, while Delia tried not to laugh. Felicia had shared all the information with Delia, but she didn't reveal that In-gong was the Conquest Knight. She had just said that In-gong had a powerful and special ability. Anyway, Felicia's expression, a mix of jealousy, chagrin and other emotions, was really worth watching. He was watching her face quietly when he heard a voice from beside him. Master, Master. It was Green Wind who had become solid. Green Wind cleared her throat and smiled happily as In-gong turned toward her. Master is amazing. Although it was enough to make his heart shake, In-gong shook his head. No, there is something lacking. Caitlin's one had something more to it. Indeed, wasn't she hard to exceed? After In-gong's evaluation, Green Wind became sulky and disappeared. He ignored her sulkiness. Well, ignoring that nonsense, what does it say? Felicia asked with a curious voice. In-gong looked at the characters once again. Unlike the dwarf and dragon characters, the indigenous species language skill was still level 1, so his reading comprehension was somewhat slow. Is it similar to a power plant? Thanks to the strength of conquest, In-gong eventually managed to comprehend what he was reading. According to In-gong, these ruins formed a huge power plant. As they went deeper, the scent of magic power became stronger because the power generator was down there. In-gong concluded as he turned toward Felicia. This is a facility that produces magic power. And it does seem to belong to the extinct indigenous species. In fact, the latter was so obvious that In-gong didn't care, but Felicia was different. Her eyes were shining excitedly like she was Caitlin. Oh, my God. It is real. Real. The indigenous species really did have a civilization before us. Thunderdune Fortress was old, but the facility was still built within the records of the Dark Elves. It couldn't be compared to the ruins built by the indigenous species before the recorded era. Felicia hurried forward happily, prompting In-gong every time the unknown characters appeared. She didn't forget to take notes of In-gong's answers. Maybe she was creating a translation dictionary. As Felicia marveled over the ruins repeatedly, they reached the 5th floor, which was the lowest layer of the ruins. The 5th floor was similar to the room on the 3rd floor, but the density of magic power was really amazing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the whole room was full of magic power. The room on the 5th floor was almost 10 meters tall, but the floors, walls and ceilings were full of intricate magic circles. It felt like a giant circuit diagram. In the middle of the room, there was a large chunk of magic power floating on an altar at the center of the circuit. It was almost the size of a basketball. A magic power crystal. Felicia muttered in a voice full of admiration. In-gong could see why the Famine Knight had visited this ruins. The body of the Famine Knight, Gerard Moonlight, had been in a state of collapse due to his long imprisonment. During their first encounter, he had appeared for the Moonlight extract, rather than Caitlin and Chris. This was for the same reason, the Famine Knight needed to regain strength by absorbing this chunk of magic power. In his early days, Gerard had been equal to a captain. If he had really absorbed the magic power, a terrible tragedy would have taken place. This facility was created to produce the crystallized magic power? Felicia muttered as she examined the circuit. In-gong nodded and wondered about what to do with the magic power crystal. If it were a plant like the moonlight extract, I could just eat it. Unfortunately, it was a mass of pure magic power. So, it was impossible to absorb it by eating. I can try to subdue it with conquest. However, he was quite skeptical. The power of conquest was different from the power of famine. The power of famine was absorption and depletion, while conquest was domination and control. Unlike Enkel's Dragon Heart, which was a type of magic spell, the crystal was a collection of pure magic power. So, it was doubtful if conquest would work. Master, you don't need to conquer it. The magic power before you was made to be absorbed. Master has the Dragon Heart, so you will be able to absorb it. He heard Green Wind's voice while he was busy worrying. In-gong asked reflexively. Made to be absorbed? That's right, I can feel it. Maybe it's a fragment of knowledge Enkel left behind. The magic power in before your eyes was made for the purpose of absorption. An ordinary person may not be able to absorb too much magic power, but Master has the Dragon Heart. It is an opportunity for your incomplete Dragon Heart to grow. Her words sounded plausible. From the outset, this was a power plant which produced energy and sent it elsewhere. An opportunity for my incomplete Dragon Heart to grow? What does that mean? Master, do you think that the power of a Dragon Heart is only that much? The amount of aura is small, so the output of magic power is also small. Master has a piece of Dragon Heart from Enkel. Master's Dragon Heart is starving, and you need to fill its stomach in order to make it grow. In-gong's eyes widened at Green Wind's words. This amount of magic power was enough to increase his triple core to a quad core. Of course, the quad core was a hybrid of the triple core and magic power, making it a little bit weaker than the original quad core. Even so, the amount of magic power produced was approximately half of his aura. So, it wasn't a small amount. Okay. Anyway, it was possible to absorb the magic power and make his Dragon Heart grow. In that case, there was no reason to hesitate. Felicia Nuna, stand back for a moment. In-gong checked the magic circuit and stood in front of the crystal. Instead of paying attention to Felicia, he brought his hands to the crystal. Shutra? Felicia sprang back in shock as a huge amount of light emerged from the crystal. At the same time, In-gong's Dragon Heart responded. It devoured the magic power which was pushed into In-gong's palms. In-gong's arms started shaking, and the Dragon Heart seemed like it would burst. In-gong clenched his teeth and persisted. Once he couldn't tolerate it anymore, he screamed and a clear voice was heard in his head. The Dragon Heart's level has risen. The Dragon Heart's level has risen. The Dragon Heart has grown. In-gong's hands were thrown away from the crystal, and he gasped for air. Then, he could feel it. The Dragon Heart had grown. Just like Green Wind's words, so far, the Dragon Heart had been small. The aura output hadn't changed, but the output of magic power had increased tremendously. It was almost 5 times what it had been before. In-gong formed a fist. He released his magic power consciously, a green magic power which grew like a flame. If there is this much magic power. In-gong cast fire arrow. Rather than an arrow, a giant pillar formed above In-gong's palm, almost like a ballista. Fire spear? No, fire ballista? The shocked Felicia asked In-gong. No, it is just fire arrow. The basic configuration was the same, but the amount of magic power entered was different. Of course, this was a performance in order to show off his magic power. Rather than pouring more magic power into fire arrow, it was better to use fire spear or fire ballista. However, it was clearly something not everyone could do. In-gong made the fire pillar disappear and explained to Felicia. I absorbed the magic power from the crystal, and my dragon heart grew. Thanks to that, my magic power is now stronger. How is it? Isn't this good? Would the word amazing come out this time? In response to In-gong's question, Felicia opened her mouth slowly. Shutra is a scammer. And In-gong used the rest of the magic power in the crystal to treat Sylvan. As the fairy's magic power had been exhausted, its absorption rate was enormous. It was like pouring water onto earth which had become cracked from a drought. The ruins still produced magic power, but the functions were greatly diminished. Everything had already been extracted, so he decided to report it to the Demon King's palace without any regrets. After completing the work at the ruins, In-gong's group headed towards Sylvan's first base in Karamis. From there, he would report what happened to the Demon King's palace. By late afternoon, the black flame dragon was soaring through the sky. And famine had been expelled. In the first place, it had been too much for famine to control the famine knight, and the backlash from losing the famine knight was severe. For a while, famine would be in a deep sleep. The death knight realized the famine knight had vanished. He also didn't miss the fact that it had been because of the conquest knight. Conquest's betrayal was now a matter of fact. She had truly chosen to be hostile towards them. Death felt pained. However, the Death Knight didn't feel anything. Unlike death or famine, he had known this a long time ago. 1,000 years ago, he had witnessed the end of conquest during that fight and understood conquest wouldn't side with them anymore. The Death Knight let out a long sigh. As he thought of the distant past, he became convinced once again. The conquest knight was incomplete. Conquest had been destroyed 1,000 years ago, so it was unlikely she even had proper communication with the conquest knight. The Death Knight looked toward the south. It wasn't just the conquest knight, there were two more beings who attracted his attention. Second, Prince Zephyr Ragnaros, the strongest child of the Demon King, and a person who had been born with the flesh of a dragon. And there was another one, Warrior Locke, born with the spirit of a dragon. He was the sword prepared by Guardian Kain, one of the 6 elder dragons and an enemy of the beings longing for destruction. Famine was expelled, and the famine knight destroyed. However, there was no big hindrance to the plan. The Death Knight shifted his gaze from the south towards the sky. He waited for the promised day to come again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Chapter 27, Queen. Chapter 144, Chapter 27, Queen. On the first day of arrival at the first base, Sylvan regained consciousness. His condition was better than expected because his magic power had been charged by the crystal. However, it was just up to there. For the time being, stabilization and medical care were essential. As soon as Sylvan woke up, he got up to look for Felicia, and Carrick and Sapphira had to call In-gong and Felicia hastily. Sylvan was terribly agitated for many reasons. There were 3 reasons for Sylvan's agitation. One was naturally his worry for Felicia, while the other was Sapphira's cut wrist. Sylvan had cut her wrist in order to stop Famine's power, but he still felt sorry when he saw it. It was as expected from Felicia's twin brother. Just like Felicia, he was overflowing with care for others. The third and biggest reason for Sylvan's agitation was the fairy. His right eye had always been covered, but he now stared at In-gong and Felicia with both eyes. It is really amazing. Sylvan blinked several times. Despite not doing anything, he was able to see the world through the fairy. Sometimes the fairy would give his right eye a golden color, but otherwise, it was just an ordinary eye. Sylvan could feel the flow of powerful magic power. His body was filled with magic power, but there was no magic power leaking out. It was all thanks to In-gong. In-gong had conquered the fairy for Sylvan and set a limit. Thanks to that, the output of the fairy fell dramatically, but it prevented the magic power from running wild. Hyung will be able to use more magic power once you become better at handling magic. But make sure to pay attention. The nature of the fairy itself hasn't changed. So, once the fairy opens up, the magic will run wild again. Basically, In-gong had locked the big water tank with a broken faucet and put aside a bucket. The bucket would become bigger when his use of magic power improved, but that didn't fix the broken faucet. Sylvan had to refrain from opening the fairy until he learned how to open and close the faucet forcefully. However, even if it was in a limited state, he could still use the fairy. So, this was a big development. Shutra's power, it is really amazing. Really amazing. Rather than explaining conquest, he had just told Sylvan that it was a special power. Although Sylvan was a little exaggerated, he was trustworthy, like Felicia. However, the fewer people who knew the secret, the better. In-gong might tell him someday, but it didn't need to be right now. Sylvan smiled widely at In-gong and Felicia, then he watched Felicia with a burning gaze. Felicia, Appa will become stronger for you. I will also study the magic I had put aside. Magic warrior. No, I will be reborn as a true magic swordsman. Starting today, please call me Magic Swordsman Sylvan. His voice, which was full of determination, was nice, and his face was handsome as well. However, Felicia made a disgusted expression while Carrick laughed. A few days ago, he had been discussing a magic warrior with In-gong. I was right. Yes. In-gong smiled awkwardly as they talked with their eyes. Then Sylvan glanced at In-gong and declared, Shutra, thank you again. For saving Felicia, Sapphira, Delia and I, as well as getting revenge on the crew member's killer, I really appreciate it. I will never forget this. From this day on, I am both Felicia's knight and your knight. I will serve you for the rest of my life. There was deep sorrow as well as gratitude in his solemn voice. In-gong didn't hate this Sylvan. How could he hate this human aspect of him? Then Sylvan suddenly turned back toward Felicia and frowned. He spoke to In-gong with a complicated expression. Well, please understand that Felicia is more of a priority. In-gong figured that was the case. He laughed and nodded. I understand, Hyung. Please take care of me in the future. The most precious thing to Sylvan was Felicia. In-gong accepted this fact about Sylvan and had no complaints. Sylvan was Felicia's knight before he was In-gong's, and Felicia was precious to In-gong as well. As In-gong and Sylvan exchanged warm glances, Carrick said to Felicia, Aren't you going to say anything? There is no use talking to fools. Felicia replied while covering her face with a fan. He couldn't help but notice the red ears which peeked out from above the fan. The situation had a mixture of both warmth and embarrassment. Delia, who had been outside for a while, came back with a report. It was a reply from the Demon King's palace. And it is as expected. In-gong handed the message to Sylvan after reading it. The Demon King's palace had ordered them to return. Felicia stretched her shoulders as she felt the increased tension. There are many sensitive issues. And aren't things in the south almost finished being organized? These days, it seems like the north is really noisy. Maybe we will be sent on a support mission to the north. Evian, the territory which In-gong was responsible for, hadn't been the only one attacked. In the north, where there was always a small battlefield, there had already been several big fights. After the barbarian king had been killed, they no longer needed to worry about the eastern barbarians of Evian. Meanwhile, Sylvan had cleared his area. Moreover, the attacks of those with the purple aura, which had been the reason for placing the royal children in various places, was presently concentrated on the north. As the situation got worse, it was natural to think of going to support the north. The problem is who we are going to support. Among the 5 children of the Demon King in the north, except for Chris, all of them were from different factions. It would be difficult if he was going to support Baikal, Zephyr, or Anastasia. In-gong cut off these thoughts for now. It wasn't just to support the north that they were ordered to return to the Demon King's palace. The Death Knight was attacking all over the demon world. Meanwhile, the War Knight had given strength to the Eastern barbarians. Additionally, the Famine Knight had driven Sylvan and Felicia to the brink of death. There needed to be a briefing on these 3 things. It wasn't clear how much information the Demon King's palace had about the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, but the strikes from the Death Knight and War Knight were directly damaging the demon world. Felicia turned towards Sylvan. Sylvan, I think we need to move separately from the Black Flame Dragon. Do you know why? Apart from Sylvan and Sapphira, the Black Flame Dragon only had 3 crew members remaining on it. It was impossible to fly at the highest speed for a long time, so it would take a considerable amount of time to return to the Demon King's palace using the Black Flame Dragon. They had to use the transportation formation to return to the palace in time. Sylvan looked grouchy, but it was only for a second. Felicia smiled softly and reassured him. I know it is heartbreaking for you, as the captain, but it can't be helped. I will ask Aunt Alita to look after the ship for a bit. Once In-gong and Felicia returned, Alita's mission to support the 2 of them would have ended. Alita was family, so they could entrust the Black Flame Dragon to her. Okay, let's get ready to go back. Once Caitlin arrives, we will all return to the Demon King's palace. The return order had also gone to Caitlin, who had remained in Evian. This was the reason why Felicia had expected they would be sent to support the north. If it were for the purpose of protecting the land, there was no reason for Caitlin to return. Felicia headed to the communications room to tell Caitlin to join them in Karami's, while Sylvan was pushed by Sapphira into resting. In-gong sat alone on the deck of the Black Flame Dragon and thought about the future. Just a few days ago, he had defeated the Famine Knight. War, death, and famine. They were beings hostile to conquest, and defeating them wouldn't be an easy task. The Famine Knight was both strong and weak. It was a bit strange, but that was the only way he could express it. In-gong divided the strength of the knights into 2. One was the knight's own strength, while the other was the added power of conquest, war, death, and famine. The Famine Knight, Gerard Moonlight, had been strong. After being imprisoned for 20 years, he had been weaker than his prime, but he had still been strong enough to defeat Sylvan in such a weak state. On the other hand, the power of famine wasn't that strong. Once In-gong emanated the power of conquest, the power of famine could barely be used. Why? Was it because he had only been the Famine Knight for a short time? If so, how long had the Death Knight and War Knight been knights? Why was the time difference between knights so big? The clue was the fight from 1,000 years ago. There had been a fight, and Watcher Ankle had lost her life. Starting from 1,000 years ago, the Elder Dragons hid themselves from the demon world. Conquest, war, death, and famine were existences which fought the Elder Dragons. If the fight continued, In-gong came to a conclusion. The Death Knight or War Knight might have lived as knights for 1,000 years. It was indeed a very long time. What are they doing? And why have they resumed their activities now? The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse were those who craved destruction. If so, their actions were meant to cause the end of the world. An attack on the Demon King's palace. Killing guardians in various places and turning those areas into desert. Were these actions related to the end of the world? Or did they just want to destroy the Demon King's palace and turn the demon world back into a crucible of confusion? I remember the words of the Sword Duke. Threats to the demon world existed in the past, present and future. He had to become strong enough to defeat them. It was indeed a simple answer. Just thinking about it caused his heart to beat wildly. Yes, this is the right answer. Become strong. If he won the confrontation, then all the problems would be settled. Although it was a story for the future, it might be possible to find out why In-gong came to this world and if there was a way to return. In-gong decided to think about things after arriving at the Demon King's palace. His merit level would increase greatly, so it was the perfect timing to do the things he had postponed. Additionally, it was good since all the other children of the Demon King, except for those in his faction, were away from the palace. In-gong would use this opportunity to collect information from the library as well as find the various hidden events and items in the Demon King's palace. He hadn't been able to do it previously because his merit level was too low. Next, there are things related to magic in the churches. In-gong's eyes burnt with ambition as he planned his tour of the Demon King's palace. Then 3 days later in the afternoon, Caitlin arrived at the first base in Karami's. And Shutra is amazing. Caitlin's eyes shone like lanterns as she heard about how In-gong saved Felicia. She gave him the bright smile he loved so much. Ah, this is it. In-gong nodded with satisfaction while Greenwind grumbled. It is the same. There is nothing different with my version. Master is strange. Fool. Hateful. Not amazing. He could only hear her voice since she wasn't in a solid form, but he could imagine the face she was making. Her grumbling was cute, so In-gong couldn't help smiling, which caused Felicia to frown. Shutra is good, but sometimes you are a pervert. Right. Sometimes you laugh while I am telling you a story. Even your training seems painful, but you just give a scary laugh. Felicia's expression changed as Karak spoke. It was similar to how she looked at Sylvan. Felicia's reaction was a burden, but Caitlin and Nyatra's reactions made it more difficult for In-gong. Nyatra was looking at In-gong with very intrigued eyes. No, what was that gaze? Why was she blushing? While In-gong was panicking, Sylvan spoke with a smile on his face. Well, he is still Shutra. Hyung understands. I am your knight. People have different tastes. I still respect you. What type of taste was he talking about? In-gong tried to defend himself, but the mood wasn't good. Furthermore, Caitlin laughed and dealt the final attack. Shutra, do you want to be hit with aura again? He would rather die. In-gong sighed and said to Karak. Let's go back now to the Demon King's palace. The same afternoon, the transportation formation at the first base was activated. Their destination was the Demon King's palace. And the schedule for the court gathering has been set. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Chapter 27, Queen Number 2. Chapter 145, Chapter 27, Queen Number 2. It was his fourth time returning to the Demon King's palace. The first 3 times had been through the transportation formation, so he was familiar with the transportation formation location in the Demon King's palace. In comparison to when he left, the number of In-gong's companions had increased due to the addition of Nyatra, Sylvan, and Sapphira. Unfortunately, Vandal had to stay behind in order to defend Evian. Alita and Kaparang had been sent as personnel to support the Evian mission, so they didn't return to the Demon King's palace. I'm glad I got to say goodbye to Alita. Alita had come to Karami's to take care of the Black Flame Dragon. However, In-gong hadn't been able to return to Evian and say goodbye to Vandal and Kaparang. He had strong feelings towards the comrades he had fought with on the front lines. In-gong opened his eyes slowly. The magic light from the formation was fading, and he was able to see those waiting for them. The welcome crew increased in size every time he returned through the transportation formation. This was despite the fact that several concubine children had been dispatched along with the royal children to various places around the demon world. Without much difficulty, In-gong was able to find Flora, who had come to meet him. Standing next to her were the concubine children, who were part of Felicia's faction, as well as Byring, Carapapa and several people from Felicia's mansion. Some concubine children from the previous tea party were added, so dozens of people were waiting to welcome them. It is overwhelming. In-gong smiled at Flora. However, Flora and the welcoming party seemed strangely baffled. Why? Was it due to the addition of Nyatra? Or was it because of Sapphira's cut-off hand? It was unlikely. He felt sorry toward Nyatra and Sapphira, but the welcoming party wasn't really paying attention to them. It didn't make sense that the two people would confuse everyone in the welcoming party. There had to be another reason, and In-gong soon saw it as he felt something familiar. The crowd of people, who had come here either to observe or for some other reason, split apart as a group headed toward In-gong's party. There were several people, but the middle one was a face he had already seen a few times. Mama? Ah, no. Mother? Caitlin shouted reflexively before correcting herself hastily. It was the fourth queen, Elaine Moonlight. The queen of the lycanthropes smiled gracefully at Caitlin's mistake and moved her gaze to In-gong. As always, her eyes were calm but difficult to read. Ludwig, the leader of the Blood Companions, was standing beside her with a strict expression. In-gong greeted Elaine, followed by Caitlin, Felicia, and Sylvan. Then Elaine replied in a gentle voice. It is nice to see you. This is our first encounter in the Demon King's palace. Once again, welcome back. Elaine was very graceful and beautiful. However, In-gong felt a sense of incongruity hearing her talk like that while still resembling Caitlin. In-gong greeted her once again. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Majesty. It is natural. While In-gong and Elaine were exchanging greetings slowly, the impatient Caitlin spoke. Your Majesty, what brings you to the Demon Kin? It isn't good to stand here and talk. We shall talk later, so just go back to your mansion for now. Elaine cut off Caitlin in the middle and stared straight at In-gong. Caitlin closed her mouth with dismay while In-gong quickly said, We will do so, Your Majesty. Then Caitlin, I will see you later. Yes. After Caitlin replied, Elaine said goodbye and left. In-gong looked back and muttered in a small voice to Carrick. Do you think she will come to the mansion? Perhaps, or maybe she intends to invite us. The Queen has a mansion too. It was a reasonable opinion. After all, it was better for the Queen to invite the prince than the other way around. Is it because of Gerard? Gerard had escaped from the lycanthrope's Grey Tower. Due to this, In-gong had told the lycanthropes he had taken care of Gerard. If it was really about Gerard, then he didn't need to worry about why the fourth queen had come to the palace. After Elaine left, the welcoming party headed toward In-gong's group, and Flora was as serious as always. Your Highness, I'm glad you've come back safely. I'm glad to see you, Flora. Has there been anything unusual while I was gone? The mansion is calm. It was a short and quick answer. Then In-gong asked again. Anything else? The schedule for the court gathering has been set. Well then, won't something happen again this time? Carrick asked with a serious expression. In-gong turned toward Carrick. Hey, what basis do you have for saying that? By the way, should you really be saying that? I gave up. Prince will be more comfortable if you give up as well. Putting down the burden will ease your mind. Carrick said with worldly eyes. The clear, deep eyes made it seem like he had gained spiritual enlightenment. In-gong huffed before turning back to the group. It seemed like all the greetings were over, so he gave an order to Carrick. Anyway, let's move on. And... why do I feel like I'm back home? This can't be. As soon as they entered the parlor of In-gong's mansion, Amita stopped imitating a pet and sighed deeply. That ominous feeling had returned. Maybe they would have to live here for the rest of their life. As Amita's ominous feeling increased further, Delia lowered herself to Amita's eye level and bowed. Amita, my life was saved thanks to the armor you made. Thank you. After Delia showed her appreciation, Sylvan moved as well. Sylvan lowered his posture next to Delia and said in a solemn voice, I also want to thank you. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Amita's sword. I'm grateful. Amita is Sylvan and Delia's savior. Felicia didn't lower her posture, but she spoke in a lively voice. Then Amita responded in a rough voice. HRMM. What savior? I just did what I said I would do. It is just equipment. Don't act like this. It is disgusting. They grunted, but their tail was waving in the air instead of pounding on the ground. Daphne and the others covered their mouths to hide their smiles. Whether it was because their work was appreciated or some other reason, Amita seemed quite happy. This is the perfect timing to distribute some equipment. Oh, did you complete more? Karak asked with shining eyes, and Amita nodded. I followed this person around for close to a fortnight. It took some work. They really did. After joining In-gong's group, this was the first peaceful day in a fortnight. In fact, it wasn't just for Amita but In-gong and Felicia as well. The two people had spent several days in turmoil because of the famine night. This is armor for the great princess, Amita said, and Daphne pulled out a box. There was chainmail in the box. Every chain on the armor was so thin that at first glance, it looked like clothes made of cloth. Wow, it is amazing. Caitlin's eyes shone as expected when she received the chainmail from Daphne. The chest part was covered with the scales of the black dragon. Amita's tail waved as they explained. There are a few spells which strengthen the body and other support magic. If you activate aura, the chainmail will adjust to fit your body. Growth adjustment was a very important issue for Caitlin. According to his memory from Knight Saga, Caitlin had been at least 1 palm taller than she was now. It is specialized in defending against ranged attacks, including aura and magic, but don't believe in the armor too much. You might get hurt. Thank you. I love it. It is really amazing. Caitlin hugged Amita and expressed her gratitude. Amita blinked repeatedly, but they didn't reject Caitlin's violent affection. Amita just stayed within Caitlin's arms. Now, this time, it is for you. Amita glanced at Daphne, who handed a box to In-gong. In-gong opened it to find new greaves made from the scales of the black dragon. Greaves? In-gong asked reflexively since he was already using the dragon scale greaves. Amita sneered and said, Yes, it is better than what you are using now. Particularly, you can use the sacred flame that the last flame gave you. It will be much more effective. It also fits well with your dragon aura and magic power. Indeed, it would be nice to have greaves which strengthened his feat techniques. It was just like Amita said. The performance of these new greaves was several times better than the dragon scale greaves. In-gong gladly put the new dragon scale greaves into his inventory, while Karak asked quietly, Raccoon, is mine ready yet? Bah, your armor is unconditionally last. Unconditionally. Karak started sulking at Amita's decisive answer. Amita seemed to feel even better as they looked at In-gong. Prince, give night watch to me. You won't be fighting in the Demon King's palace, so this is the perfect opportunity. Are you going to improve it? I'm just looking. Amita said so, but they were already reaching out for it. Unlike the last time, they were active when it came to work related to the Elder Dragons. Still, there was no reason to refuse. In-gong handed night watch to Amita. Then I will head to the workshop. Amita held night watch in the air with telekinesis and headed toward their workshop. Daphne could be considered Amita's helper, so she followed along after saying goodbye to In-gong's party. After the two of them left, In-gong asked Flora. Flora, what is the schedule for the court gathering? Tomorrow morning. It is pretty quick this time as well. Carrick's words held true. Every time they returned, it felt like there was a tight schedule for the court gathering. Well, it has been a few days since our report. There is no need for time. Felicia didn't seem excessively worried, but she then spoke with a slight frown. The problem is the fourth queen. Did she visit the Demon King's palace because of Gerard? Isn't it highly likely? In-gong agreed. The fourth queen hardly ever came to the Demon King's palace, so it was hard to think of another reason. Felicia glanced at Caitlin and said carefully, That, she isn't going to be angry, right? No matter what happened, Gerard is still the fourth queen's. Caitlin became depressed at Felicia's conjecture, but she couldn't refute it. Both Caitlin and Felicia considered their brothers very precious to them, so they couldn't deny it. How would they feel if Chris and Sylvan had died? Even if the two people did something wrong, they would still feel resentment. However, In-gong shook his head. It isn't like that. This wasn't the first time In-gong had defeated Gerard. Furthermore, the lycanthropes had judged that Gerard was dead when In-gong first defeated him. At that time, they had expressed their gratitude, so it didn't make sense to have a grudge now. Indeed. That seems to be the case. Felicia and Caitlin's expressions disappeared. Felicia stroked Caitlin's head a few times and said, I'm sorry to leave as soon as I arrived, but Sylvan and I will be returning to our mansion. I need to prepare for the court gathering tomorrow. Caitlin, do you want to come with me? Let's get ready for the court gathering together. I understand, Uni. This time, Chris wouldn't be present at the court gathering. So, it was a chance for Caitlin to try a different style like she had done at Tucker's auction. Shutra, I'll see you tomorrow. Take a rest. Felicia, Caitlin and Sylvan left the mansion with their aides, and it became silent instantly. Flora had prepared water for In-gong to wash up and rest after. Then he tried to soothe the sulky green wind. Bah! I am not such an easy woman. I won't fall down due to a few sweet compliments. The soft hands stroking my head are of no use. If Green Wind had a tail like Amita, it would be hitting the ground. In-gong listened to Green Wind grumble as he stroked her head, but she didn't avoid his hands. Rather, her eyes showed that she was enjoying it. And the next morning, the people gathered in a room next to the court gathering and waited for their turn. Unlike her usual style, Felicia was dressed in a white dress with minimal exposure, and the dress was designed to reveal all her feminine curves. Caitlin was wearing a pink dress which revealed her shoulders, akin to what she had worn at Tucker's auction. There was also one large ribbon which was quite cute. She was like a well-decorated doll. Sylvan was dressed in a fancy black suit like last time, while In-gong and Carrick wore a white suit and black suit, respectively. Carrick spoke while fiddling with his bow tie. This is one of the few times I feel really nervous. Is this due to the clothes? That is a pretty good opinion. In-gong nodded. Despite living as a prince for half a year already, it still felt strange to get so dressed up. Moreover, this was a court gathering, the Demon King was present beyond this wall. Please don't let anything happen this time. There was always a commotion at the court gathering. As though she read In-gong's heart, Felicia laughed and told everyone. Release your tension. Don't we already know about the fourth queen? There should be no surprises. Felicia is right. Nothing will happen. Sylvan nodded in agreement, but In-gong felt worse after Sylvan's help. Then at that moment, with perfect timing, the palace servant came and informed them that it was their turn. They glanced at each other before heading into the court gathering. As always, In-gong was the last one to enter the court gathering. He could sense it the moment the door opened. Something suspicious was flowing in the air. There was clearly something different about this court gathering. Was it because the fourth queen was participating in it? The answer was half correct. In-gong swallowed his bitter laughter as he saw what was before him. Up on the high dais, there was a person located at each side of the Demon King. Fourth Queen Elaine Moonlight was on his left, while there was a beautiful woman located on his right side who could be Felicia's sister. It was the third queen, Sylvia Doomblade. Felicia's mother and queen of the Dark Elves. It was her. And Shutra, be honest. What have you done to my child? These days, she only talks about you when she opens her mouth. Oh my mama? Traditional way for princes and princesses to call their mother, the queen. Oh, that sounds like my child. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Chapter 27, Queen Number 3. Chapter 146, Chapter 27, Queen Number 3. The Demon King had 5 queens, but it was rare for him to be accompanied by the queens at official events. There were many reasons, but in the case of 3rd Queen Sylvia and 4th Queen Elaine, it was because they were queens of their respective species. The queens spent more time in their homes than in the Demon King's palace. When their children were still young, they had spent half the year at the Demon King's palace, but that had changed after the children got older. However, this time, 2 queens had visited the castle at the same time and were even accompanying the Demon King to the court gathering. It wasn't a bad thing, but it definitely wasn't ordinary. It truly is disturbance, Shutra. Sylvan muttered, and In-gong didn't bother asking him what he was talking about. Every time In-gong participated in a court gathering, something unusual had happened. So, he was given the nickname Disturbance. Still, the atmosphere of the court gathering was good. Everyone had been in shock and panic when the Sword Duke had suddenly taken part in the court gathering, but this time was different. It seemed like they were just slightly surprised. Maybe they have adapted. This was In-gong's 4th court gathering. Something unusual had happened 4 times in a row, so it was time to adapt. Felicia had already adapted and didn't bother to gaze at him with stunned eyes. In fact, she seemed relieved that the situation was better than she expected. Felicia and Sylvan didn't know about it. There was no reason for 3rd Queen Sylvia to hide her visit. Since both of them were surprised, it must truly be a sudden visit. The 5th Prince, Sylvan Doomblade. Isabella, the person in charge of the merits department, called out Sylvan's name from where she stood at the lowest point of the dais. Although the atmosphere was somewhat different from usual due to the participation of the 2 queens, there was no reason why the court gathering would be different. Sylvan raised his chin and stepped forward proudly. Felicia and Caitlin's names were called in turn, then it was In-gong's name. It was the start of the court gathering. And it ended well. As always, Felicia returned to the waiting room after the court gathering was over and sat down on a sofa while sighing. Like Felicia said, the court gathering had ended well without any commotions. Isabella had read their merits, and the nobles, who had gathered at the court gathering, had praised them. The court gathering had been the same as always, except for the participation of the 2 queens. I'm a little sorry that I didn't get to hear Abimama's voice. Check the glossary if you forgot what this means. Felicia muttered while closing her eyes. The Demon King hadn't spoken during this court gathering. In fact, normally, the Demon King wouldn't say anything. However, he had always opened his mouth when In-gong was present at the court gathering. So, this was unexpected. There will be all types of speculation. It would start with rumors about the 9th Prince losing the Demon King's favor. But I wonder why. Is it because he had no reason to speak? In-gong had been anxious every time the Demon King opened his mouth, but now, he was curious about why the Demon King didn't say anything. In the first place, I hadn't received his favor. The Demon King's gaze toward In-gong was no different from usual. The Demon King wasn't particularly disappointed or interested. Well, this is normal. In Knight Saga, the Demon King never spoke much at the court gatherings. So, there was no need to worry too much. Death Knight and War Knight, and the report about the Famine Knight. As Felicia said, they weren't mentioned in this court gathering. Although during the last court gathering, there had been a bit of political work done in order to determine where the children of the Demon King should be dispatched, the court gatherings had originally just been ceremonies to announce the royal children's merits. Even if the Demon King's palace felt a serious threat from the Knights of the Apocalypse, there was no reason to tell the story at the court gathering. In-gong looked at Felicia, and they exchanged glances. Felicia had similar thoughts and nodded. Perhaps they could hear more from the merits department. There was also a chance that someone from the military would come to them separately. As In-gong and Felicia were exchanging glances, Sylvan laughed and put an arm around Felicia's shoulder. Felicia, you can hear my voice on behalf of Abba Mama. Then he cleared his voice like he was going to give a loud speech. Felicia, as usual, covered Sylvan's mouth with her hand and looked at In-gong and Felicia. Anyway, I was surprised. I didn't think that Oma Mama would come. In-gong and Caitlin participated in the natural change in topic. Sylvan didn't mind and just laughed pleasantly. Caitlin seemed to recall something and said, "It is the first time I've seen the third queen in a long time. By the way, she looks exactly the same as Uni. A very strong resemblance." Her words were correct. The third queen Sylvia really resembled Felicia. The difference was that Sylvia was a little bit taller, and the tear point under her left eye made her feel more mature. In fact, they had different eye colors, but the resemblance was really strong. If they stood side by side, anyone would know they were family. She looks like Felicia's sister, rather than her mother. The Dark Elves were a species with a long lifespan. Despite Sylvia's actual age, she looked like she was only in her mid-20s, making it seem like she was Felicia's sister. Caitlin placed both hands on her cheek as though it was funny, while Felicia laughed and said, "Caitlin, I was just about to say that." The fourth Queen Elaine resembled Caitlin so closely that it was like looking at Caitlin's future self. However, there was a clear age difference. Caitlin looked like she was in her mid-teens, while Elaine seemed to be in her mid-20s. They looked more like mother and daughter when standing side by side than Sylvia and Felicia did. However, it was a good story. In-gong loosened his tie to relax and laughed. "Well, I'm glad it is over. I will go to the merits department after returning to my mansion for a bit. I'm going to rest today." In order to stay with the Demon King's palace tour he had planned the other day, it was necessary to update his merit level at the merits department. The higher his merit level, the more places there were which he could explore. Very well then. Felicia and Sylvan nodded in agreement. However, they seemed to be worried about something. Felicia Uni? The moment Caitlin started talking. There was knocking on the door of the waiting room, and a voice was heard. Someone was asking if they could come in. Indeed, it came. Sylvan muttered like he had been anticipating it and gave permission to Sapphira. Sapphira opened the door to reveal a well-dressed male dark elf. He bowed respectfully to In-gong's group and handed a piece of paper to Carrick, Syra, Delia, and Sapphira before leaving the room. Once the door of the waiting room was closed, Syra spoke with wide eyes. "Your Highness, it is an invitation from the third queen." The fancy white piece of paper was an invitation to a tea party. As always, Carrick looked over the invitation meticulously. "Ha! Isn't this today's date? The time is 2 hours later?" The invitation to the tea party was sent 2 hours before it was meant to start. It was different from Baikal's invitation which had been sent a few days ahead. Really? There isn't a mistake? Really? It is true. It is today's date. Carrick and Syra responded to In-gong's question. Felicia and Sylvan sighed at the same time. "I thought she would do this. Oma Mama is always like this." Sylvan smiled and got up from his seat. Felicia held Sylvan's hand and said to everyone in the room, "Let's go to our mansions together. We still have to change clothes. If we hurry, we'll be able to make it in time." There were only 2 hours left until the start of the tea party. They had to hurry because they wouldn't be wearing the court-gathering clothes to the tea party. At Felicia's urging, In-gong's group moved quickly. It was a little bit like they were enchanted. And the queen all had their own palaces near the Black Castle, which was called the True Demon King's Palace. After changing clothes at Felicia's mansion, the group hurried into a carriage pulled by Dracos and headed to the Third Queen's Palace. The Third Queen's Palace was like a rugged fortress rather than an actual palace. Once inside, it contained the old-fashioned splendor which was unique to the Dark Elves. A young dark elf in the butler's outfit guided the party. They walked deeper into the palace and a great black door appeared. "Go in." A message had been sent in advance, so the servant opened the door instantly. In the well-furnished room, an expected person was sitting down, along with an unexpected person. Fourth Queen Elaine. It wasn't surprising that Third Queen Sylvia was present, since she was the organizer of the tea party, but he hadn't expected to see Elaine. In-gong's head became filled with complicated thoughts. Were the two people close to each other? Or maybe it was because they were now in an alliance? If it was the latter case, this tea party might be more important than he had first thought. It isn't difficult. This is a private place. If you look around, all of us only brought one aide. Elaine spoke in a relaxed voice. As she said, there was no visible use for the reception room other than the tea party. The two women were just sitting down, drinking tea and having refreshments. Apart from the aides, who were like one with their master, it was a private place. The proof was that Elaine spoke without using honorifics with no hesitation. Caitlin, who knew when Elaine used honorifics and when she didn't, relaxed her shoulders. It was at that moment that Sylvia gazed at Elaine and spoke in a sharp voice. "Elaine, I am the organizer of the tea party, so shouldn't I be speaking?" "That's right." Elaine shrugged casually, and Sylvia frowned. Their attitudes made it obvious that they were familiar with each other, to a certain extent. Indeed, it is understandable. Both of them have no interest in their children becoming the Demon King. It was almost impossible for the first and second queens to be friendly with each other since their children were competing. However, the third and fourth queens were different from them, since they weren't aiming for the Demon King's throne. Moreover, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had both boarded the same boat. As Elaine laughed, Sylvia turned toward In-gong's party. She had a gentle smile on her beautiful face. "There is no need to be nervous since this is a private meeting. We are the only ones here, so we don't need to be afraid of rumors." "Oh mama," Felicia said, while Sylvan's eyes narrowed. "Felicia, shouldn't you say hello?" It was impossible to refute the words since this was an introduction. Felicia and Sylvan led the party in greeting the two queens. Then Sylvia's aide, a female dark elf with red hair, assigned each party member a seat. Felicia and Sylvan were on both sides of Sylvia, while Caitlin was on Elaine's left. In-gong was somewhat distant from all of them, since he was assigned the opposite seat where he had to face the two queens. Once everyone was seated, Sylvia said elegantly, "Thank you for accepting my sudden invitation. The reason I prepared this today was because I wanted to talk to you." Her gaze was directed at In-gong. It was natural. Unlike Elaine, who had met him before, today was the first time Sylvia had seen In-gong. Of course, it was possible she had met Shutra a few times before. However, the current In-gong was very different from the past Shutra. In order for the Dark Elves to support In-gong fully as a candidate for the Demon King, Sylvia needed to meet him at least once. This was a separate matter from trusting Felicia's eyes. Sylvia smiled happily as In-gong faced her without avoiding her gaze. She was exactly like Felicia, yet also different. There was a much more mature atmosphere around her. Sylvia drank her tea first, then she looked at In-gong. I know enough from the court gathering, so let's talk plainly. In-gong also drank his cup of tea and calmed his breathing. What did Sylvia really want to say? He had no information about her because he'd had no contact with Sylvia in Knight Saga. The third queen, Sylvia Doomblade, stared straight into In-gong's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, Chapter 27, Queen Number 4. Chapter 147, Chapter 27, Queen Number 4. Shutra, be honest. What have you done to my child? These days, she only talks about you when she opens her mouth. It isn't exactly words but through her letters. Ha! In-gong didn't know what to make of this moment. He heard two voices speaking at the same time from different places. Oh, my mama? Oh, that sounds like my child. The first was Felicia, while the second came from Elaine. Elaine's sudden remark caused Caitlin's eyes to widen. Mama? Ah, no. Mother? Elaine laughed like the whole situation was amusing. She looked identical to Caitlin, but her personality was completely different. Sylvia didn't pay attention to Felicia and continued speaking. Just 2 days ago, I got a letter from Felicia. It is one of the reasons why I came here today. Oh, my mama! Felicia almost screamed, but Sylvia didn't listen. She pulled out a letter from a small box she had prepared in advance. I have received a few letters, but this one is especially impressive. Oma, hup hup. Sylvia was a much more skilled magician than Felicia, and she silenced Felicia's mouth instantly with a spell. Then she opened the letter. Darker than darkness, the deep night was only filled with despair. Sylvan seemed like he was going to stop breathing at any moment, and I had fallen to fear. But Oma Mama, that is when Shutra appeared. It was so cool seeing him appear with a dark blue cloak and a glowing white light. He had led a great army while riding on a white shield and moving faster than the wind, but this time, he was even greater than that. Ah, I can still see it if I close my eyes. I felt relieved just seeing Shutra's back. It felt like I had found the light in the darkness. Now, I can live, and Sylvan can live. Ah, tears came unknowingly to my eyes. I can feel the joy bursting in my heart. Hop hop. Hop. Felicia's face reddened as she struggled to speak. It seemed like she had truly written the letter a few days ago. The dark elves and lycanthropes were species with queens, so exchanging letters wasn't difficult since they had transportation formations linked directly to the Demon King's palace. Even Sylvia blushed slightly as she read the letter. Elaine spoke happily as Sylvia folded up the letter. Felicia is too adorable. By the way, I also have one to read. Mother? Caitlin stood up and shouted. Then Elaine commanded Caitlin with strict eyes. Caitlin, sit. Caitlin sat down reflexively. She was like a trained puppy. Although Caitlin had a nauseated expression, she didn't moan or protest. Elaine nodded with a satisfied expression and pulled out a blue stone. This is a voice letter Caitlin gave me a while ago. Caitlin had sent it when she left the 4th base to see Felicia off. As Elaine inserted magic power into the stone, Caitlin closed her eyes tightly. Caitlin's excited voice flowed out from the magic stone. Amazing! Amazing! Really amazing! He is so great and amazing that he took down the barbarian king. Shutra might even be stronger than Appa. No, he is going to be stronger. His strength is clear. Isn't it really amazing? Amazing! As expected, it was filled with the word amazing. She ran out of breath and the sound of breathing was heard. Then she said in a voice filled with joy, pride, and admiration. Shutra is amazing. He could imagine Caitlin's bright and sunny face easily. Master, I admit it. The amazing princess is really amazing. She seems a little different to me. Well, I don't think we should be the same. Green Wind muttered into In-gong's ear, and he stayed silent. It was normal, but he was strangely embarrassed today. Moreover, there was Felicia's letter. Felicia had written the letter after being on the verge of death. Her expression looked like she was going to start crying at any moment. In-gong wasn't much different. His expression didn't change, but his face was red. Apart from the both of them, Caitlin was also embarrassed. She felt a sense of shame after hearing her voice through the magic stone. Elaine and Sylvia just laughed gracefully. Carrick and the other aides also had to put a lot of effort into suppressing their laughter. Delia was pinching her thigh, while Syra and Sapphira were biting their lips with their eyes tightly closed. Sylvan was the only one among the children of the Demon King who wasn't embarrassed. He smiled while looking at In-gong with envious eyes. Hugh. Relax. In-gong tried to decrease the blood flow in his face as he swallowed his tea. It was slightly helpful in recovering his calm. Sylvia spoke again. It's a joke. I don't intend to criticize you, but I want to thank you sincerely. Her voice and expression became somber. She spoke as the mother of 2 children, not the third queen. Thank you for saving Sylvan and Felicia. Shutra, you are the savior of both me and my family. Thanking you just a few times isn't enough. They weren't empty words. In-gong could feel Sylvia's sincerity. It was obvious that she would do anything for In-gong. In-gong's lips twitched. He wanted to speak words of humility, but they didn't emerge. Sylvia smiled again at In-gong's appearance. Shutra, you really do care about both of them. Sylvia could feel it. It wasn't through any schemes that In-gong had saved Felicia and Sylvan. He had done it purely because he cared for both of them. It is a relief. I know because I am similar to Felicia. It is easy to see the possible damage. But this time, there is no damage. I'm really glad that she is valued equally. Felicia, who had just calmed down, reddened again. In-gong also agreed with Sylvia's words. It was good that Felicia didn't suffer any damages, which would have been possible due to her nature. This part is similar. They were different from Caitlin and her mother, who resembled each other but had different personalities. Sylvia and Felicia were equally genuine in nature, so In-gong could see Felicia in Sylvia. Now, the entertainment is over, so shall we socialize? Sylvia lifted the spell on Felicia and raised her teacup. Felicia showed some signs of resentment at the word entertainment, but it didn't matter. 2 hours passed by. Sylvia made small talk to promote their friendship. Felicia was the main subject of the chatter, but it was still a fun tea party. Then In-gong finally understood. There was a big difference in the perceptions of In-gong and the 2 queens. For In-gong, he didn't have a lot of time to spare for the fight over the Demon King's throne. The day of Massacre occurred in year 516 in Knight Saga. This was currently year 513, so there were only 3 years left. Moreover, the current Zephyr was much stronger than the Zephyr of Knight Saga. Maybe the incident would occur earlier than anticipated. However, for the 2 queens, dozens of years was a short time. The Dark Elves and Lycanthropes were both long-lived species. No, it was like that for all species of the demon world. The Sura king, Mitra, had risen to the throne of Demon King approximately 100 years ago. At the time, he had already been over 60 years old. On the other hand, the eldest of the royal children was only in his 20s. It was obvious there were still decades left to decide the succession. It was an unbelievable thing for In-gong, but he couldn't mention the day of Massacre to the 2 people. Maybe the day of Massacre might not even happen. The day of Massacre in Knight Saga happened because all the children of the Demon King, except for Zephyr, were greatly damaged during the lycanthrope subjugation. In-gong planned to block the lycanthrope subjugation and make himself stronger than Zephyr. Then Zephyr wouldn't be able to cause the day of massacre. Sylvia and Elaine were both smart and quick. They were people who could adapt quickly if the situation changed. For the time being, he didn't have to worry too much about the difference in perception. Let's talk about the fairy next time. I'll give you some of the things I've prepared to thank you. It was the magic message Sylvia had delivered just before he left the tea party. Maybe Elaine's intrusion was unexpected for Sylvia. Well, I don't think it was a real intrusion. Perhaps she had invited Elaine after the court gathering. In-gong's party left the palace and boarded the carriage pulled by Dracos. Felicia, who had become agitated several times during the tea party, slumped down with a completely worn-out expression. In-gong sat down next to her and suddenly became playful. He pressed his fingers to Felicia's arms and asked, "Nuna, was I really so cool on that day?" Rather than answering, Felicia stood up and struck In-gong with her fan. In-gong laughed pleasantly at Felicia's response. Carrick muttered something strange, causing Delia and Syra to nod with serious expressions. However, In-gong just ignored them. Time passed once again, and after dropping off Felicia, Sylvan and Caitlin, In-gong returned to his mansion with Carrick. It had gotten too late, so his visit to the merits department had to be postponed until tomorrow. It was a fun day. Yes. He was completely embarrassed, but there had been many enjoyable parts. In-gong and Carrick entered the mansion with smiling faces. Rather than a pleasant rest, they were met with Flora, whose face was strained. A black piece of paper was in her hand. "It seems like today isn't over," Carrick said with narrowed eyes. In-gong agreed and received the black paper from Flora. There was white lettering on a black background. The contents were pretty similar to Sylvia's invitation. However, the sender was different. In-gong gave a wry smile as he read the message. The sender was the Sura King, Mitra. The Demon King had sent him an invitation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Chapter 28, Demon King. Chapter 148, Chapter 28, Demon King. The contents of the invitation didn't change even though he read it again. The sender was the Demon King, and the time was tomorrow morning. The place was the residence of the Demon King, called the Black Castle. Carrick received the invitation from In-gong, and his eyes widened with surprise. Prince? In-gong had just handed Carrick something very serious. This was a natural reaction when it came to anything related to the Demon King. The Demon King, the apex of the demon world, and the strongest person in the demon world. He had called out to In-gong. This time, it wouldn't be a public place like the court gathering. According to the invitation, it was an informal meeting. The other person was the Demon King, and this fact preceded their relationship of father and son. This is the first time. An informal meeting with the Demon King was something he had never experienced in Knight Saga. In other words, Zephyr was never invited in this way. In-gong wondered why the Demon King had called him. Why had he done such a disruptive thing at each court gathering? In-gong took a deep breath, and many possibilities passed through his mind. The first thing he thought about was the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. In-gong had reported that Gerard had been the famine knight. The reason In-gong had been able to find out the specific word, famine, was because Gerard had said it himself. In the cases of death and war, it was a little more ambiguous. Gerard had been the famine knight and had the power of famine. There seemed to be a commonality between the power of those with the purple aura and the red power which the barbarian king had used. Additionally, the barbarian king had said the word war. The keyword death hadn't been said, but this was enough. If the Demon King's palace had information on the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, it would be easy for them to make the connection. Did the Demon King want a more specific report? Or had he realized In-gong was the conquest knight? Maybe it could be both. There might also be a reason which In-gong couldn't guess. It could truly just be a father and son dialogue. That is hard to imagine. Anyhow, the invitation had arrived, and there was no such thing as a veto. He could only accept the invitation. "Brace yourself," Carrick said with a serious expression. In-gong laughed bitterly and asked Flora. "Flora, who brought the invitation?" It was a knight of the royal guards who was wearing a black cloak. The classification in the Demon King's palace could be determined based on the color of their cloaks. Among the knights, only the guards of the Demon King could wear black cloaks. As expected from the Demon King's invitation, Carrick said with admiration. In-gong nodded. Yes. The leader of the guards was Reinhardt, one of the 5 captains. He was a Yeksha and didn't belong to any of the factions. The silent Reinhardt. He is a good escort of the Demon King. In Knight Saga, he had always been a difficult opponent to face. After thinking about Reinhardt for a bit, In-gong looked at Flora and said, "Flora, keep this invitation a secret." "I will do so." Flora agreed without asking why. It was natural behavior as a butler. Carrick blinked and asked, "Prince, are you not going to even tell the princess?" He was referring to Felicia more than Caitlin. In-gong slightly shrugged and said, "She will only worry about it, It would be nice to talk to Felicia, who was his political advisor, but she couldn't give any advice regarding the encounter with the Demon King. From the outset, he didn't even know why the Demon King was calling. It was better to keep it a secret because it would just worry Felicia. Moreover, the meeting with the Demon King wasn't in the distant future but tomorrow morning. In-gong summarized the situation roughly and said to Carrick and Flora, "Let's take a break until tomorrow. And Flora, make dinner a little later than usual. Additionally, Amita, Daphne, Nyatra and Karma will be joining us." "I will follow your words." He had been so busy since returning to the Demon King's palace that he hadn't been able to rest. It was necessary for him to think about some things. "Carrick, I'll be resting in my room until dinner. You don't have to come along since I'll be hanging out alone." "Understood. Then I won't be in the same room." Carrick responded with an exhausted face, and In-gong smiled back at him. Carrick truly was very helpful. "Then I will take a break." After the third Queen's tea ceremony, there were many things for him to think about. So, he would rest and delay his training until after dinner. However, that plan had to be modified the moment In-gong opened his bedroom door. "The long day wasn't over just yet. You came later than I thought." The 4th Queen Elaine Moonlight was sitting gracefully on a small sofa in his bedroom. As always, Ludwig was behind her. As he thought about the current situation, In-gong suppressed the desire to close the door and pretend not to see anything. Why was Elaine here? And why didn't Flora tell him about Elaine's visit? "I came in secret. You should pay more attention to security." In-gong smiled and closed his bedroom door. "It is nice to see you again. This is an informal place, like the tea party, so there is no need to talk like that." Elaine was the one to relax the formalities. She invited In-gong to sit in the opposite chair, and he didn't refuse. He pushed back his fatigue as he faced Elaine. Did something happen? He suppressed it as much as possible, but a little bit of displeasure showed. Elaine seemed to catch a glimpse of it and made an apologetic expression. "I couldn't talk to you properly at Sylvia's tea party. Shutra, you know why I came to the Demon King's palace, right? It was just like how Sylvia couldn't talk about the fairy." In-gong nodded instead of answering, and Elaine let out a long breath. Gerard Moonlight. "My dear brother, whom the lycanthropes were so proud of." In-gong was a little bit disconcerted by the affection which dripped from her voice. Did she have a grudge against In-gong like Felicia was worried about? However, fortunately, it was groundless. Elaine waved her hands and said, "There is no need to stress. I want to thank you. It is a really funny story, but I'm glad. Once again, I don't have to risk my life fighting against Gerard." Her brother had gone crazy. She had known there was no way to stop him, other than to kill him. However, even so, he was her brother, and even now, pleasant memories rose when she closed her eyes. Elaine was good at hiding her feelings, but not this time. She gave a low sigh as her eyes became damp. In-gong didn't dare say anything and just waited. Elaine hid all her emotions with a smile, and In-gong felt in awe as he looked at her. "You are becoming stronger really quickly. Like Caitlin said, you are completely amazing." At the end, Elaine smiled brightly in a way which was different than normal. However, it really suited her. She looked just like Caitlin, so In-gong flinched involuntarily as she spoke in a manner similar to Caitlin. "Master, do you like the word amazing that much?" Green Wind whispered into his ears. As a result, In-gong regained his spirit and fixed his expression quickly. Elaine just laughed. She let out a long breath once again and stared straight at In-gong. "I just wanted to thank you, Shutra. Thank you very much. It was just like Sylvia at the tea party." Elaine had an innocent, pure heart. However, that didn't last long. Elaine restored her confident expression and leaned back against her chair. "This isn't enough. You have helped resolve a long-standing problem of the lycanthropes. If you have something you want, tell me. If I can do it, I will try hard to give you the appropriate compensation." It was a very pleasant speech but confusing as well. In-gong faced Elaine as he started thinking, and the first thing that came to mind was being hit by Divine Beast Authority. Be reasonable, reasonable. It was a very attractive reward, but there was no way to convince Elaine. Being hit as a reward, nobody would be crazy enough to make the suggestion. It was at that moment. "Do you want to be hit with aura?" Elaine asked playfully, and In-gong flinched reflexively. Then Elaine's expression became one of embarrassment. Did you really think of that?" In-gong was equally embarrassed and couldn't answer right away. Elaine became more embarrassed as he stayed silent. Yes. I respect your taste. Yes, I respect you." No. That's not it." In-gong stood up and waved his hands. "I would like to learn Divine Beast Authority a little deeper. I would like a spar with Queen Elaine and the leader of your guard." "I was thinking about the spar and became surprised when I heard you mention aura." Ludwig narrowed his eyes at In-gong's clarification, and Elaine laughed. As In-gong sat down again, she said, It isn't hard, but it isn't really a reward. You will learn it anyway. A spar with Ludwig is too heavy as a reward." Elaine was troubled for a moment, then finally, she sighed. "It can't be helped. I will think about a separate compensation. I thought it would be easy, but it has become more difficult than I thought." However, there was a subtle pleasure on her face. It seemed like the process of thinking about a present was fun for her. As the story about the reward came to a close, Elaine pulled out a new topic. "Shutra, I saw your report to the Demon King's palace. Gerard was the Famine Knight?" "Yes, he said so." In-gong studied Elaine's response. Based on her frown, she didn't know anything about the Famine Knight. "I am currently collecting information. Gerard was able to escape from the Grey Tower because he had become the Famine Knight. If I find anything, I will let you know." It wasn't just information sharing. In-gong realized that this was the support he hadn't received in the past. Maybe the Dark Elves also had some information to tell In-gong. "I think it is time to go back. Sorry for breaking into your bedroom." "It is okay. Just don't do it often. Elaine laughed at In-gong's careful answer. I really can't say anything. As though it was punishment for the joke, Elaine kissed him lightly on the forehead like he was her own child. Oh, and Shutra, can I ask one more question? Tell me. In-gong looked up at Elaine. Elaine came closer with a wicked expression and asked In-gong. Between Caitlin and Felicia, who do you think is cuter? Well, it makes no difference if they are cute or pretty. Ha! Who was prettier? What type of question was this? However, Elaine was quite serious. It isn't a joke. I'm serious. In-gong was unable to answer. Then Elaine clicked her tongue and increased the distance. I am satisfied with just that answer. It is obvious, but I am looking forward to getting to know you better. Then I'll see you next time. Elaine knocked on In-gong's shoulder and walked out of the bedroom. It seemed like she was going out the front door, unlike when she came in. Flora was shocked to see her, but saw her off. In-gong apologized to Flora briefly before lying down on his bed. And the long day was over, and a new morning shone. In-gong had gone to bed early and started the day with his usual routine. An informal meeting with the Demon King was an extraordinary event, but it was important to maintain his composure. In-gong postponed meeting Felicia and Caitlin at the merits department to the afternoon and left his house with a calm mind. He traveled to the Black Castle, the Demon King's residence, in a carriage. I'm nervous. Carrick said what In-gong was thinking. He had visited the Black Castle every time for the court gathering, but it felt different today. The invitation had only stated that the location was the Black Castle, so In-gong thought someone would come out. As expected, there was someone waiting for In-gong. It has been a while. In the meantime, you've become stronger. Sword Duke. In-gong had thought a guard would be waiting for him, so he was full of pleasure at the surprise. The Sword Duke sent him a relaxed smile. I heard about your activities. Everyone at the court gathering was astonished. The Sword Duke was suddenly standing right in front of In-gong. In-gong couldn't grasp the movement and stared with admiration. He still had a long way to go before he would reach the Sword Duke's level. It is just a little trick, so don't be surprised. Frankly, Prince is more amazing from my perspective. The Sword Duke had grasped it almost immediately. In-gong's current strength was no comparison to when he had been at Thunderdoom Fortress. I'd like to talk to Prince more, but unfortunately, I have to give priority to my mission. From now on, stay focused as I guide you. The Sword Duke then spoke to Carrick. Please stay here. You won't be able to follow any further. Carrick looked at In-gong instead of replying to the Sword Duke. In-gong nodded once. Understood. I'll wait here. Carrick replied to In-gong with a determined expression, but he couldn't hide his worried gaze. I thought it before, but Prince really has a good aide. The Sword Duke laughed before stepping forward. The surrounding landscape changed instantly. In-gong focused his mind like the Sword Duke had said to do. In-gong was sensitive to magic and could feel the strong torrents of magic power rushing around like a storm. If he was just a little bit distracted, he would get lost in the torrent of magic power. The Sword Duke continued walking, while In-gong triggered his quad-core. This process of moving along with the Sword Duke seemed like a test to see if he had the minimum qualifications. Some time passed by. The surrounding landscape then became fixed. There was a white building, reminiscent of a temple under a dark blue sky. Other than that, the darkness was so thick that In-gong couldn't see anything other than the building. In-gong and the Sword Duke were standing on the stone stairs leading to the building. I can only go with you up to here. The Demon King is there. The Sword Duke pointed to the white building. Taking a deep breath, In-gong took a step forward. Then finally, beyond the staircase, the Demon King was there, standing in the middle of the building. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Chapter 28, Demon King Number 2. Chapter 149, Chapter 28, Demon King Number 2. White floors, pillars and ceilings. Other than that, it was just a lot of space, and the Demon King stood out from where he was standing in the center. He didn't look back. His black hair was longer than In-gong had thought it would be as it reached his waist. The dark blue cloak made the presence of the Demon King even clearer. In-gong had always been looking at his seated form in the court gatherings from a distance, but he now approached the back of the Demon King. In-gong swallowed his saliva. His mouth was dry. Just approaching the Demon King made his breathing rough. Was it due to the huge pressure? The Demon King wasn't emitting power. He kept silent just like he did in the court gathering. However, as he narrowed the distance, the Demon King simply maintained his position. In-gong understood the presence this man had and the reason why he had the position of the Demon King. The Demon King turned around, and In-gong stopped walking reflexively. The distance between them was about 5 meters, so there wouldn't be any difficulty in communicating. In-gong looked up at the Demon King. It was the first time In-gong had been so close to him. The Demon King's eyes were red, and In-gong was reminded of Felicia. Felicia's and Sylvan's red eyes resembled the Demon King. However, the Demon King's eyes were quite different from the two of them. His red eyes were more similar to that of the Sword Duke. The Sword Duke's eyes seemed to be able to see through anything. What did the Demon King see? How far did he see into In-gong? Ninth Prince Shutra, I greet the Demon King. Tension filled In-gong as he opened his mouth. He had practiced this many times in advance, so he didn't go too fast or stutter. Instead, he spoke in a calm voice. In-gong was facing the Demon King, someone who had so little contact with his children that just simply talking at the court gathering was a shock. Why had the Demon King demanded a clandestine meeting? The Demon King opened his mouth to reply. His voice sounded slightly more emotional than it had been at the court gathering, but it was still dry. You have come, Semita's child. Shutra Ignus, the fifth queen who had now left the world, she was the daughter of the Gandharv king, Kiruta, and Shutra's mother. It was an unexpected title. Did the fifth queen have a larger presence on the Demon King than In-gong thought? Or was it a title that indicated some distance? In-gong was reminded of the tea party he had with third queen Sylvia. Sylvia truly loved the Demon King. There was a slight change in her eyes and voice every time she mentioned him. Fourth Queen Elaine was different. For her, the Demon King was a business partner who couldn't be avoided. She didn't hate the Demon King, but she didn't love him. What was the relationship between the Demon King and the fifth queen? Was it due to his memories of the fifth queen that In-gong was called here today? It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. In-gong simplified the complex thoughts in his head. Rather than avoiding the Demon King's gaze, In-gong faced him like it was the court gathering. The Demon King smiled. It was a small smile, but he definitely did it. In-gong was able to understand the minds of those who attended the court gathering. He hadn't understood why they were amazed every time the Demon King spoke, but In-gong understood now. He felt his head go blank just because the Demon King smiled. The Demon King gazed at In-gong calmly and said, Semita's child was born into this world without a soul. Poor Semita thought it was a heavenly punishment for the sin of the Gandharv. In-gong took a deep breath. The words contained a story which couldn't be overlooked. A child born without a soul. The Gandharv's sin. He couldn't understand the no-soul part easily. What did it mean? Had Shutra been incompetent because he had no soul? The sins of the Gandharv were easily linked in his head. Currently, the Gandharv as a whole species were confined, and the reason for such a punishment was due to the sin of the Gandharv. If so, what did they do wrong? When thinking about the cause and effect, it was a crime committed before Shutra's birth. There were many things In-gong wanted to ask, but he was patient. The Demon King hadn't finished speaking yet. He was still looking at In-gong. But now a strong soul is present. If Semida saw you now, she would have liked it very much. Shutra had become In-gong. The empty vessel was filled with In-gong's essence. How much did the Demon King know? Had he noticed that In-gong was a separate person from Shutra? Or did he think it was just Shutra's transformation? The latter possibility was slightly higher. There was no reason to add that Fifth Queen Semida would be delighted with this. No, this is meaningless. In-gong had become Shutra, they had already become one. Standing here were both Shutra and In-gong. The Demon King's gaze moved away. It was a gaze which was looking at both In-gong and the surroundings. In-gong understood instinctively that the Demon King was different from the Sword Duke. It was clear the Demon King was looking at something the Sword Duke couldn't see. The Demon King's gaze turned back to In-gong again. His voice was low and heavy, but it wasn't cold. Shutra, Semida's child, you have become strong very quickly. I look forward to you becoming stronger in the future. The torrent of destiny is swirling around you. The modification of fate. The Demon King felt it. It had been there since he first encountered In-gong at the court gathering, and it was the same with every meeting after that. Thus, the Demon King made his decision. I called you today to see if the Sword Duke's words were true and to make a judgment. Those with purple energy and red energy were attacking various places in the demon world. And someone who claimed to be the Famine Knight had appeared in this world. In-gong had encountered all of them. The torrent of destiny was swirling around them. The strongest person must rise to the Demon King's throne. This is because the Demon King isn't the one who rules the demon world, but the one who protects it. In-gong was reminded of the destroyed indigenous species. How much did the Demon King know? How much did he know about the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse? Or did he consider the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse a challenge, just like the Sword Duke? In-gong realized it was useless to think about this as it was all the same to him. The Demon King was the one who protected the demon world, so all threats were the same to him. Just like the Sword Duke said, he had to become strong enough to defeat them. The Demon King raised his right hand slowly. The accomplishments I've achieved, the Sword Duke called them extreme nothingness. I don't like putting down a name for it, but Shutra, you should know. It isn't easy to defeat his stubbornness. The Demon King gave a small laugh. It was hard to imagine since the Demon King had only been seen at the court gathering, but this could be called the true image of the Demon King. I will leave something to you. It is the seed of extreme nothingness. I hope you will be able to germinate it someday. I hope to see you reach beyond the limits of what I have achieved. It was one of the reasons for calling In-gong here. The Demon King was suffering from a deep illness and wanted to place a bet on the future that the Sword Duke saw. The Demon King stretched out his hand. The distance between In-gong and the Demon King narrowed, and the Demon King laid a big hand on In-gong's head. The only ones who have received this are Zephyr and you. Even if the Sword Duke guided you here, you made it this location with your own strength, unlike Baikal and Anastasia. The Demon King didn't speak anymore. In-gong closed his eyes naturally. It was the same as when the Sword Duke gave him the Sura Heart Law. The Demon King's blue aura enveloped In-gong's body. It was like a lightning bolt, and In-gong shrieked silently in pain. At that moment, the white woman's desperate voice was heard from far away. It was similar to green winds howling. Conquer. Obedience and rule. Divine Sura authority responded. In-gong opened all his powers, including the Dragon Heart and Moonlight Core. He needed to accept something he couldn't bear. It was only for a moment, but it also seemed to last for eternity. It was engraved deep into In-gong's soul. Then a woman's voice rang in his ears. Extreme Nothingness LV0 has been learnt. It was like when he first encountered Conquest's power. This was a power which wasn't available to him yet, but it was obvious to In-gong that it was inherently strong. Extreme Nothingness, this was the Demon King's greatest treasure even when he was dying of illness. It was natural that the power of conquest couldn't dominate it. However, that didn't mean it wasn't successful. In-gong felt a change to his body. The balance within had been shaken due to the addition of the dragon heart. That balance was completely broken and aligned into a new balance. It was the effect of extreme nothingness which In-gong hadn't even opened yet. The Demon King saw such a change in In-gong. Even Zephyr had found the seed of extreme nothingness hard to accept in its sealed state, so the Demon King couldn't help admiring In-gong. I'm amazed, but don't be unreasonable. There is no need to be too hasty. However, the Demon King's voice didn't reach In-gong. In-gong had already lost consciousness as a white light shone from his body. It was in order to endure the physical changes more efficiently. The Demon King looked at In-gong and cast a magic spell in the air. The Sword Duke came like the wind and grabbed In-gong. He observed the changes taking place in In-gong's body and laughed. Once again, he really is amazing. Instead of replying, the Demon King smiled. However, that didn't last long. He staggered like he had felt a sudden dizziness and cast magic. A chair sprouted from the ground to support his body. Are you okay? The Sword Duke asked with a frown. His worried eyes and voice showed the warmth of a teacher toward his disciple. Rather than immediately replying to the Sword Duke's question, the Demon King sat down. He didn't miss the other meaning in the Sword Duke's question. Was it okay to pass the seed of extreme nothingness to the Ninth Prince like he had also shared it with Second Prince Zephyr? It was a question which didn't even need to be discussed. The Demon King closed his eyes and rasped. Sword Duke, you should know. It is enough for the strongest person to rise to the seat of the Demon King. Whether they are blood-related or not, it doesn't matter. It was the law that only the Demon King's children could become the next Demon King. Although every child of the Demon King followed this law, it was meaningless to the Demon King. The Sword Duke nodded silently. He agreed with the Demon King's idea that the strongest person should become the Demon King. Furthermore, the Sword Duke knew about the secret of the Ninth Prince's birth. He knew how much Fifth Queen Samita had loved the Demon King. The fact that the Demon King's blood didn't flow in the Ninth Prince wasn't important to the Sword Duke, since the Ninth Prince had already been acknowledged. I will return to the Holy Land after bringing Ninth Prince back. Stay healthy until we meet again. You too. The Sword Duke disappeared like the wind after the short exchange of farewells. Once alone, the Demon King looked up at the dark sky slowly. The Demon King read the fate of the demon world. And he felt the strong torrents of destiny around both Zephyr and In-gong. The Demon King's illness was progressing faster than expected. The Demon King closed his eyes, and he fell into a deep sleep for a while. And Guardian Ken raised his head. In the south, he looked toward the north and knew he could no longer delay. Of the 6 elder dragons who guarded and maintained this world, there were only 3 remaining. Watcher Ankle and Violet Caltine were no longer present. Recorder Torres had fallen into a deep sleep he couldn't wake up from. The only ones left, aside from Ken, were the Great Enkidu and Cruel Talia. Soon, there would be a great fight, and the fight had to end the burning of the demon world. It absolutely couldn't reach the human world. Go, my child. Become the sword and shield to protect the human world. His voice was filled with magic. The words of blessings went far away from Quien's lair. From south to north. The child of Guardian Ken, the warrior Locke, moved with his colleagues. They headed toward the demon world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Chapter 29, War Destruction. Chapter 150, Chapter 29, War Destruction. As he recovered consciousness, there was a series of changes. In-gong opened his eyes slowly as he regained consciousness. The time till In-gong truly woke up was getting shorter. In-gong blinked. At that moment, a woman appeared in the air and hugged In-gong tightly. A loud voice woke In-gong up. "Master! You're awake?" In-gong woke up because of her. There was a heavy but comfortable pressure on his chest as In-gong shook his head. When he stared in front of him, he saw a green-haired beauty smiling at him. Green Wind. That's right. It is Green Wind. I am not Greenie. Green Wind made the antlers on her head smaller than usual and rubbed her cheek against In-gong's chest. In-gong narrowed his eyes as he felt hungrier than usual. "Green Wind, how long has it been?" he asked while stroking her head. Then Green Wind answered as she enjoyed the touch. "A week." Master was asleep for a week. It was longer than he had expected. Somehow, he was hungry despite being full of power. In-gong closed his eyes for a moment and searched through his memories. The last memory was of his meeting with the Demon King. The sins of the Gandharv that the Demon King mentioned. Additionally, the seed of extreme nothingness which the Demon King had given to him. Somehow, I feel reborn. It wasn't a mere feeling. The balance in his body was fixed, and the original aura heart and moonlight core were now strengthened, just like when the dragon heart had absorbed the crystal magic power. Aura and magic power blended together naturally. Was it some type of metamorphosis? His overall stats had also risen slightly. Thanks to the seed of extreme nothingness, his body was now optimized. Zephyr and I, we are the only two. Zephyr had also received the seed of extreme nothingness from the Demon King. Perhaps the reason why this Zephyr was stronger than the one in Knight Saga was because of the seed of extreme nothingness. Extreme nothingness. The Sword Duke's name for it was very good, and In-gong could agree with that name. The only word which could express the absolute strength of the Demon King was extreme. How did Zephyr make use of the extreme nothingness? Furthermore, could In-gong conquer the extreme nothingness? A smile formed on In-gong's face. If Carrick was here, he would say that In-gong was burning with ambition. It was just Zephyr and In-gong who had received the seed of extreme nothingness. Before In-gong had appeared, Zephyr had been the sole contender in the race to become the Demon King's successor. In-gong had caught up with Zephyr in this area. Far from being fazed about the extreme nothingness which was difficult to conquer, Conquest was actually excited. "Oh, Prince. You woke up?" A voice interrupted In-gong while he was thinking. It was a face he had wanted to see as much as Green Wind's. Carrick. As In-gong called out his name, Carrick smiled and walked over to the bed. The Sword Duke brought Prince back. He said you would sleep for a week in the aftermath of the Demon King's teachings, but you really did wake up after a week, but... As always, it was Carrick who explained the situation to In-gong. Before In-gong carried on with the conversation, In-gong touched his belly, and a rumbling sound was heard from the area. "Carrick, let's eat first. I am hungry." After all, he had been starving for a week. "It hasn't been prepared." "Wait a bit, and I'll get it for you." Carrick answered reliably and left the room. Regardless of what happened around her, Green Wind just closed her eyes and leaned her head on In-gong's chest. He took a short nap. And 6th Princess and 8th Princess came to visit every day. Green Wind released In-gong as he sat up with a tray of food in front of him. After hearing that Felicia and Caitlin came every day, In-gong felt grateful and satisfied. He was sorry that he worried them, but it was good to feel treasured. In-gong tore a piece of warm bread and asked, "Has anything big happened in the last week?" "There was nothing big. If you want information, the boss will come soon," Carrick said while looking at the door, and Nyatra entered the room with perfect timing. "Your Highness." She bowed gracefully, as always, and looked at the food in front of In-gong before she started speaking. While your highness was unconscious, I gathered information about the situations of the other royal children. Yes, Nyatra was truly competent. In-gong nodded, and Nyatra resumed speaking with a small smile. This was the simple summary of what she said at. In the north where first Prince Baikal and second Prince Zephyr were located, there was tension after a big battle. The part of the northern limit line, where Baikal was located, was in fact a highly disputed area where small battles occurred frequently. Zephyr was located on the northern front, but it was an area with fewer battles. Zephyr, who had finished a big fight with great victory, wasn't satisfied with defense. Instead, he advanced to the north, across the line, and attacked. Just like Sylvan, Chris had gone to the northeast region and experienced a number of battles, but the frequency was relatively low. Finally, Anastasia and Victor had gone west, and it was peaceful there. Unlike the eastern barbarians, the barbarians beyond the western limit line were waiting quietly. They will be impatient. If nothing happened, they wouldn't be able to build up merits. Anastasia was seriously aiming for the throne of the Demon King, so she wouldn't be satisfied with peace. Thank you, that was helpful. The information was really helpful, so those weren't just empty words. Nyatra had been able to gather such detailed information on this matter that he felt sorry towards Carrick. However, Nyatra was the best in the field of information. Thank you. I am glad that you are satisfied. Nyatra replied with a wide smile, completely different from her old nickname of Ice Princess. In-gong felt better and asked Nyatra. Nyatra. Is that a whip? A rolled-up leather whip was hanging from Nyatra's waist. Nyatra nodded quickly at In-gong's question and replied. Yes, in fact, I specialize in whipping. Her eyes were shining like she was expecting something. In-gong thought about what to do with this deep-rooted misunderstanding and decided to put it aside. Looking at In-gong's life, it was natural the misunderstandings would remain. As long as it doesn't get deeper. Nyatra's gaze was hot as she stared at In-gong, and Carrick just chuckled. So, Prince, what are you going to do today? There were 3 choices for In-gong. 1. Go with Felicia to the library. 2. Train with Caitlin. 3. Walk around alone. In the cases of the first 2 choices, they both had distinct purposes. If he met Felicia, he could investigate the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse as well as ask her about Third Queen Sylvia. Additionally, he had to talk to Sylvia about Sylvan's Ferry. Sylvia had said she would prepare some compensation next time, but In-gong had rescued Felicia and Sylvia because he had wanted to. However, he didn't intend to refuse any compensation. The meeting with Caitlin also included the meeting with 4th Queen Elaine. He didn't have to converse with her like he had to with Sylvia, but she still needed to reward him for killing Gerard. No matter which of the 2 he chose, it would be a joyful meeting with a beautiful girl. However, after some deliberation, In-gong chose the 3rd option. A whole week has passed. It had been more than a week since he arrived at the Demon King's palace. Looking back at the past, it was his longest stay. He didn't know what would happen again, so he had to do the Demon King's palace tour when there was still time. Well, Prince's senses are good, so I will stay by your side. Instead of asking why, In-gong started moving immediately. He sent a letter to Felicia and Caitlin stating he had woken up safely, then he left his mansion with Carrick. Now, let's get started. It was an opportunity to use his knowledge from Knight Saga. In-gong hurried as he thought this. In order to complete his planned tour in one day, fast progress was essential. This was a rough summary at. After arriving at an old fountain on the outskirts of the town in the Demon King's palace, In-gong threw in a gold coin he had prepared in advance. Then a translucent blue soul appeared over the fountain. The old man parted his lips slowly. You, according to the guidance of good luck. Fletcher. In-gong said briefly and the soul became confused. In-gong continued without caring. The name of the man who drove you to your death is Fletcher. And this is a bottle that contains his soul after he died. In-gong pulled out a bottle from the inventory, and the soul of the old man blinked in shock. How? I never said. However, once again, In-gong didn't listen. He threw the bottle on the floor and covered it with holy water he had prepared in advance. Then with a short scream, Fletcher's soul, which was in the bottle, disappeared. Now, I have resolved your grudge. Aren't you thankful? So quickly give me compensation. The old man, who had been staring at the bottle blankly, woke up at In-gong's words. He looked at In-gong with a face full of chagrin before disappearing. Carrick, who had seen this sight several times, clicked his tongue and said, "You are cruel. There is no time." In-gong recovered the magic necklace left behind in the place where the soul had disappeared and moved to the next area immediately. After that, In-gong traveled all over the palace, opening up secret bookcases, destroying a statue which moved in the daytime, and opening up a treasure storehouse in a basement. Considering the problem of time and the butterfly effect, In-gong skipped character-related quests and only proceeded with the quests associated with specific places. In fact, there were some quests which weren't so rewarding, but In-gong did them all. It was better than no compensation at all, and it would be a shame if Zephyr obtained them. After a long tour, it was sunset. In-gong couldn't help but feel satisfied as he looked at his inventory. He had gained many quest items thanks to his knowledge of Knight Saga. There are still quite a lot left. The area he roamed today was just inside the Demon King's palace. However, there were still facilities, such as the library, remaining, so there were still a few pleasures left. Your stamina is good. Isn't it hard? It was a tiring day wandering around the Demon King's palace. Carrick tapped on his legs like he was in pain, and In-gong laughed brightly. It was because his stats were ridiculously high compared to his level. I should focus more on Carrick's growth. His persistence should increase. In-gong modified Carrick's nurturing plan instantly and used recovery magic before heading back to the mansion. As expected, there were guests waiting at In-gong's mansion. Shutra is too much. That's right, too much. I guess he really is like the wind. Caitlin, Felicia, and Sylvan spoke in turn. Upon receiving news that In-gong had woken up, the three people visited the mansion and had to wait hours for In-gong to return. Sorry. Caitlin swelled up at In-gong's apology, while In-gong's eyes narrowed. Despite the fairy still not being stabilized, Sylvan was the only relatively calm one in the room. In-gong sat down and started comforting Caitlin and Felicia. Flora came in with timely refreshments. Did you receive a new teaching from the Sword Duke? Felicia asked with an anxious face. A week ago, the Sword Duke had instructed Carrick to hide In-gong's encounter with the Demon King. There had already been an uproar just from the Demon King calling his name at the court gathering. In-gong had been informed by Carrick beforehand and nodded silently. Yes, you don't have to worry about it. I am much healthier than I was a week ago. Of course, he didn't intend to hide the meeting from Felicia and Caitlin, but there was no need to talk about it now. That talk was too complicated. Caitlin smiled at In-gong's words and said, Shutra is correct. His aura has a very stable feel. There was no sense of incongruity with the dragon heart now. What does Sylvan think? Felicia was pretty ignorant about aura, so she wanted to check with Sylvan. Sylvan looked at In-gong with moist eyes and said, I'm just envious. In-gong had received the teachings of the Sword Duke not once but twice. Sylvan's appearance was quite pitiful, but thankfully, the topic was changed. Shutra, I have something to say. Caitlin glanced at Felicia before talking. In a few days, I will leave for the northeast to help Chris. Felicia Uni and Sylvan Appa will also leave the Demon King's palace. Both of you are going to help Chris Hyung? Felicia shook her head at In-gong's question. No, we have decided to go home with Omamama. We will pick up more crew members for the Black Flame Dragon and check Sylvan's condition. He was stable thanks to In-gong, but they couldn't rest assured just yet. You don't have to worry. I am healthy. Sylvan laughed and spread his arms wide open. Felicia hit Sylvan's shoulder, and while she watched Caitlin, Felicia opened her mouth. So, it makes sense. Felicia's gaze headed back to In-gong. Then she asked with a warm smile, Shutra, do you want to come with us to the home of the Dark Elves? Haven't you visited the lycanthropes? So, you should also visit the home of the Dark Elves to balance it out. I agree. Sylvan supported her from the side. Then Caitlin shouted. Booney is mean. We decided to say it together. Yes, so say it now. Felicia's eyes widened as she turned away from Caitlin's gaze. Caitlin puffed up her cheeks before turning to In-gong. Shutra, do you want to go with me to help Chris Appa? Chris Appa has been alone for so long. Appa will want to see Shutra. In-gong remembered Chris' face for a moment. It was likely that he wanted to see Caitlin more than In-gong. Anyway, they both want me to go with them. It was embarrassing but also a very pleasant situation. Master, your smile is evil. Green Wind muttered in his ear. In-gong tried to think seriously as he fixed his expression. However, his worries didn't last long. Flora entered the room again and handed him a letter. Indeed, Prince's senses is correct. He could see that it was a letter from the merits department. Instead of replying to Carrick, In-gong opened the envelope and read the letter. As expected, it was about the new mission. 9th Prince Shutra, depart from the Demon King's palace at noon in 4 days to support the 3rd Prince Victor Nikrian and 4th Princess Anastasia Nikrian. Anastasia Nikrian. The daughter of the Demon King, who was the leader of one of 3 factions with Baikal and Zephyr. It was time to face her. And then I will go with Shutra. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 2. Chapter 151, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 2. In-gong showed the order to Felicia, Sylvan, and Caitlin. Felicia narrowed her eyes and said, Why Anastasia Uni? It would have been nice if he was sent as support for Chris or even for Baikal. Even though it was better than going to support Zephyr, it still wasn't an easy task for In-gong. However, this had been decided by the merits department. Unless there was a reasonable justification, he couldn't refuse the mission just because their factions were different. Of course, that doesn't mean there is no method to do it, but he could give up the mission by using illness as an excuse. However, that was merely a workaround. It was obvious it would have an adverse effect on the achievements he had accumulated. It is time to face her. He couldn't avoid his other siblings forever just because they were in different factions. Moreover, unlike Zephyr, In-gong had no intention of murdering the other children of the Demon King. If it was possible, he wanted to form a friendly relationship with Baikal or Anastasia. It seems quite difficult. Although Baikal was unknown, Anastasia was hard to deal with. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that her desire to become the Demon King was the greatest among all his children. What would happen if Anastasia became the Demon King? Although she was called the female Zephyr among the Knight Saga fandom, she wouldn't cause the day of massacre like Zephyr would. But she might carry out a political purge. In any case, it was clear she was better than Zephyr. At Baikal's tea party, she hadn't expressed any direct hostility to her other siblings. Moreover, it might be In-gong's own thoughts, but Anastasia seemed quite favorable to Baikal. Not only were Anastasia's and Baikal's factions different, but they were also strong contenders in the fight against the Demon King. In-gong recalled Anastasia's face as he thought about something else. Why was he being sent to support Anastasia? According to the information gathered by Nyatra, Anastasia didn't require support. The western area, where she was staying, was peaceful. There were two possibilities he could think of. Either the situation had changed in the past few days, or there were some hidden intentions regarding the mission. Just like Evian, which In-gong had been in charge of, the information from the west wasn't delivered to the Demon King's palace in real time. Even if Nyatra had a gift with information, there was a limit to what could be gathered after just entering the Demon King's palace. Perhaps the western situation which had been reported to In-gong today was based on information from a few days ago, while the merits department had more updated information. If the situation hasn't changed, is someone behind this? However, who would do this? Unlike the previous mission on the Enger Plains, this mission wasn't one from the Demon King. The duties assigned to each child of the Demon King were established with fairly high standards by the merits department. Therefore, it was difficult for someone to manipulate the missions. Of course, a captain was capable of doing it if they were determined. However, it was easy to be discovered, and the risk was too great. There was also no reason for the captains to manipulate this mission. Richard and Yekaterina are capable of doing so. However, there was no motivation for either of them to do so. Richard had used the march toward Evian to try and test In-gong's skills, but he had gone quiet after that. Moreover, he was now on the northern frontier, not at the Demon King's palace. Although he is walking on a tightrope, he isn't the type to do this. Similarly, the succubus captain, Yekaterina, was too smart for something like this. Based on the laws of elimination, In-gong presumed the situation in the west had changed. Or maybe In-gong was just making it more complicated than it was. Unlike the other children of the Demon King, Shutra had completed his first task for the merits department at 14 years old. The number of missions he had completed were inevitably fewer than the other Demon King's children. The merits department treated the children of the Demon King as fairly as possible, ignoring the relationship between factions. It was possible the mission to support Anastasia was a belated mission. While In-gong was thinking about this alone, Felicia, Caitlin and Sylvan had different thoughts. Among the three, Felicia was the first one to open her mouth. Then I will go with Shutra. Felicia spoke suddenly. She shrugged and said, "You are going to see Anastasia Uni, not some other person. Didn't everybody see it at Baikal's tea party? I can't send Shutra alone." Felicia had fended off Anastasia's remarks during Baikal's tea party. The two didn't have a bad relationship, but Felicia alone had blocked all of Anastasia's strikes toward In-gong. Moreover, there is the issue of reinforcements. The Dark Elves and Lycanthropes can't send reinforcements without Caitlin or me being there. Her words were irrefutable. It was controversial for reinforcements to be sent to those who weren't of their own blood. There was no objection to this statement. Sylvan, who was supposed to return home with Felicia just a few moments ago, had an expression of regret on his face, but he nodded in agreement. In response to the Dark Elf siblings, Caitlin licked her lips in distress, but in the end, she gave a long sigh. "I will go to help Chris Appa as planned. Anastasia Uni and Victor Appa are in the west, and Felicia Uni will follow. There isn't any apparent danger, and I feel like I have left Chris Appa alone for too long. So, I want to see Appa." Despite the different factions, the siblings would still fight together, and Caitlin truly had a lot of affection for Chris. Caitlin's words brought warmth to everyone's faces. Among them, Sylvan was especially impressed as he stared at Caitlin with moist eyes. "I'm envious of Chris. He has a praiseworthy sister." Sylvan stroked Caitlin's head, unable to hide the envy in his voice. Caitlin turned bright red at Sylvan's remark and said, "Well, aren't I also Sylvan Appa's sister?" "Heek." Sylvan grabbed his chest like he had been struck. It was obvious his heart had received a hit. I see. You are already my sister. Be but Felicia." Sylvan looked at Felicia with a frown, and Felicia hit Sylvan on the head with her fan. She spoke with a prim expression. It isn't about that, and Sylvan knows this perfectly well. Felicia wasn't without any affection towards Sylvan. She had wanted to go home to the territory of the Dark Elves due to Sylvan's fairy. However, this had a higher priority. Sylvan smiled like he understood and said, "Yes, I won't insist in this situation. Moreover, I am also Shutra's knight. I can't be too greedy. As soon as the maintenance of the Black Flame Dragon is over, I will fly to the west." Sylvan spoke in a simple manner while staring at In-gong with a serious expression. It was quite a burdensome sight, so In-gong quickly turned his gaze toward Caitlin, who smiled. "Shutra, let me know if you ever need my help. Understand? Nuna as well. Please contact me if you ever need me. I will go running towards your location. Faster than the wind? Young." The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing, but In-gong agreed. As In-gong and Caitlin smiled at each other, Felicia opened her fan with a loud sound and caught everyone's attention. "Anyway, the time we have is quite short. Maybe we should move after the reinforcements join, just like at Evian." They still had 3 days to spare, but today was almost over. They could save time by sending the reinforcements from Evian to the west, but Alita was the leader of the reinforcements, and she was currently in Karamis with the Black Flame Dragon. It was unreasonable to suddenly call her to the west. It was at that moment that a new voice was heard from the entrance of the room. Well, it was noisy, so I thought everybody would be gathered. "Amita?" Caitlin cried out reflexively. Indeed, Amita and Daphne were standing at the entrance to the room. As all their eyes gathered on Amita, Amita laughed and then shouted with both arms wide open. "This Amita has finished." Amita jumped down and ran toward the sofa in a good mood. Daphne put down a box in front of In-gong. Now, the improved version of Night Watch. Inside the box, there was a dark blue cloak. Amita spoke while their tail tapped on the sofa. The flying ability and defense capabilities have been strengthened, and the daily usage of Blink has increased from 3 to 5 times. How about it? As expected from Amita. It was just basic specs work, but this was good too. Amita felt better after In-gong's appropriate reaction and said, "I also made the armor for the orc." "Oh, really?" Carrick asked with wide eyes. He hadn't expected anything because his order was last in the sequence. Amita smiled and replied, "I tried to postpone it until the last, but I ended up finishing it. Come to the workshop later. I prepared something that fits a heavy but ignorant guy very well." "I understand, thank you." Carrick smiled brightly at Daphne, who also smiled back. Maybe it was because of her that Carrick's order had been pulled forward. "So, what were you talking about?" Amita asked while flopping down on the sofa, and In-gong showed them the command from the merits department. "A new mission has been received. This time I will go to the west. Do you know Curtis?" "Oh, west, is that Curtis?" "I dislike it because there is a lot of rain." Amita muttered with an upset face. Then In-gong smiled and asked, "Do you want to follow me?" "It isn't following but being dragged along." "Don't talk like that while smiling." Amita stood up and banged their tail on the sofa. In-gong told Amita, "It is okay. This time, please wait at the Demon King's palace." "What? Really?" "Yes, it is fine. This was just a support mission." Whether he liked it or not, he was highly likely to encounter Anastasia several times, and In-gong didn't want her to know about Amita's existence. "I have to leave Nyatra behind as well." Her interrogation abilities were useful, but there was a task he wanted her to prioritize. Nyatra would lay down the foundations of the information organization as well as investigate the Gandharv sins. Daphne was in charge of Amita, so she would be left behind as well. This time, only Carrick and Karma would go. While Amita was expressing their happiness about not having to follow In-gong, In-gong tried to recall the western area of the demon world from Knight Saga. The first things which came to mind were the giants. They were a tough warrior species with a height of approximately 8 meters. They were called the breakwater in the western part of the demon world because they blocked the barbarians beyond the western limit line. After a bit of discussion about the future schedule, the party separated. As Felicia said, the time constraints were tight, so they had to hurry. 4 days later, at noon, Sylvan and Caitlin had already left, while In-gong and Felicia were standing in front of the transportation formation. As they had planned originally, Amita, Daphne and Nyatra were left at the palace, so the only ones with Felicia and In-gong were Carrick, Karma and Delia. After saying goodbye to Nyatra and Daphne at the transportation formation, Carrick took a deep breath and said, "We should be prepared for an event." Huh? Didn't the additional information gathered from Nyatra say that it isn't serious? During the past few days, In-gong hadn't simply been waiting for the departure. Together with Felicia, he had conducted an investigation into the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, while Nyatra had collected as much information as possible about the West. The West was currently quiet. Although there were a few small battles near the western limit line, there wasn't a case of the barbarians crossing over like in Evian. But now Prince is going there. Yes. I'm going. Carrick replied, and In-gong nodded like he was convinced. Felicia frowned from where she was standing beside the 2 men. Hey, can't we just follow the flow for now? Instead of answering, In-gong and Carrick looked at each other and laughed. Green Wind whispered in In-gong's ears. Master, if the orc is correct, does that mean the 4th princess in a pitiful situation right now? We'll see. Indeed, what would happen? In-gong took a deep breath and straightened his posture. The transportation formation was activated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 3. Chapter 152, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 3. 9th Prince is headed to Curtis. He is going there to support the 3rd Prince and 4th Princess. Henry completed his short oral report regarding the new information which had just arrived from the Demon King's palace. Instead of reaching for the report, Richard, the draconian captain, just simply stared at his nephews, at Henry's face. Henry was hiding it with a solemn expression, but there was a deep feeling of relief and pleasure. The plan to measure the 9th Prince's strength using Jix had failed. Henry was delighted about this fact, while Richard felt somewhat confused. It was due to the fact that the 9th Prince had won against Jix. I still can't imagine it. He didn't know how the 9th Prince had won against Jix. Had the 8th Princess helped him, or had she simply watched from behind? Richard didn't consider the possibility that Jix wouldn't have managed to escape after losing. He could find out information from Jix's scattered subordinates, but that was too cumbersome and time-consuming. Apart from Jix, Richard's arm had no reach in Evian. Richard was even more puzzled about the 9th Prince's consequent successes. He had taken all the bases with a stormy approach and rescued the senior general, Vandal. That alone was amazing, but the 9th Prince had even led the troops directly into a massive fight against the barbarian king and his army. It was already at a standard of being an active leader. He could even believe that 9th Prince had been written mistakenly in the report, instead of 1st Prince or 2nd Prince. The 9th Prince's growth went against common sense. Although he had played a prominent role at Anger Plains, there was a huge difference between what he had done at Anger Plains and what he had done at Evian. How had he become stronger so suddenly? When one considered the situation with common sense, this was simply impossible. The 2nd Prince had been born with a monstrous talent, but even he wasn't at this level. In just half a year, an incompetent prince had been reborn as an advanced general. He was hiding his skills. Richard could only think of that. However, even so, this wasn't a perfect answer. Too strong. Right now, the ninth prince was only 14 or 15 years old. Compared to his age, he was excessively strong. Even when it was taken into account that the report had been inflated, the ninth prince was at least at the level of an intermediate general. There is a reason why the Sword Duke has shown interest in him. The ninth prince's activities weren't things he could do simply because he was strong. It was clear he had considerable talent in military matters as well. Many people thought the ninth prince was borrowing the power of the sixth and eighth princesses, but Richard didn't think so. The sixth and eighth princesses didn't have such talent. Their talents stood out in their respective fields, but they weren't all-rounders. In fact, until now, the two people hadn't been involved in such activities. There was the possibility that ninth prince's aide had this power, but that was a useless story. The ninth prince's aide was an orc, a soldier he had met on his first mission outside. Given the average intellect of the orcs, the possibility that the ninth prince's aide had military talent was close to zero. The ninth prince's achievements were completely due to the ninth prince's power. Not only did the ninth prince have considerable individual abilities, he had strong military capabilities as well. It was huge. The ninth prince had suddenly become prominent in a very short amount of time. There wasn't even a chance to step on that growing bud. By the time Richard had realized it, the ninth prince had already obtained the power to turn the three factions into four. All the children who weren't interested in the position of the Demon King were in his faction. The most surprising thing was the support behind the ninth prince. Why did the third and fourth queens give their support to the ninth prince instead of their own children? Richard became more stimulated the more he thought about it. Amazing, amazing. Richard was interested in the ninth prince and really wanted to observe him. Richard's gaze glided over the short sentences in the report. Then he stared at Henry, his nephew who had a strong loyalty toward the Demon King, and thought carefully before opening his mouth. Captain, if we observe Curtis, then we will be able to gauge Ninth Prince's ability. Everything at Evian had been too sudden. Moreover, Jix had been smashed at the beginning, so there was no way for them to observe the Ninth Prince. However, this time was different. Richard could send some people to keep a watch on the Ninth Prince. Therefore, Henry's words were quite valid. He didn't need to use radical measures like a surprise attack to explore the Ninth Prince's capabilities. However, Richard shook his head slowly. Well, I wonder if that will happen. Captain? Fourth Princess is responsible for Curtis. It is doubtful she will give any opportunities to Ninth Prince. This situation was different from what had happened at Enger Plains in Evian. The Ninth Prince was being dispatched as support for the Fourth Princess, so there was a limit to how big of a role he could play. Henry's eyes widened as he realized this. Rather than scolding his honest nephew, Richard turned his gaze toward the map of the demon world on his desk. On the eastern front where Evian was located, there was a major uproar due to the barbarian king. How about the western front? Would something also happen in Curtis? Richard's gaze moved further on the map to beyond the western limit line. And, as always, the transportation was successful. In-gong opened his eyes at Curtis' transportation formation and saw a guide soldier standing before them. After standing for a moment to ease through the transition, the guide soldier came up to In-gong and Felicia and bowed. It is a pleasure to meet Ninth Prince and Sixth Princess. The guide soldier was a black-haired young man, who was very handsome and tall. Both of his eyes were moist, which could confuse people. He wasn't a local soldier but an incubus, who was one of Anastasia's subordinates. Your Highnesses, I am Carlos, and I will guide you around Curtis. He is a watchdog. The reason why an incubus, and not a local soldier, was sent was obvious. Felicia narrowed her eyes and asked Carlos. Where is Uni right now? There are some suspicious movements near the limit line, so she is going to the front. According to the additional information gathered from the Demon King's palace, there had already been several small encounters at the western limit line. There were no full-scale engagements, but both sides scouted each other's power repeatedly. Then are we going to the front? Carlos frowned slightly at Carrack's question. He acted restrained in front of In-gong and Felicia, but he seemed displeased. He went on to ignore Carrack, who was an orc. You shouldn't ignore the orc. While In-gong was thinking this, Carlos corrected his expression and told In-gong and Felicia in a polite tone. Fourth Princess has specifically assigned a defenseless area to Ninth Prince and Sixth Princess. I will take you there. At the special request, In-gong and Felicia looked at each other. The two of them shared the same thoughts. As expected, it is a bad area. Are we going to be kept in the rear? Just like Evian, Curtis wasn't the name of a city but the name for the entire Western Front. The transportation formation connected to the Demon King's palace was located to the east end of Curtis. Currently, Anastasia and Victor had arrived earlier and were able to move to the northwest using the transportation formations. However, In-gong's party was now moving in a carriage toward the southwest, rather than the northwest. It was still the west, but the southwest area wasn't connected to the western limit line. In other words, it was a quiet area with a low chance of an enemy attacking. This was because Anastasia hadn't accomplished any great merits since being sent to Curtis. Now that In-gong had appeared, it was inevitable that Anastasia would feel displeased. It was natural for her to put In-gong in the rear, so that he couldn't build up any merits. From Enger Plains to Evian, In-gong had always been in charge. However, this time, he was just a helper. It was Anastasia's role to oversee the royal children dispatched to Curtis, so she had the choice of whether or not to ask In-gong for help. Well, I guess it is hard to go against Anastasia in this, Felicia said with a frown. Carrack smiled from opposite her and said, but if you're going to be safe, the rear doesn't seem that bad. Especially when looking at Prince's state right now. Carrack said, and all eyes in the carriage turned toward In-gong. In-gong was fitting a bracelet onto Felicia's wrist. As one of the items collected during his tour of the Demon King's palace, it was a one-time charm to defend against physical attacks. Now, the last one. Next to the blue bracelet was a red bracelet. To be exact, it was the 12th magic item. In addition to Felicia's arms, several magic items of various colors were hanging around her neck, from her ears, waist and so on. All of them had belonged to In-gong. Prince, isn't this a little too much? There should be a harmony. Not only were there too many, the colors didn't match each other. It was a natural result of equipping the magic items randomly. Is that so? In-gong shrugged as he looked at Felicia. She was still pretty, but that was because Felicia was so beautiful that her beauty outshone everything else. There were 2 different colored necklaces and 6 different colored bracelets on both of her arms. Additionally, she wore earrings, ankle bracelets, and other accessories which created a bizarre image. To be honest, Felicia's beauty wasn't enough to cover everything. As In-gong stared at Felicia with narrow eyes, Delia said with a smile, it shows how much Ninth Prince values Sixth Princess. This was because the accessories were all defensive magic items. After the fight against the Famine Knight, In-gong was interested in Felicia's defense. Carrack nodded and said, Delia, you should tell Prince bluntly. In-gong looked like he didn't understand. Delia hesitated a bit before smiling awkwardly. For Her Highness' reputation, it is a little. It was obvious that she would be called a fashion terrorist. Felicia laughed. So far, she had been standing still like a doll, but she spoke at this moment. Well, I am a little unbalanced. Still, Shutra prepared these for me, so shouldn't I wear them? Her voice and eyes weren't lifeless. She was looking at In-gong with a touched expression, like she was about to say Caitlin's amazing. Carrack looked at her appearance and shook his head. If Prince Sylvan were here, he would be wailing. Sylvan would be filled with envy, then Felicia would hit him on the head with a fan. In-gong laughed and scratched his jaw. I guess I should make some adjustments. I think it is a good idea to commission Amita to modify it. Will Amita do it? Felicia asked In-gong with a gentle smile. Their tail will pound on the floor. They will grunt, but wouldn't they agree in the end? In-gong's gaze turned back to Felicia, and Carrick interrupted again. Prince, if Prince asks, then even Princess will agree. You are correct. It was like that. Felicia blushed and refuted. It isn't like that. Don't you think, Delia? Yes. That's right. If Princess says so, it is the case. Delia. Delia's tone was inconsistent with her words. In-gong smiled as he saw the grouchy Felicia and said, Anyway, I'll ask Amita. I feel like that raccoon is somewhat pitiful. It's okay, I think they are adapting to it these days. There isn't as much resistance as there used to be. Animals were creatures of adaptation, and a raccoon was like that as well. Unlike Evian, which was a wasteland, Curtis was a land of rain and greenery. After studying the scenery outside the window for a while, Felicia asked In-gong. It will be 2 days until the reinforcements arrive. Until then, we have no strength, so we just need to stay in the rear. Shutra, do you know anything about the place we're going to? Felicia had wandered all over the demon world, but this was her first visit to Curtis. Moreover, the place where the party was headed was the fringe of Curtis. It was the same for In-gong. However, In-gong had intelligence from Knight Saga. To the southwest of Curtis was the land of giants with a huge forest. So, there was a reason why In-gong could remain cheerful despite being sent to the rear. It is a fairly interesting place. As he stared out the window, In-gong searched through his memories. The surrounding landscape was changing bit by bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 4. Chapter 153, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 4. In-gong's party traveled in the carriage for 2 days. The first night was spent in a small town, but the second night, they had to camp. It was because there were less people the further southwest they went. As Amita said, Curtis had a lot of rain. In summer, it was common for it to be raining for several days and nights. Fortunately, it was now winter. Unlike in summer, this rain was currently just a light shower. On the afternoon of the third day, the scenery outside the carriage changed drastically. The same thick foliage was everywhere, but there was an obvious difference in size. The grass had grown. The grass, which had been ankle height on the roadside, had now grown to their waist. Even though the forest was far away, it felt considerably closer because the trees were so big. As Carrick rubbed his eyes with surprise, In-gong looked joyfully at the mini-map. Some people had come out to meet them. It is nice to meet you. I am Kappa, the daughter of the chief of the Gulam tribe. This is the best hunter in our tribe, Uncle Galing. The voice of a youthful girl came from high above them. The party in the carriage raised their heads toward the sky and saw a face approximately 5 meters above them. This was despite the fact that she was leaning on her knees, and half her upper body was bowed. The red-haired girl, who wore comfortable clothes made of animal skin, was a giant. She looked like a teenager, but she was almost 8 meters tall. However, there was a real giant standing behind the girl. It is a pleasure to see the royal family. The voice came from a height of 10 meters. It belonged to a muscular man dressed in animal skin, just like the girl. As his small black eyes stared down at them, he appeared taciturn. Carrick continued to blink in shock. It was because he couldn't figure out how many cows had been killed to make the clothes these female and male giants were wearing. There would need to have been at least a few dozen. The female, Kappa, gazed at In-gong and Felicia with sharp green eyes. Her eyes were so big, it was like looking in a mirror. Are you the prince and princess? Her eyes and voice were full of longing. The girl was unaware of it, but her face was too close to them. She would be considered rude by any other royalty, but In-gong and Felicia weren't that formal. They were used to Karak's impudence, so they simply smiled and nodded. Kappa smiled brightly, then she bit her lip and asked, "Can I take both of you on my shoulders?" "Please, Dot." Felicia replied, and Kappa brought In-gong and Felicia to her shoulders. The gigantic hand reaching for them from above caused instinctive horror, but In-gong and Felicia didn't scream. Rather, they admired the scenery which could be seen from Kappa's shoulders. Unlike the Cyclops and mountain giants who were classified as monsters, rather than humans, the giants living in this forest were simply big humans. They were almost exactly the same as humans, except for being 6 times larger. Kappa smiled shyly after putting In-gong and Felicia on her shoulders, feeling a sudden sense of bashfulness about her shoulders. It seemed like she was worrying about what to say. Apart from Kappa's anxious thoughts, a matter of more importance was that she was 8 meters tall, so her stride was huge. She walked at a speed which would be difficult to follow while in the carriage. Karak suppressed his wish to ride on the shoulders and looked around. Without realizing it, he was soon convinced. Kappa and Galing weren't the only big ones, everything around them was big. The change was sudden, so the surrounding area felt smaller. From his spot on Kappa's shoulder, In-gong was just as convinced as Karak. Despite seeing it in Knight Saga, he now understood it instinctively. It is because they are living here. Could the giants live if they were thrown into a normal environment? It would be hard. As Karak had thought, making their clothes would be a daunting task. They were 6 times the height of normal humans, and the amount of food required to fill their stomachs couldn't be compared to that of ordinary humans. Therefore, the surrounding environment was great in size as well. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the giants to increase their population. In-gong was as excited as Kappa. He was really excited to see the scenery of the giants which he had liked in Knight Saga. The trees in the forest were 3 to 4 times larger than common trees. Additionally, although the difference was smaller in comparison to the contrast between giants and humans, there was no way to be accurate about this in the first place. They soon arrived at the village, where there were dozens of houses made of wood and clay. All of them were single-story buildings, possibly due to a weight problem or something else. I will get to see it soon. In-gong calmed himself down. When he heard he was going to the land of the giants, he couldn't help smiling at the thought of the sight he would soon see. Then 1 hour later, after greeting the Gulam clan's chief, In-gong climbed to the top of the table. There was also a small table for normal-sized species, but In-gong wanted to climb onto the giant's table. The reason for this was simple. Big. The food was great and immensely large. He felt happy just looking at the cake, which was 6 times bigger than normal. Karak stared at the chicken leg, which was as big as his body, and shared In-gong's happiness as well. The rest of the party couldn't stop smiling either. "Master, it is amazing." Green Wind became solid and said to In-gong. In-gong nodded vigorously. "That's right. It's amazing. Why was Caitlin in this place?" While In-gong was thinking that, Green Wind looked at Felicia and grinned widely at her. "Princess should say it as well. Master will like it." Felicia blinked at the sudden proposal, but she noticed In-gong looking and opened her mouth. Amazing? It was far from Caitlin's sunny expression, but her red cheeks made it cute. However, Green Wind shook her head objectively. "It isn't similar. Isn't that right, Master?" Green Wind turned toward In-gong and asked. He had no idea what she was doing, but he couldn't help smiling. "No, it's similar. It really is similar." At In-gong's answer, Felicia quickly covered her face with her fan, while Green Wind glared at him. Karak just laughed and laughed. Delia had to pinch her thighs several times to keep from laughing, and Karma was in a similar situation. time passed by, and it was now time to go to bed. So, In-gong got up from the table. There were ordinary houses for other species, so it wasn't inconvenient to use it. He wanted to experience the life of the giants, but it couldn't be helped. After chatting to Carrick for a while, Felicia appeared, dressed in a nightgown. Her cheeks were red from her bath, and her hair was damp. In-gong looked at the terribly exhausted expression on her face and asked, "What is with that expression? Shutra, have you ever almost drowned in a bathtub?" In-gong just smiled instead of answering. It was natural to feel the threat of drowning if it was a giant bathtub. The baths were designed for giants like Kaparong and Kappa. Felicia settled at the table with a tired face, and In-gong used recovery magic on her. Then he pointed to the hand-painted map spread out on the table. "This is a rough map of the area. Isn't this modest compared to your usual style?" Felicia said as she peered at the map. Unlike In-gong's handmade maps which boasted a precise accuracy, this map seemed to have been created roughly. While Felicia was combining wind and fire spirits to dry her hair, In-gong explained, "I just copied a map from here. It is impossible to draw a perfect map of a place I haven't visited." "Well, I guess so." Even if he had the mini-map, there was a limit. Moreover, the trees were so large and thick that it was difficult to draw a precise map. When the trees gathered together, they gave off the feeling of a mountain or hill. "I will go out tomorrow for an active scout." In-gong spoke casually, and Felicia's eyes narrowed. "The forest?" "The forest." He didn't intend to just search from afar. Instead, he intended to execute an active form of scouting which attacked any enemies who were seen. However, there were currently no barbarians in the forest because they were confronting Anastasia. The question was whether it was even necessary to do a general scouting, let alone an active scouting. Nevertheless, the words active scouting had emerged from his mouth. Anastasia, the one in charge of Curtis, had left Felicia and In-gong in charge of defense near this great forest. The reason why she had placed In-gong and Felicia in a place with no enemies was simple. If they didn't meet any enemies, they couldn't build up merits and would have to leave empty-handed. In-gong wasn't going to disobey Anastasia's orders as she was in charge of Curtis. Even so, it didn't mean he had to sit quietly. In-gong was free to carry out military activities for defensive purposes. "Okay, is there any place you want to go?" In-gong pointed to one side of the map in response to Felicia's question. "I will go this way. I've heard stories of an ancient ruin in the vicinity." Of course, the source was Knight Saga. This was an area that In-gong wanted to visit, so he was quite excited. "It is because I didn't go to this place in Knight Saga." It was a place he hadn't been able to enter since the beginning of Knight Saga. It was impossible to go inside. There was no special reason for this. It was just a limitation of the game, like not being able to enter the sea in RPG games. However, the setting existed. There was a legend about an ancient ruin inside the forest. It was one of the reasons why In-gong had accepted Anastasia's command to move to the rear. Killing enemies wasn't the only way to gain merits. If he found a ruin with something like the Thunderlight Anvil or contained great magic power, he would be able to obtain merits as well. "Oh, isn't that interesting?" Felicia's eyes shone like lanterns after hearing about the possibility of an ancient ruin. In-gong smiled at her and said, "Anastasia Nuna told us to stay on the periphery, so we should stay put. Isn't that right?" "Yes. It is a good idea. The two of you look evil." Carrick clicked his tongue as he watched In-gong and Felicia. In-gong laughed. "We will leave immediately after breakfast tomorrow morning. I've told the giants in advance. Galen, who we met today, will guide the way. Several warrior giants will follow, but... Okay, I think this will be a very informative mission. My heart's already pounding despite the risk." In-gong made a questioning sound at Felicia's words. "The risk?" I am with Shutra. Felicia winked at In-gong, who frowned, while Karak just laughed. Some time passed by again. After chatting for a bit, Felicia got up from her seat. It was time to go to bed. Sleep well, my dream. Sylvan liked this farewell the most. If Sylvan was here, he would have said that. In-gong nodded. Good night to you as well. Felicia turned and left the room. In-gong's gaze lingered at the spot where she had made her exit, then he opened his inventory and looked at the Lucia dream pillow. Prince, what is that look in your eyes? What are you talking about? I am thrilled because I am thinking of tomorrow's adventure. Karak asked with narrowed eyes, and In-gong closed his inventory quickly. Green Wind whispered in In-gong's ears. Master, please dream about me. Oh, the flames are soaring up again. In-gong felt like he was suffering. Rather than refuting, In-gong headed to bed. And this is a scam. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 5. Chapter 154, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 5. The giants living in the Curtis area could be classified into three types. There were the Gullums, a hunting clan in the vicinity of the forest, the Paran, a warrior clan near the western limit line, and lastly, the Warren, a clan that lived scattered throughout Curtis. Among the three clans, the Paran clan was the biggest when it came to scale. In fact, there were only 1,000 giants, but they were giants with an average height of 10 meters. In addition to that, the combat power of the White Warriors, a group of 100 Paran warriors, was beyond imagination. The Demon King's palace considered the combat power of the White Warriors alone as equivalent to one army consisting of thousands of soldiers. In contrast, the smallest one was the Warren clan. They led livestock such as sheep and cattle all over Curtis, so there weren't more than 100 of them. The size of the Gulam, a hunting tribe, was between the Paran and Warren tribes. The Gulam lived in a few villages throughout the forest, and their total population numbered approximately 300 to 400. Those who heard about Curtis only heard about the Paran tribe, usually referred to as the Western Giants. It wasn't because the Paran had the largest number but because they were more prominent due to their ability to maintain the western limit line. They were a powerful giant clan which could be called a steel castle. However, those who lived in Curtis and encountered the three giant tribes knew the Gulam were a mighty combat clan which didn't fall short of the Paran clan. The Gulam hunted the animals living in the Great Forest. Unlike the Paran clan, who fought against the Western barbarians, the Gulam considered it more glorious to fight gigantic monsters. The huge size of the giants was a minimal requirement to fight against the monsters in the Great Forest. Thus, the Gulam hunters were strong. Among the three giant clans, the Gulam had the best individual strength. Galing, one of the three best hunters in the Gulam clan, voiced his concerns with a very serious face. Your Highnesses, that is a place we don't go into that often. It is very dangerous. In-gong wasn't going to the area where the Gulam usually hunted. It was a deep place which would require almost a day to reach, even with the quick pace of the giants. In-gong climbed onto the huge map on the Gullum's table and said, Don't worry too much. I'm not going to run in recklessly. However, Galing still seemed concerned. Those who came to the countryside always talked this way. Galing hesitated to answer, and Felicia backed In-gong up. It is okay because we have Shutra. I understand your concerns, but we are children of the Demon King. So, please believe in us. She said it with a friendly smile, but the last sentence was a type of warning. At this point, Galing realized In-gong and Felicia weren't spoiled and immature children but the children of the Demon King. As a seasoned hunter, Galing was a quick-witted person. He understood Felicia's warning immediately. Although the prince and princess still seemed small and tender, he hid his thoughts. Then he started thinking rationally. As Felicia had said, they were children of the Demon King. This meant that unlike their appearances, they had considerable skills. The Demon King was the apex of the demon world, the most powerful person in this world. Just like how a tiger would give birth to tigers, the Demon King would have the most powerful children. I understand. Please forgive my rudeness. Felicia smiled at Galling's apology and responded. No, it is natural to worry. Rather, it is nice to know that you are trustworthy. She handled this really well. Carrick murmured as he gazed at Felicia with an admiring expression. It wasn't taken seriously, but I truly mean it. It will be okay if we have Shutra. Why is he so valuable? Telling Galling this meant Felicia thought he was reliable. Felicia, who traveled all over the demon world to explore ruins, knew how important it was to cooperate with the locals. It was better to maintain a good relationship than to pressure them with her authority. After their path was arranged to a certain extent, In-gong looked at the party and said, Karma, please look after Felicia Nuna. If something happens, your top priority is escaping with Nuna. I understand, Your Highness. Delia was already Felicia's escort, but that wasn't enough. Karma's quick feet meant she could lift Felicia and escape from the battlefield in an instant. Carrick, protect Felicia Nuna, Karma, and Delia. Don't worry. I'll show you what an orc shield is. Carrick smiled and raised his shield. He was wearing the new full body armor made by Amita, so he really was like a moving castle. Finally, In-gong looked at Carlos, who was the guide soldier given by Anastasia. After taking various medicines which had been sneaked in last night, Carlos had abdominal pain, diarrhea, and a headache. So, Anastasia's subordinate wasn't able to join the ruin exploration, but he looked a bit pitiful. Okay, then let's depart. After finishing his preparations, In-gong left the village of the Ghoulam clan, leaving behind Carlos, who was lying down. And I want to go back. It had been 2 hours since leaving the village, and Felicia was muttering in a small voice from her position on Galling's back. The weather in the forest was unusual, just like in Evian. Thanks to this weather, the forest showed a very different appearance from ordinary forests. The outskirts of the forest, where the Ghoulam village was located, was cool. The trees were the thin, straight types commonly found in winter forests. Despite the winter weather, it started to become hot as they headed deeper, and it soon became like a rainforest. However, Felicia's desire to return wasn't due to the humid weather or the sweat all over her body. Just like how the giants and trees were big, so were the other things in the forest. The serpents in the trees were so big that they could swallow a human in one bite. Bugs the size of a human's head flew around, causing them great fear. Carrick, sweating in his armor, crouched on a tree and clicked his tongue as he watched a giant monkey. The monkey was watching the party like they were its prey. If Galling and the giants weren't present, it would attack straight away. Now I know why only giants live in this forest. The elves were a species that lived in forests. However, right now, a dark elf, who could be called a relative of the elves, was showing her desire to go home. Moreover, she was sitting on Galling's back, so she got motion sickness. Felicia was limp, while poor Karma and Delia also seemed to be in a bad state. Carrick swallowed his saliva and looked up at the sky. White Eagle was clearly seen in the sky. Master, is it cool? It is cool. Green Wind is really competent. While everyone, including Felicia, was suffering from the heat, In-gong was enjoying the cool wind created by Green Wind. The air itself was hot, so creating wind would just cause hot air. However, In-gong solved this problem by using the ice spirit he contracted some time ago. It was simple for Green Wind to create a cool wind by filtering the air through the ice spirit. Felicia was able to do this, but she refrained since it was a waste of magic power. However, it wasn't so hard for In-gong, who had a dragon heart. Green Wind laughed with pleasure at In-gong's praise and said, "Yes, I am competent and useful. Yes. In-gong stroked the surface of White Eagle which he was sitting on and looked at the minimap. There are too many creatures with hostility. He was scouting from the sky, but there were too many red dots on the minimap. It was understandable that Galing had been reluctant to go into this area. It was a good choice not to bring Kappa. Kappa had fallen in love with Felicia and wanted to come along, but Galing and the other Ghulam hunters opposed it. They judged that this journey would be too risky for a young girl to come along. There were 5 Ghulam hunters on this journey, including Galing. According to the calculations of the Demon King's palace, they were equivalent to 200 soldiers. Many enemies were staring at them, but there were none who actually attacked. It would be nice if they could arrive without any problems. Just as In-gong was thinking this, down! Galing suddenly gave a loud shout. The surprised In-gong jumped up, looking down at the ground and the minimap simultaneously. Huge vines were protruding from the ground and rushing toward the party like snakes. It is a carnivorous plant, one of the Ghulam hunters exclaimed. Each of the hunters, led by Galing, swung a spear or sword at the vines. Felicia cast a magic spell hurriedly. Fire barrier. The barrier of fire was larger than usual and spread to the sides of the party. No matter how humid the forest was, there was a lot of wood around, so it was crazy to create fire. However, In-gong had no doubts in Felicia. She controlled the flames perfectly using the fire spirit and wind spirit. Over the past 6 months, Felicia had been training while following In-gong. She showed significant growth compared to how she had been 6 months ago. Too small. Felicia complained while sweating, but it was enough. Thanks to the barrier of fire which reached up to Ghulam's waist, the carnivorous plants didn't dare approach In-gong's party. However, it was still too early to relax. There were many monsters aiming at the party through the gap created by the carnivorous plants. The side. Be prepared! Galing cried out. There was a flash as something jumped out from the left. It was a huge monkey. The large monster, the size of Ghulam's head, leapt forward, and its power was really enormous. Felicia screamed, while Karma and Delia swallowed their saliva. As Karak raised his shield, In-gong headed down from the sky. It was like a white flash. In-gong flew straight toward the jaw of the leaping money and pulled back his right fist, while both legs were firmly set on White Eagle. The closer he got, the more he felt like he was heading toward a cliff. What could he use against that huge enemy? In-gong decided to think in a straightforward manner. He concentrated aura on Earthquaker, and it gave off an angry roar. He would use the most succinct, yet effective measure. Explosive power. Kwang! In-gong's fist struck the jaw of the monkey monster. In-gong's fist was small compared to the jaw of the huge monster. However, this wasn't a simple hit but one with an aura explosion behind it. The monkey was hit by a terrible aura and fell to the ground as soon as it jumped. Its brain was shaken by the impact, and it didn't stand back up immediately. Simultaneously, In-gong had added momentum to Night Watch and wasn't propelled back by the backlash. He stood on the jaw of the monkey monster and calmed his breathing. In-gong had poured a lot of aura into the attack, and fortunately, it had ended the monster. In-gong circulated his aura as he caught his breath, and the Ghulam hunters stared with surprise at In-gong's blow. Then Green Wind shouted, "Master! The sky! Protect your heads! Breath is coming!" Galing shouted again. In-gong looked up at the sky hurriedly. A giant monster was descending rapidly from the sky toward them. In-gong had faced it in Knight Saga. Wyvern. One of the dragon species, it wasn't intelligent enough to write or speak magic, but it was a terrible monster. Additionally, they were able to shoot out breath attacks. The wyverns had bodies which spanned approximately 10 meters from the tip of the head to the tail. So, from the standpoint of the Ghulams, the wyverns were difficult monsters to deal. The breaths of the wyverns poured down from the sky. There were 5 wyverns attacking, and instead of rushing, the 5 of them flew past, shooting out breaths. Quang quang quang. There were loud explosions as 5 energy bombs hit the ground. Galing pulled out his bow hastily, while Felicia lifted the barrier of fire. If the barrier of fire wasn't controlled during the chaos, a tremendous disaster could happen. They are coming back. The wyverns turned in the air and fired breaths toward the ground again. Breath was limited to 3 times a day, and it was the same for the wyverns. However, they were pouring the power out generously toward the party. The shock swept up the ground again. One of the Ghoulam hunters was directly hit by an energy shot and collapsed to the ground. Since this was an opportunity, the wyverns tried to directly attack the person who had fallen. Galing fired arrows hurriedly, but it was impossible to keep all 5 of the wyverns in check. Shutra! Felicia shouted. One of the wyverns was staring at the stunned monkey monster, and a sharp atmosphere poured out from it like lightning. In-gong looked at the wyvern. He had many thoughts in that split moment. How should he deal with it? It was the first time he had to deal with a giant flying monster like the wyvern. When he thought about it, In-gong had no means of ranged attack. He could use fire arrow. However, that was impossible. The fire arrow was too small for the wyvern. It was possible to pour in too much magic power to create a ballista-style fire arrow, but he wondered if that would have enough power. Galing shot an arrow. The wyvern turned away from In-gong hastily, and a sharp strong wind swept the ground as it headed back to the sky. It was aiming for a ranged attack. Then something came to In-gong's mind. He didn't have to be beaten to get an attack. What he wanted to do now was innate. His instincts said it was possible, and his logic agreed with his instincts. However, he couldn't help being perplexed by his thoughts. What is this? This? His confusion was short-lived as In-gong returned to reality again. He invoked the power of conquest and gave an order to the dragon heart. Felicia had said it. Since he had the dragon heart, he could use dragon magic, which was a privilege of the dragons. Dragon magic, it was the language of dragons, and the magic created the breath naturally. However, there was something more instinctual than that. There was a great power which only a person with a dragon heart could use. The wyvern reached its peak height and prepared to attack. The rest of the wyverns tried to shoot their breaths again. However, In-gong looked at them sharply, and the power inherent in his dragon heart, the great authority of the Dragon King, was invoked. Dragon breath. A green cluster of energy grew from approximately 10 centimeters away from In-gong's open mouth. It condensed until it was a pillar of light shooting into the air. The pillar of light pierced the chest of a wyvern, and the other wyverns felt an instinctive fear toward the power of the Dragon King. The flights of the other 4 wyverns, which had not been hit by the attack, became unstable. Dragon breath LV1 has been learnt. Everyone, except Galing, who was firing his arrows, stared at In-gong. No, even Galing was looking at In-gong constantly. In-gong endured their gazes and aimed another dragon breath at the wyverns. And Shutra is amazing. No, you are strange. A scam. Oh, this time there are some similarities, princess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 6. Chapter 155, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 6. The wyverns, who had lost 2 allies to In-gong's dragon breath, ran away. In fact, the big surprise was the dragon breath itself, rather than the wyverns dying. Although it was the dragon breath from the most powerful dragon, its daily usage was still the same. In-gong was really glad the wyverns had escaped quickly before he only had 1 breath left. The wyverns were driven out from the forest, and the animals no longer watched the party. Galing and the other Ghoulam hunters took care of the wyvern corpses hurriedly and focused on clearing the rear. As the giants started to move, In-gong's group moved close together. Felicia looked at In-gong with a bemused expression and said, "Shutra is amazing." "No, you are strange, a scam." "Oh, this time there are some similarities, princess." Felicia ignored what Karak said and just looked at In-gong. In-gong grinned at the party before sending Felicia a wink. She understood the meaning of his gesture and called upon a wind spirit to make a curtain which would block out any sound. "Shutra, what is going on?" It was dragon breath, right? It was a situation where the sound was blocked out, but Felicia lowered her voice like she was afraid someone was listening. In-gong nodded. "Perhaps." "Wah! Does this mean that Prince will grow wings, a tail, and horns?" Karak asked with an excited face. Clearly, he was really excited about this. However, In-gong shook his head. "Like I said before, it isn't like that." "Well, it might be possible if I learn polymorph magic." "Oh. Of course, using polymorph magic would make it a literal transformation, but he would still grow wings and a tail like Karak said." "But the breath, was it due to the dragon heart?" Felicia was still confused. In-gong raised his hand to the middle of his chest, where the dragon heart was, and replied, "Yes, the dragon breath is more like the dragon heart's essence, rather than a magic spell. A primal act? Anyway, it was something like that. Dragon breath wasn't like a skill or magic, it was a right that a dragon enjoyed. Therefore, the dragon breath was closer to the essence of a dragon than a magic spell. It was something which would awaken instinctively, such as how a bird could fly or a fish could swim." Felicia looked confused again at the explanation and glanced at In-gong's chest. "Shutra, are you already closer to a dragon than a Gandharv?" Not only could he operate a dragon heart, but he could also shoot out dragon breath. If he could use magic spells, then he really would be a human-type dragon. "Well, I clearly saw a characteristic of the Gandharv, Karak said after recalling something. Felicia made a confused sound and asked, "Characteristic of the Gandharv?" "Yes, a characteristic of the Gandharv." Felicia turned back to In-gong and narrowed her eyes. Shutra is very handsome. Nuna is also pretty." In-gong responded a little shamelessly to the sudden compliment of his appearance. It was true that Felicia was pretty. However, Karak said with a frown, "This isn't the time to be gloating." In-gong shrugged while Felicia opened up her fan hurriedly. Delia, who had been watching quietly, said softly, "Karak, beauty is a characteristic of both species. The Gandharvan elves are both known as species with beautiful appearances. Of course, the standards would vary from species to species, but even so, there were some mainstream standards." Karak thought for a moment before nodding. "Well, indeed. Delia is also really pretty." "Oh, my." Delia turned red at Karak's praise, while Karma frowned with vexation. However, Karak didn't go any deeper. He watched Felicia and asked, "Princess, what characteristics do the Gandharv have other than appearance?" Let's see. As far as I know, they have a good scent and are good at dancing and singing." There was a beautiful Gandharv dancer, who was part of the 8 legions, who went around performing to each species. "Oh, they are also excellent at feeling the flow. They can sense everything that has a flow, whether it is the wind or aura." These were pretty much all the species characteristics she knew. Karak thought for a moment before nodding. "Well, the liquid that comes from Prince's body is delicious. It is really unbelievably sweet and delicious." "What? A delicious taste?" Felicia turned to In-gong hastily, seeming to be yelling in his face. In-gong replied hurriedly, "I once tried drinking my blood. If I melt the magic power in the blood, it turns into a very sweet taste." "Blood? Not just blood, other body fluids are possible." He had also experimented with his saliva and sweat. Does Nuna want to try?
In-gong asked, and Felicia quickly waved both hands.
No. It's okay. It is still blood. You will regret it later. It is really delicious. Don't ask after this. My blood is precious. In-gong answered with nonsense and pulled back his arm again. Carrick laughed and asked Felicia another question. Then Princess, you mentioned something about the 8 legions? What is the 8 legions? I don't know. Carrick? I also don't know. Weird. Felicia smiled and glanced at Delia. It was a glance for help, so Delia opened her mouth immediately. The 8 legions is a group of 8 species that migrated here from a distant place. There is a story that they came from a place called the Celestial World, but it is just a legend, so it is inaccurate. The 8 legions had appeared suddenly one day, but there was no evidence of where they really came from. It was thousands of years ago, so there was no one remaining who could testify about that time. The only clues were the records about the 8 legions, but most of the records had been destroyed during the era of struggle. Now, it was just a legend. The species that belong to the 8 legions are the Gandharv, Yaksha, Sura, Deva, Karura, Dragon, Kinnara, and Maharaga. Carrick, you should have seen the Yaksha and Sura a few times. The Demon King was a Sura. Carrick nodded at Felicia's words. I've seen almost all of them. But this is the first time I heard that the 8 species were related. Well, like I said, it is just a legend. There are some people who question the existence of the 8 legions as species of the demon world. However, is it that easy? It is a little bit ambiguous to point to a dragon or any other species, but the Yaksha were probably the most active of the 8 legions in the demon world. Most of the other 8 legions, including the Sura, were few in number. Oh. Then Princess, what are the characteristics of the Dark Elves and the Sura? Prince and Princess both carry the blood of the Demon King. However, on the outside, the 2 of them didn't seem to carry any Sura blood. Right now, Felicia wasn't much different from Delia, who was a pure-blooded Dark Elf. I'll tell you the characteristics of the Dark Elves. A beautiful appearance and light and nimble body, high spirit affinity, longevity, and special eyes that can see in the dark. As she listened to In-gong's words, Felicia laughed. Then she continued on from his explanation. The Sura are a natural combat species. They have good combat senses, high stamina, resilience, and recovery. Aura is also a special talent. They were literally a species born to fight. But the blood of the Sura is less enthusiastic, so the children of the Demon King tend to inherit more of their Omamama's characteristics, rather than their Abamama's. I guess the only obvious effect of Abamama's blood is the childhood Sylvan and I had. Childhood? The other Dark Elves have a fairly long childhood. But Sylvan and I aren't much different from Shutra, Caitlin, and Chris. Is that so? Maybe Prince fights well due to the blood of the Demon King. Carrick nodded his head like he was convinced. After the explanations, Felicia turned to In-gong. Anyway, the dragon breath is really amazing and strange. Shutra, can you shoot it from anywhere other than your mouth? Although it seemed natural to shoot dragon breath from his mouth, some discomfort was unavoidable. In-gong shrugged and replied. I'm glad it isn't being shot from my eyes. And I'm also glad that it is in the form of a light pillar. If it was fire, the situation would have become worse. Indeed. Felicia nodded slowly as she imagined In-gong shooting fire from his mouth. The pillar of light did seem easier to form and had less discomfort. Well, Nuna, I think we should keep the dragon heart a secret from Galing and the Ghulam hunters. Should I just say that it is a powerful magic or skill? There was a reason for blocking the sound around the party. Felicia immediately understood In-gong's words. Indeed, I don't think it would be good if Anastasia Uni hears about this. Let's do so.
He didn't know if he would have to fight against Anastasia, but it was better to keep some things hidden. The more trump cards he had, the better. Once the story was finished to a certain extent, Felicia put away the wind spirit. Then the Gulam hunters came up to In-gong's party, and they all said the same thing.
Draken Kechatala. Draken Kechatala. Draken Kechatala. It was a situation where even the reticent Galing had said it. Felicia and his companions all looked back at In-gong reflexively. All of them seemed to be asking In-gong about the meaning. I don't know, the great dragon warrior? It was a language he didn't know, but he did now. The woman's voice was heard in his head. Ancient Giants language LV1 has been learnt. The language of the ancient giants.
In-gong stared at the words which seemed to be hiding something, but Felicia waved a hand in his face. It is convenient, but I'm starting to feel angry, like I'm being deprived of something. She worked hard to learn each letter. If she didn't use it often, she would forget them. While Felicia was grunting angrily, Galing lowered his face. He stared straight at In-gong and declared, Draken Kechatala. Finally, the incarnation of the dragon has returned. There was an almost pious expression in Galing's eyes, and it wasn't simply because he was amazed at In-gong.
It seems like there is something more,
Carrick said, and In-gong agreed.
He looked up at Galing and said, Tell me the story. And
there was something which was passed down within the Gulam clan. It was the image of a human, who was the incarnation of a dragon, fighting against a wicked red serpent god in order to protect the world. The incarnation of the dragon fighting against the serpent god wasn't a prediction of the future but a depiction of the past.
Felicia broke down every part of the story Galing told them.
Originally, the story was made up of parables and symbols.
Felicia replaced Galing's words one by one.
The world was the forest. The evil serpent god was a dragon. The human-shaped incarnation of a dragon can be interpreted in different ways. It could be a warrior supported by a good dragon or a good dragon which polymorphed into the form of a person. At Anger Plains, there was the story of the centaur warrior who had protected the north after receiving White Eagle.
Going by that, is there a relic associated with a dragon in the area?
Felicia came to this conclusion, and In-gong agreed.
It is most likely a dragon lair.
Perhaps it was a place associated with an elder dragon. Even if it wasn't an elder dragon, it was the lair of a dragon which had lived thousands of years ago.
So, it was a jackpot. My motivation is rising.
Felicia forgot about the sweat and the other worries she had in the past as she murmured.
In-gong looked at Galing and asked,
Galing, is this also told among the Paran and Waren? The roots of all three giant clans are the same. The story about the incarnation of the dragon is also handed down among the Paran and Waren.
Galing's attitude toward In-gong was much more cautious than before.
There was a reverence which couldn't be hidden.
The incarnation of the great dragon.
If the Paran and Waren shared the same story, then they were likely to react in a similar manner to Galing.
In-gong remembered the centaurs of Anger Plains and nodded silently.
As Felicia said, having more trump cards was good.
Let's go find the ruin.
There was still time left before the sun set. The party's footsteps accelerated.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 156, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 7. Chapter 156, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 7.
The large forest was wider than In-gong had imagined. As they ventured deeper, In-gong's anxiety grew.
This is the right direction.
The information he'd gathered from Knight Saga gave an estimated location of the ruins, but he hadn't experienced it directly. The forest was so wide that even if the rough direction was right, any slight error would make them arrive at a remote location. I hope that the ruin stays the same size. As with everything else in the forest, if the ruins were too big, he might have trouble finding it on the mini-map. Therefore, In-gong focused on the mini-map while riding on White Eagle.
2 hours later. This is the first time I've passed by this area,
Galing said in a voice which was filled with admiration and respect.
The other Ghulam hunters were also very excited.
Galing and his group were excited about being about to go into this area.
There was a colony of red ants in the area.
Just like everything else in the forest, the ants were enormous and almost the size of a human body. There were thousands of ants, and the ground itself seemed to be red. Even Felicia, who had seen many things, had to cover her eyes at the terrible sight, but that wasn't the only problem.
Galing called the red ants the flaming ants.
It wasn't due to their red color but because of their nature. The flaming ants covered anything in their territory, without caring about living or dying. Thousands of red ants covered the bodies of their victims and ate them instantly, giving them a resemblance to the flame ants. However, the party simply passed through the area of the fire ants. Half of it was thanks to Felicia's barrier of fire and the other half was thanks to In-gong's new power.
Won't people get out of your way every day?
Karak said brief words of appreciation, and In-gong responded with a bitter smile.
He didn't want to deny it, but the newly awakened power was something he hadn't thought about. Dragon fear. It was a dragon's innate power, just like the dragon breath. As its name suggested, dragon fear was the ability to instill fear into the beings around him.
As soon as he realized it was innate just like dragon breath, he could use it immediately. It was only level 1, so the impact range was small, but the effect was obvious.
In-gong used dragon fear, and the colony of ants opened up a path for them.
Through this open path, Felicia expanded her fire barrier, creating a truly safe passage.
Draken Kechatullah. Draken Kechatullah.
While the Ghulam hunters honored him, In-gong looked at the mini-map. The reason he had descended from the sky down to the ground hadn't been just to break through the colony of ants. The location of the ruins was shown on the mini-maps, so it was no longer necessary for him to stay in the sky.
Fortunately, their direction was still correct. They just needed to travel a little further to arrive at the ruins. It will be breathtaking. Night was approaching.
Perhaps by the time they arrived at the ruin, the sun would just be setting. Of course, camping in the forest was a risk. There was a reason why the Ghulam lived in the outskirts of the forest, away from their hunting grounds. At night, the prey would become the hunters.
There were also many nocturnal animals which didn't show up during the day.
If they camped in the wrong place, they might never wake up again.
Could they find a camping spot near the ruins?
If they couldn't find the right place, they would have to camp inside the actual ruins.
In fact, it was common during exploration to set up campsites within the ruins.
There were walls and ceilings, so it was easier to secure their safety inside than a place where every side was open. The question was whether the ruins were dangerous. They wouldn't know if there was anything inside until they searched it from beginning to end. An unexpected spell might be activated while they were sleeping, or they could be attacked by a dungeon monster or protector of the ruins. In that case, the walls and ceilings would become obstacles to isolate the party.
I think that I am worrying too much.
There was the possibility of danger, but risks always existed when going into ruins. Felicia looked away from the flaming ants and expressed her opinion. If there is a multi-floor structure, even if a magic trap is activated, it is unlikely to affect the whole ruins, and we will be ready for magic from the beginning.
There were always traces of the magic circuit left behind. And if we camp near the entrance, it won't be so difficult to escape. Felicia was the one with the most experience in ruins exploration. Karak nodded and asked, "Don't you just dislike camping in the forest?"
No.
Do I have to justify this to you? Would you prefer mud instead of walls, ceilings, and hard floors? Felicia wasn't embarrassed and said it openly.
While everyone was laughing, In-gong focused his gaze on a place far away. It was a big empty space beyond the bushes.
Oh! Galing and the other Gulam hunters gave cries of admiration.
They had lived in the forest all their lives, but they had never imagined there would be such a vacant place. Felicia looked around from Galing's shoulder. The vacant lot was hundreds of meters in diameter and was much lower than the surrounding areas, like a type of basin. In the middle of the empty space, In-gong saw a stone structure.
The entrance of the ruins was just high enough for the Gulam to pass through. Are these underground ruins? Maybe this isn't a dragon lair.
Felicia muttered in a small voice. The dragon lair was the nest of a dragon, so a big entrance leading to the outside was needed. Of course, Kaltine's lair in Sun Lake didn't have such an entrance, but that was a rare case. In-gong rose on White Eagle to a point where he was eye level with Galing.
Let's explore the area around the entrance. Arranging a camping place is imperative.
As expected, the sun was setting. They had to search for a campsite before it became dark.
I understand. Galing answered sincerely before rushing toward the ruins. And there were no traces of magic power at the entrance to the ruin. The walls were solidly laid and didn't seem to have any added magic power. The amazing thing was the air inside the ruin. In contrast to the humid forest, the air inside was very cold and dry. It was a double-layered structure which led underground like Felicia speculated, and it had a spell at the underground side. This is a very old ruin. At least 5,000 years, maybe more than that.
Felicia got down from Galing and spoke while touching the walls of the stone ruin.
She used a type of magic which could measure age, like carbon dating. The ceiling of the ruins was very high for In-gong's group, but not for the Gulam hunters.
In particular, Galing was the tallest and felt quite frustrated because there was only 1 palm height between his head and the ceiling. Fortunately, the corridor was quite wide. There was plenty of space so that 3 Gulam hunters could walk side by side at the same time.
Galing led the party into the ruins while holding a torch. Outside the ruins, it was already dark. I don't feel any signs of movement inside. There isn't even a big animal,
Galing said with narrowed eyes. He was somewhat puzzled. Ruins with their walls and ceilings were a haven for many animals and plants. Due to this, there were usually many dungeon monsters and various flora and fauna inside old ruins. In-gong was reminded of the dwarf cave he had used when fighting against the Red Lightning tribe. There had been rock spiders and other flora and fauna inside the cave. Although there seems to be bugs,
we can rest easily. Felicia looked at the carrot-sized spider on the ceiling.
Even though there were no big animals, there were still living creatures.
It wasn't unreasonable to camp overnight here.
The inside of the ruins was basically a straight corridor, with several rooms on the left and right. It seemed like the corridor would become a crossroad if they went deeper, but In-gong's group stopped exploring in front of the first room.
Let's make preparations for the camp.
There were walls and ceilings, but this wasn't enough. There was a large room which was 50 meters long. This wasn't big for the Gulams, especially Galing, but they made sure it was well ventilated before setting up a campfire. The room was soon filled with a red light. It was bare of any furniture, and the ceilings and walls were old, so it was hard to find traces of anything.
We should set it up. In-gong nodded at Felicia's words and opened his inventory.
Unlike the Gulams who were ready after the campfire, In-gong's group still had a lot of work to do. In-gong took out all the materials to build a big tent. He then pulled out the sleeping bags and cooking utensils.
The last thing he took out was a bathtub made of pottery. Shutra is the best. Too convenient.
Felicia touched the bathtub excitedly.
Galing and the other Gulam hunters stared at In-gong with wide eyes. I'm getting used to this now.
Carrick set up the tent with Karma, and Delia opened a screen and large parasol around the bathroom to set up a bathing room. It was a place without a waterway or well, but it didn't matter. Felicia called the water spirit and filled the bathtub instantly. She didn't forget to use the fire spirit to heat up the water as well. In-gong then pulled out a leather rug to place it on the bottom of the tent. Despite not bringing a big bag, the campsite was like a luxury accommodation with a kitchen and bathing room.
Shutra, I'll wash first.
Felicia had been sweating all day, so she couldn't be happier.
She took Delia and Karma into the temporary bathing room.
They had a change of clothes because of In-gong's inventory. In-gong used magic to light a fire with the firewood Karak had collected, then he took out cold beverages and handed them to Karak. As the Ghulam hunters kept staring in surprise, Karak looked at the cold beer in his hand and laughed.
I once again realized that I am on a trip with a prince.
In-gong was able to provide a camp of this luxury in a short amount of time.
This was because Felicia could use magic and spirits for easy convenience, while In-gong could fit various equipment in his inventory. I'm sorry. The size of the golems means this was the only thing I could bring for you, but...
In-gong's face filled with regret as he brought out large spice shakers almost the size of a human body, which contained salt and pepper.
Thank you for this. Galing laughed and put the wyvern meat onto the campfire.
As the smell of roasting meat spread, there was the risk of gathering beasts from the forest. However, the party had green wind. Green wind gathered the smell of roasting meat and blew it far away into the sky.
Well, even I think it is a scam.
In-gong said as he sat on a chair and watched Karak cook.
Felicia and the women left the bath almost half an hour later. And
In-gong suddenly opened his eyes. He was in a small one-person tent. There were animal skins and a few blankets on the floor, with Green Wind sleeping beside him. She had a warm body temperature in a solid form, while she was a cool breeze in her semi-solid form. At first, he was a bit embarrassed about sleeping next to her, but he was so used to it now that he couldn't sleep well without Green Wind. In-gong blinked a few times while stroking Green Wind's head reflexively. He hadn't simply been woken from his sleep.
Master? Green Wind asked in a sleepy voice.
Despite being a guardian which didn't need to sleep, she felt sleepy due to her experiences in the past.
Instead of answering, In-gong got up.
He summoned a small light spirit and left the tent.
Your Highness? Galing, who was standing guard, turned toward In-gong.
The rest of the Ghulam hunters were gathered around the campfire, while Felicia, Delia, and Karma's tent was quiet.
Karak was lying at the entrance of In-gong's tent and opened his eyes with a loud grumble. Prince? In-gong didn't answer.
He raised a hand for Galing and Karak to remain still.
No sounds could be heard.
There was only the sound of wind passing through the hallway. However, In-gong knew instinctively, no, he could feel it.
Draken Kechatala. The great dragon warrior. Its voice was calling In-gong.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 157, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 8. Chapter 157, Chapter 29, War Destruction Number 8. Did something wake you up?
Karak said as he rubbed his eyes. His sleepy voice was full of confusion. He listened for a long time but didn't hear anything.
In-gong was too focused to answer.
He heard a call from deep inside the ruins.
It was more like a feeling than a voice. Your Highness, I feel something as well, something like a call.
But it isn't a voice.
It is hard to explain.
Galing said with narrowed eyes. He had a serious nature, so he wouldn't make up something like this.
Karak looked at the reactions from Galing and the other Ghulam hunters before trying to concentrate again. It was something only In-gong and the Ghulam hunters could feel. Master, there is a reaction from White Eagle.
He heard Green Wind's voice.
In-gong turned back and White Eagle, which contained Green Wind, was shaking.
He could feel it when he put his hand on the surface of the shield. White Eagle was now resonating with something.
An equipment of an elder dragon? It was different.
Although there was a similar feeling to when he got Night Watch, the call from inside the ruins wasn't like the resonance between elder dragons.
As a test, In-gong tried to take out Earthquaker and Night Watch.
Both of the elder dragon equipment was resonating like White Eagle, but the degree of resonance was different. Earthquaker was the most non-responsive, while White Eagle had the biggest response.
Prince, will you leave immediately? Carrack asked carefully as he watched In-gong.
Instead of answering, In-gong looked toward the tent where Felicia was sleeping. Despite the disturbance, she was fast asleep, and there was no response.
In-gong checked the clock of the minimap and said,
"We should wait for the sun to rise.
Everyone is tired from having to break through the forest.
I don't know what is inside, but there is no need to rush.
Let's rest for a while."
It was a forest where their stamina weakened just by walking due to the heat and humidity. Additionally, they were tense from watching out for various plants and animals.
But Prince, won't your nerves be irritated by the call? Carrack stared at In-gong with worry. In-gong just shrugged at Carrack's question. It isn't big enough that I can't ignore it. It is similar to the cry of a cicada?
If the noise was repeated regularly, it would become familiar.
Carrack nodded. I understand, but don't ignore it too much. If you can't stand it, speak up right away. Yes, let's take a look at in the morning. In-gong said and went back inside his tent. And
the next morning, the party packed up and left the room. Except for In-gong, the rest of the party were carried by the Ghulam hunters. Felicia called the light spirit to replace the torches. The consumption of magic power was somewhat severe since this was a big space, but the inside of the corridor became bright like daytime.
It really looks like an old place.
Despite the fact that the inside of the structure wasn't affected by storms, the walls were severely damaged. Ornaments and other similar things were so broken that they were hard to recognize. As Galing said, the inside of the ruins was calm, and there were no signs of inhabitants. Sometimes, the sound of bugs could be heard in the distance. A staircase descended approximately 200 to 300 meters. It was a very long staircase.
The structure of the second underground floor wasn't much different from the first floor.
There were 2 large holes which were for the corridor, and several small rooms were attached to the corridor.
This is like an army barrack. Army barrack? In-gong asked Carrack to clarify his words.
Carrack scratched his chin as he searched for the words to explain.
That, Prince, haven't you seen it a few times at Evian? The accommodation where the soldiers stay are usually like this. Karma, isn't that right?
The barrack I stayed in wasn't that big, that. Karma often moved with the centaurs, who had a nomadic lifestyle. It was no wonder she hadn't experienced this type of military barrack.
While Karma remained embarrassed, Felicia spoke up. According to Carrack, could this ruin be the barrack of the ancient giants? That is a pretty interesting opinion.
It had been 100 years since the 3 giant clans of Curtis joined the Demon King's palace, so it was quite recent. It wouldn't be strange if there had been a giant kingdom in the past.
Galing, how long have the Ghulam clan lived in this forest?
Felicia asked from Galing's shoulder.
Galing slowed down like he was afraid of hurting Felicia and said, I only know that it has been a very long time.
Just that, during the era of struggle, there was a story about living deep in the forest. The Ghulam clan had lost their records thanks to the era of struggle. In fact, it had been an unusual case for the Dark Elves to be able to retain incomplete records. The era of struggle had been a harsh period when species warfare continued every day.
Let's continue. In-gong listened to the story and ordered Green Wind to go a little further ahead.
The group, led by In-gong on White Eagle, headed toward the 3rd floor from the 2nd floor. As they descended deeper into the ground, the ruin became narrower, and the concentration of magic power in the air became thicker.
Unlike the 1st and 2nd floor, a few things remained on the third floor. This seems to be a weapons storage. There were shelves in a large room which contained spears and swords, however, they were all very old and broken. There was a large metal armor on the ground which turned to powder when it was touched. Looking at the design, there seemed to be a string or leather which connected the metal, but it seemed to be lost. The party continued to head underground. Every time they headed down, the call became louder. By the time they reached the 5th underground floor, even the Ghoulam hunters could feel the call without paying particular attention. Then after arriving on the 7th underground floor, the party gulped. Unlike the other floors which had nothing on them, the remains of a giant sitting on a throne was in the middle of the room. It seemed to be taller than Galang, who was a big Ghoulam, and was wearing fairly old armor. In front of the giant's remains, a large sword was stuck in the ground. Master, Green Wind whispered, and In-gong nodded. The origin of the call was the giant's sword. Draken Kechatala. It was the dragon warrior from the legend of the giants, and the hero who had defended the world against the evil red serpent god. In-gong neared the giant's sword on White Eagle. Unlike the other objects in the ruin, the giant black sword was almost intact. The handle was in a dragon shape, and there were a long blade. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a big pillar since it needed to be big enough for giants to use. In-gong took a deep breath and pulled after placing both hands on the sword's handle. Thanks to his level up, he had been able to overwhelm the berserk Caitlyn with his strength. In his attempt to pull the sword out, In-gong's muscles swelled as he applied force. The giant sword shook greatly, then it was pulled out. Oh! Carrick let out a cry of admiration, while Felicia couldn't conceal her expression at the absurdity of In-gong holding the giant sword. The Ghoulam hunters were also surprised. Master, too heavy. Green Wind whined as In-gong held the handle. However, In-gong didn't hear it as he closed his eyes. The giant sword was no longer calling out to In-gong now that he was holding it. In-gong just understood it. The giant sword was like a relic of an elder dragon, but it was different from White Eagle, Earthquaker, and Nightwatch. It was older. It came from the distant past. Its nature was different as well. It was difficult to explain, but it was obviously made for a different purpose than the equipment of the elder dragons he had obtained so far. Giant King's Sword. A sword belonging to the leader of the giants. In-gong opened his eyes slowly and looked around to see Galang and the other Ghoulam warriors on their knees. Draken Kechatala. Draken Kechatala. It was the power of the sword, and it wasn't just a symbol, like the Dragon King's golden helmet. This was a power that could affect the giants directly. In-gong placed the Giant King's sword into his inventory. At this moment, Galang raised his head. It was a response like he had broken free of something. The Ghoulam hunters looked at each other with surprised expressions and rushed to get up. Shutra? Felicia jumped down from Galang, approached In-gong, and asked a question. In-gong fell to the ground as well as he replied. It felt like an elder dragon was touching me. But it is different from Earthquaker or White Eagle. The feeling was certain, but there was no way to explain it specifically. In-gong asked Green Wind. Green Wind, can you feel anything? I don't know. It is familiar but also strange. It is a different feeling from when I encountered Earthquaker or Nightwatch. At that time, I didn't feel like it was strange. Green Wind too felt a sensation similar to what In-gong felt. Felicia looked at In-gong and Green Wind because Green Wind didn't seem like a simple guardian. In-gong smiled bitterly at Felicia's gaze. Now that he thought about it, he had never discussed the origin of Green Wind. In-gong truly did have many secrets. The origin of Green Wind is Ankle. A fragment of Ankle's soul became self-reliant and gave birth to the guardian, Green Wind. In-gong explained briefly, and Felicia's eyes shone. The soul of an elder dragon? That's right. I am such a being.
Green Wind raised her jaw and took a holy pose, just like the first time In-gong met her. However, Felicia had already witnessed different types of things. Carrick, who had seen the great Enkidu from the Thunderlight Anvil, made a disappointed expression.
The fantasy of the elder dragons is breaking. Delia nodded as she has also seen the illusion of Enkidu.
Enkidu had truly felt like a great being in that illusion. Green Wind made a dissatisfied expression as even Karma, who had once worshipped her, didn't show any response.
Felicia looked around and said, "Anyway, these ruins has to do with a dragon. Is there some type of relationship between the elder dragons and the giants? Maybe. The Giant King's sword had the ability to rule the giants."
He didn't know the extent of the dominance, but if the elder dragon made such a sword, there was likely to be a much closer relationship than he thought. The dragon warrior who had fought against the red serpent god.
In-gong looked back at the throne.
After the Giant King's sword was pulled out, the remains and armor of the Giant King had fallen down. It was like time had accelerated. It wasn't just the remains of the Giant King which started to collapse. The whole place started to shake. At first, it was only slight, but the shaking became increasingly bigger.
"Prince!" Carrick exclaimed urgently.
Karma grabbed Felicia in a flash and jumped on top of Galing, while Delia also rushed forward. In-gong gestured to Carrick as he jumped on White Eagle.
"Run!"
The Ghulam hunters started to run as rocks were falling from the ceiling. These were ruins which had 7 underground floors. If they didn't hurry, they would be crushed by the ruin.
The Ghulam hunters ran desperately, but time was the problem. By the time they reached the 2nd floor, the shaking of the ruin was almost at the level of an earthquake. The floor cracked, and the ceiling was crumbling. "Oh!" Galing shouted and took the lead. He used the fact that the ceiling was low to step on the rubble and jump to the ground floor. "Master!" The moment that Green Wind screamed, In-gong used Dragon Breath. He used it to shatter the stone which was blocking the middle of the hallway on the 1st floor. The light was near. Instead of running, Galing and the Ghulam hunters threw themselves at the light. They rolled on the ground but were able to get out in time. As the last Ghulam hunter hit the ground, the entrance of the ruins collapsed completely. In-gong hurried toward the Ghulam hunters. The people they carried were lying on the ground, but they were fortunately unharmed. Their bodies had been thrown before the Ghulam hunters landed on the ground. Carrick had a tough body, while Amita's armor had absorbed the shock for Delia. Karma landed smoothly on the ground while carrying Felicia. She staggered somewhat, but due to being a sturdy satyr, she stood firmly without falling. After confirming the safety of the party, In-gong looked back at the ruins. There was a hole in the ground where the 7 floors had collapsed, and the ground was still shaking as the collapse continued. Phew! The Giant King's sword was the source of the magic which sustained the ruin. After letting out a long exhale, In-gong opened his inventory and looked at the Giant King's sword. Although there were some questions left, the result was a success. It was clear the elder dragons had a conflict with the 4 beings of conquest, war, death, and famine. Therefore, looking into the Giant King's sword and Red Serpent God had a high chance of allowing him to discover new facts. I got my hands on the Giant King's sword. Furthermore, thanks to this exploration, he had become aware of dragon breath and dragon fear. It was a fairly successful result for 2 days of exploration. In-gong couldn't help smiling before he urged the party to move. They hurriedly left the basin where the ruins used to be. Later that night, the incubus, Carlos, ran toward In-gong's party which had returned to the Ghulam village. Carrick listened to what Carlos was gasping out and exclaimed, "Fourth princess is in danger?" For Princess Anastasia Nikrian, the person in charge of Curtis. Felicia and Green Wind looked at In-gong reflexively. The Carlos shouted, "Ah, no! Your Highness! It is a big deal. The transportation formation has been destroyed. Transportation formation? Curtis transportation formation was in the center, not the outskirts. Who would attack the place when it was a few days away from the front lines? What transportation formation is it? Felicia asked hurriedly. The Dark Elf reinforcements still hadn't arrived through the transportation formation.
It was be frustrating if the transportation formation which connected to the territory of the Dark Elves was destroyed.
However, Carlos' reaction was abnormal.
He shouted with a face full of despair.
It isn't just one.
All of Curtis' transportation formations have been attacked. It was a simultaneous strike. This wasn't something the barbarians located behind the western limit line could do.
The destruction of the transportation formations was to stop reinforcements from the Demon King's palace. What happened? And what was going to happen from now on? In-gong gazed toward the northwest, in the direction of the location of the 4th Princess Anastasia and 3rd Prince Victor.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 158, Chapter 30, Exacerbation. Chapter 158, Chapter 30, Exacerbation.
The barbarians beyond the western limit line had a distinctly different appearance from the barbarians beyond the eastern limit line. Their average height was over 2 meters, and they had blue skin. Their long coarse tails were reminiscent of a lizard's, giving them a strong and flexible third hand or foot.
That wasn't all.
There were usually 1 or 2 horns on their heads, with red or black eyes from which the white spots were absent. Among the tribes living in the Curtis region, the main ones were orcs, which could be found anywhere in the demon world.
The next most common were lizardmen and harpies. There were also a handful of Lania.
Among the species in Curtis, none had an appearance similar to the Western barbarians. Due to this, the Western barbarians would stand out if they were in Curtis. This was what made them different from the Eastern barbarians. The Western barbarians couldn't infiltrate Curtis like the Eastern barbarians had done in Takar and Evian. Moreover, Curtis wasn't a lawless zone like Evian, nor was it a city like Takar where many species came and went. It was almost impossible for the Western barbarians to penetrate deep into Curtis and attack the transportation formations all at the same time.
If so, who had done this? Who had destroyed the transportation formations? There wasn't much information transmitted through communicators installed in the Gulam villages. The transportation formation has been attacked.
Other places seem to be under attack at the same time as well.
The transportation formation has been destroyed.
Those words were shrieked, but there was no further information.
Felicia took deep breaths.
The transportation formations generally had weak defenses. Attacking the transportation formations was an act of treason against the Demon King's palace, so it was rare for anyone to try it.
They were also mainly located inland, so they weren't exposed to the enemies.
It was very shallow thinking, but she hadn't been aware of the vulnerabilities until the transportation formation had been attacked.
Felicia thought deeply. As Carlos shouted, the entire transportation formation network in Curtis had been destroyed. Carlos had received the communication about the attack an hour ago.
There was no additional communication, so it was reasonable to presume they had been destroyed. Curtis had 5 transportation formations, so it would take a lot of organization to attack the 5 transportation formations at the same time without much of a time difference. Despite the weak defenses, it was a facility of the Demon King's palace and wasn't a place which could be overthrown with impatience. Significant organizational skills and strength were required to suppress the entire transportation formation without anyone suspecting. As she visualized all the conditions, an answer arose naturally.
However, it was an answer she didn't want to admit. Felicia looked at In-gong.
It was evident In-gong was thinking the same thing.
Karak asked Carlos more questions. Had he contacted Anastasia?
There was no word from the front lines. They shouldn't expect any instructions from Anastasia, so they had to go and check out the situation.
Carlos stammered out, there were no instructions from Anastasia.
The only communication from the nearest military facility was a command to wait.
Carrick asked who managed the facility.
Philia, In-gong, Felicia, and Carrick swallowed their saliva as they waited for Carlos' reply.
Carlos' answer was short and terrible. The Paran tribe. One of Curtis' 3 giant clans.
They were a powerful force called the Barrier of the Western Limit Line.
Carrick looked at In-gong.
Although it was just a hypothesis, In-gong, Carrick, and Felicia all thought the same thing. The Paran clan had betrayed them.
The life of information was speed.
By delaying the transmission of information, the eyes and ears of people could be covered.
The news that the transportation formations had been destroyed didn't reach Anastasia.
There was a long distance between the fortress where she was and the transportation formations, a distance which couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If the news wasn't transmitted, there would be no way for Anastasia to know about the fall of the transportation formations. It was the chief of the Paran clan, Birkentox, who had blocked the information. Once all 5 of Curtis' transportation formations were destroyed by the Warren, he stood on a fortress overlooking the western limit line. The plan was proceeding smoothly. The transportation formations were destroyed, and the news hadn't spread. He couldn't completely block the delivery of the information to some areas in the rear, but that wasn't a big problem. The important thing was that the main base wasn't aware of the destruction. The destruction of the transportation formations meant that intervention from the Demon King's palace was blocked.
By the time the reinforcements entered Curtis, the situation would already be over.
Even if they sent a large army, the result would still be the same.
After receiving the reports from his loyal men, Birkentox proceeded to the next step.
It was an easy task to occupy the fortresses connected to the limit line. The nightmares Anastasia had dispatched to the fortresses didn't doubt the Paran clan due to their exchanges over the past month. The history of the Paran tribe, who had devoted their loyalty to the Demon King's palace over the past hundreds of years without any treason, was also helpful. The incubi were all killed while the succubi were left as gifts for those who would soon be arriving. The reports continued all 3 fortresses in the vicinity of the limit line were in the hands of the Paran clan.
Birkentox ordered them to open their gates.
The fortress gates, which had been closed firmly for many years, opened up and accepted the barbarians beyond the western limit line. The barbarians walked into Curtis and were delighted to receive the succubi, the gift from Birkentox. They accepted the alliance with the Paran tribe, who had killed them for many years, without hesitation. The reason for this was simple, the being behind both of them was the same one.
After crossing the limit line, the barbarians moved quickly.
Exactly half of them moved to occupy the fortresses near the limit line, while the other half dug deeper into Curtis. They headed to the central fortress where Anastasia was staying. It had been approximately 1 hour since the start of the attack on the transportation formations. Around the time In-gong and Felicia suspected the Paran clan's betrayal, numerous deaths occurred on the front lines where the information had been blocked off. The troops who were guarding the fortresses faithfully greeted their deaths without knowing about the Paran tribe's betrayal. The orcs, who raised their spears and swords on the walls, had to watch helplessly as the gates opened.
Birkentox thought it would take 2 hours. Indeed, it went according to his thoughts.
Anastasia only realized what was happening after an hour had passed and the surrounding fortresses had fallen. Anastasia wasn't incompetent, however. Birkentox had effectively masked her eyes and ears. The barbarians surrounded the central fortress.
Sadly for Birkentox and the barbarians, the gates didn't open easily this time.
It was because Anastasia had hastened to act after realizing what had happened. Indeed, she led one of the 3 major factions in the Demon King's palace for a reason. After noticing the Paran clan's betrayal, she took control of the central fortress instantly.
However, by that time, it was too late.
Once 2 hours had passed like Birkentox had anticipated, Anastasia was isolated in the middle of the barbarians.
Birkentox acknowledged Anastasia's capabilities,
but he was also well aware of her limits.
It was why he didn't rush to the central fortress and cut off her neck.
It was up to the barbarians to make the central fortress fall. Some of the barbarians and orcs, who had betrayed the Demon King's palace, spoke about Anastasia's slyness, but their words were insignificant to Birkentox. He led the Piran warriors past the central fortress to secure the rear bases, which might be confused by the sudden command to wait.
It had been 2 to 3 hours since the transportation formations had been destroyed. General Sorak, an orc, reported urgent news to Birkentox.
Victor is outside the fortress.
Third Prince Victor Nikrian.
He was the older brother of 4th Princess Anastasia Nikrian and a powerful magician. Victor had led a group of troops to inspect the facilities in villages to the south of the central fortress. It was a fact Birkentox didn't know because Victor had moved secretly. The generally bold Sorak was restless. Victor was a child of the Demon King, and he wasn't an easy opponent. It was clear he would gather the troops in the south to rescue Anastasia. So, right now, he should be returning to the central fortress to help support it.
However, Birkentox didn't think so.
Having seen Anastasia and Victor over the past month, he found a serious error in them Sorak didn't know about. It is more important to keep moving forward and take control of the rear bases. The barbarians will take care of Princess Anastasia as planned.
Hearing this, Sorak yelled and questioned Birkentox.
Securing Anastasia was important, and it wasn't because she was a powerful magician. Securing Anastasia was a means to overwhelm those who didn't agree with them or who had yet to grasp the full scope of the situation. It was also aimed at getting rid of those who were loyal to the Demon King's palace.
However, Birkentox was just leaving her alone. What if Victor really went to rescue Anastasia? He won't go, Birkentox declared, while Sorak wondered what he was talking about. Birkentox recalled his memories of Anastasia and Victor instead of explaining, and he couldn't help laughing bitterly. And
Victor Nikrian stared into the darkness. His aide, the succubus, Parop, listed the information discovered so far.
All the transportation formations had been destroyed.
The fortresses at the western limit line had opened their gates, and the barbarians had taken over all the fortresses in the area. The process had been so easy that there had to be traitors. The number of barbarians surrounding the central fortress couldn't be grasped, and there were no troops nearby to support the central fortress. It had been besieged, and the number of barbarians kept growing. It was estimated that monsters beyond the limit line had also crossed over. Time continued to flow, and with every minute and second that passed, the situation became worse.
Should he go and save Anastasia with his current forces?
If there were strikes from the inside and outside, he could get her out somehow. Victor made calculations in his head, then he came to a conclusion.
Don't go.
The chance of saving Anastasia was too low, and it would become worse if Victor tried to save her.
Anastasia would have the same idea.
Victor turned around with no signs of regret. Parop, a longtime aide of Victor, looked in the direction of the central fortress where Anastasia was but didn't try to persuade Victor otherwise. This was a rational judgment, not one due to sentiment or emotion. Like Victor said, Anastasia would be thinking the same thing. Victor moved to the south instead of the north, where the central fortress was located. He planned to secure the southern troops which had yet to fall into the hands of the traitors.
And it was late at night.
While everyone else was sleeping, it was the time when the minds of the nightmares were the clearest. Anastasia accepted the situation which was changing rapidly. She pushed down her anger at the treachery and made efforts to grasp the situation. It wasn't good. This was a desperate situation.
The time to hurry and retreat had already passed.
The central fortress was completely surrounded, and the attack would start soon.
Anastasia took a deep breath.
Her aide, the succubus, Chandra, begged her despite knowing it wouldn't work.
Run away alone.
If she were alone, she would be able to escape somehow as the siege wasn't complete yet.
However, Anastasia wouldn't listen.
She wasn't someone who could throw away her people and run away alone.
It wasn't because of affection.
She didn't love the people below her.
However, it was her duty and responsibility as someone in a higher position.
The nightmares were on the fortress walls, preparing to stop the attack. The soldiers encouraged each other by saying Prince Victor would come with reinforcements. The words were good, but Anastasia gave a heartbreaking smile.
Orobioni won't come. He wouldn't come.
Victor would probably move to secure the troops in the south. If so, Anastasia's role was to buy as much time as possible for him.
Chandra didn't deny Anastasia's words. However, what if the situation was reversed? Would Anastasia throw Victor away? It was a meaningless speculation.
Anastasia laughed bitterly. I'm glad that I sent Felicia to the rear.
They might have crossed words at Baikal Orobioni's tea party, but Felicia was Anastasia's favorite sister.
She had placed Felicia at the very rear, so Felicia wouldn't be swept up in this.
Will she try to come rescue me?
It was a scenario which was possible if it were Felicia. She was a person who behaved emotionally, rather than with her head.
Anastasia recalled Sylvan. He would act stupidly if Felicia were in her situation right now.
Even if he were alone, Sylvan would probably rush to the central fortress to save her.
It was stupid. Even so, he was a good fool. Somehow, Anastasia didn't hate it.
Anastasia changed her bitter expression back to a cold and elegant smile. She then shook her head and stared at the barbarians beyond the fortress.
There were too many of them.
The roar of the monsters, heard from afar, tightened a grip around her heart.
However, Anastasia wasn't afraid.
If she showed fear, everyone in the fort would fall into greater anxiety and terror.
Dawn would arrive soon.
The battle of the central fortress began.
TL note: I actually felt better a few days ago, but being sick has made me fall really behind on my schoolwork. There is still a bit left, so the schedule for the rest of the week will be irregular. Basically, whenever I finish a chapter. The regular schedule will resume starting from next week.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 159, Chapter 30, Exacerbation Number 2. Chapter 159, Chapter 30, Exacerbation Number 2.
Curtis had a fairly large number of troops from the Demon King's palace stationed there. Compared to other areas, Curtis had too much rain, so the ground didn't dry out. In contrast to Evian, which was a wasteland, Curtis was a blessed land. In the western part, which had direct contact with the western limit line, the Paran clan was the main axis of the army. The number of clan members reached 1,000, and almost all of them were part of the Demon King's army. They were giants, so each one could exert the strength of hundreds of soldiers.
To the south of the western limit line, the lizardmen resided in a huge swamp area which bordered the large forest.
Unlike the lizardmen who lived near the Jashuka Mountains, these ones had been loyal to the Demon King's palace for a significant number of years. The superiority of the Paran clan was great, so the lizardmen were relatively undervalued. However, they possessed excellent courage and outstanding combat skills. In the eastern part of Curtis, the army consisted mainly of orcs. The orcs occupied a considerable proportion of almost all of Curtis area, not just the east but the west and south as well. If the Paran clan and lizardmen were important organs, the orcs were the blood which made them function properly. The forest, where the Gulam hunters were stationed, was the most distant area from the west and east of Curtis, and only a small number of soldiers were placed there. Since it was the rear with a low chance of facing the enemy, only a small unit was needed to patrol and maintain the security. As the western part of Curtis landed in the hands of the western barbarians, 3rd Prince Victor and Paran Chief Birkentox headed south and east, respectively. Victor's goal was to secure the lizardmen. In a situation where the Paran tribe's betrayal was evident, he placed more hope in the south than the east. It was likely the lizardmen, who were usually on bad terms with the Paran clan, wouldn't agree to a rebellion. As Victor expected, Birkentox hadn't allied with the lizardmen. Thus, Birkentox headed east instead of south. He would use the orcs, who had revolted in the west, to absorb the orcs of the east and turn them into allies. Simultaneously, they would intercept the connection between the Demon King's palace and Curtis. It was an urgent night. All of Curtis was rattled by the destruction of the transportation formations. Birkentox sat on the back of a mighty monster and stared toward the east. The monster resembled a horse but had 6 legs, and it grew beyond the western limit line. It was a special gift the barbarians had prepared for Birkentox. Birkentox's life was marked by fighting with the barbarians. He had lived a lifetime as a faithful warrior of the Demon King's palace. So, it was no wonder that Anastasia had never imagined the Paran clan's betrayal. In the hundreds of years since the Demon King's palace had been established, the Paran clan had always been loyal. Many years had passed with no deception. Moreover, there was no motive for the Paran clan to betray the Demon King's palace. The western part of Curtis belonged to the Paran clan originally. They had lived on the land and fought the barbarians beyond the limit line before the Demon King's palace had even been established. They hadn't been forced to join the Demon King's army. The people of the Paran clan weren't as foolish as the various species found throughout the demon world. Birkentox and his ancestors didn't forget one fact. The Paran clan was strong, but the Demon King's palace was stronger. Even if the Paran clan revolted and took Curtis, it would only last for a short time. The Paran clan wouldn't be able to hold on once the Demon King's palace moved to take Curtis back. It was a fact they felt more strongly due to belonging to the army. Once again, there was no reason for betrayal, as the consequences of the betrayal would be terrible. Why would they incite a rebellion despite knowing this? Anyone who doubted the Paran tribe would have been insane. That's why Anastasia hadn't felt any doubt, and neither could Victor imagine the betrayal of the Paran clan. Birkentox made calculations in his head. He figured out the time it would take for the Demon King's palace to figure out that the transportation formations had been destroyed and the time it would take to dispatch the army. Then Birkentox concluded that it was enough. He could fight against the Demon King's palace and win. It was impossible with just the Paran clan. This was a goal which couldn't be accomplished even if they joined hands with the barbarians. Even if all of the powers in Curtis were gathered, it would just be a dream. However, Birkentox dreamt of the impossible. He truly thought it was possible. It was due to the person he'd met. It was thanks to him that Birkentox and the Western barbarians could join forces. His plan, his goal. The collapse of the Demon King's palace. It was inevitable that a new order would dominate the demon world. Birkentox produced the red energy of war. As an apostle of war, he spread the fires of war. And the night deepened. The barbarians surrounding the central fortress didn't attack instantly. They just shrieked in an eerie manner all night. It was a clever act. There was an order to the barbarians' movements, who seemed disorderly at first sight. They moved in shifts. There was a group which howled to scare the central fortress and a group which rested. The barbarians' behavior was to hide several things. First, it was to buy enough time to gather more barbarians. Barbarians were still coming from beyond the western limit line. The barbarians, who had helped Paran tribe take over the other fortresses, were moving to the central fortress. The second was to harass the central fortress. The barbarians knew there would be no fighting during the night. It was also virtually impossible for the troops stationed at the central fortress to start the battle first. However, the central fortress didn't know these facts, which meant they couldn't rest easily for one moment during the night. Furthermore, staying up all night would cause tension and fatigue, which would weaken the army. Thirdly, night was the time of the nightmares. The barbarians weren't nocturnal. It was daytime, not night, which was familiar to them. Night was the time of the nightmares.
Anastasia and her nightmare troops could exert more power during the night than the day.
So, from the barbarians' point of view, it was natural to avoid a night battle. Fighting the enemy at that time, when they were stronger, would be a foolish act which not even a monster would make. Anastasia discovered all of this, but even if she told them there would be no fighting tonight, the soldiers of the central fortress wouldn't be able to rest.
In the end, it was just a guess. Moreover, if soldiers weren't seen on the walls, the barbarians would strike.
The barbarians held the initiative in this fight.
Anastasia thought positively. Buying more time wasn't only useful for the barbarians. Although Victor had abandoned Anastasia, she hadn't given up. She would hold on.
If she survived for a while, there was still hope. Anastasia ordered the nightmares to rest and also had the soldiers on the wall sleep in shifts. The nightmares used a sleeping magic, unique to them, for the soldiers who couldn't sleep due to tension and fear. After climbing up to the top of the walls, Anastasia looked down at the barbarians. According to her estimates, their number exceeded 20,000.
How long could she hold on? Anastasia didn't calculate it.
In the few hours left before the battle started, she prepared as many magic spells as possible. Then at dawn, the sun rose to signal morning. The barbarians started to move.
And dot.
The roar of a monster announced the start of the battle. It was followed by the sound of horns which shook the entire central fortress. The barbarians were faithful to the basics. There were 20,000,30,000 warriors, so they chose the most effective means of attack when surrounding a fortress. They rushed from every side of the central fortress with shouts which seemed to tear the sky apart. The walls of the central fortress were thick and high. Even though the Piran clan had an average height of 10 meters, the high walls were at least 30 meters in height. On top of that, soldiers from the Demon King's army were present. Although they were lacking, in comparison to the 30,000 enemies, they didn't lose their nerves as they fought bravely.
Shoot, dot.
The soldiers fired arrows from the fortress. The barbarians raised their shields above their heads and ran through the heavy rain of arrows. The number of arrows was less than the number of barbarians which were coming from 4 directions. The barbarians stuck to the walls. Some were carrying hooks and look ladders recovered from the fortresses near the limit line. The Demon King's troops poured boiling oil and stones down the walls. It was already a situation where they couldn't shoot arrows as the barbarians were climbing up the walls.
Kwang!
There was a roar and the walls shook significantly. It was the sound of a monster, whose body was around 20 meters long, banging against the walls. The monster's head was very big and hard. The soldiers were confused at the existence of such a monster.
They couldn't imagine how to deal with it.
Originally, the Piran clan would be the ones to deal with such monsters. So, it was doubtful the attacks from common monsters would work. However, it wasn't just the monsters striking the walls which made things difficult. Barbarians riding on the backs of wyverns covered the sky. Some fired energy shots toward the walls, while others descended and picked up soldiers. In this terrible situation, the only thing they could believe in was magic. The 200 nightmares dispatched to Curtis, along with Anastasia, poured out magic toward the barbarians.
However, it wasn't efficient.
The mental magic, which was the best specialty of the nightmares, was being blocked. The red aura around the barbarians meant they didn't fall to the lure of the nightmares. The nightmares had no choice but to respond with attack spells. Anastasia stood on the western wall, which was receiving the heaviest attacks. She wore armor and searched the ground and sky with cold eyes. She was one of the 3 children closest to becoming the Demon King, and the position of Demon King wasn't something she could get just on the strength of her forces. Anastasia sprinkled lightning into the sky, and there was a loud sound like a thunderstorm.
White lightning flashed, and a huge lightning bolt struck a wyvern.
The wyvern crashed to the ground without screaming, and the lightning continued.
It bounced and hit another wyvern. Anastasia didn't watch the chain of deaths.
As lightning struck, huge flames emerged from her hands. The barrier of fire swept from the ground to the top of the wall, burning the barbarians hanging on the wall mercilessly. There were cheers of joy from the soldiers of the Demon King. Instead of cheering, Anastasia caught her breath. She created a new lightning chain after the last chain broke off at the fifth wyvern. As expected from the Demon King's child, she was a ray of hope to the soldiers. Actius, the king of the western barbarians who was watching the sight from afar, smiled happily. Powerful magic was required to knock down a wyvern with one block. How many times could she use that magic? Although she was a child of the Demon King, she was only a woman in her early 20s. Even if her magical accomplishments were excellent, she clearly had limits. Actius gave a command. Continue. He didn't care about the number of sacrifices as long as he could take care of the Demon King's beautiful daughter. It wasn't that the barbarians had no fear of death. It was common for them to hesitate if they were going to be killed by a terrible magic spell. Anastasia knew this fact, which was why she was using some extreme magic despite it being unreasonable. Yet something unimaginable was taking place. Upon the order, the barbarians rushed forward without any fear. They offered their lives generously. It was due to the red aura of war. Unlike those who were paralyzed by reason, they absorbed the madness of war and didn't fear death. The attacks were repeated, and numerous barbarians were killed by the brilliant magic. However, the wave of barbarians never stopped. As they continued to rush forward, the magic of the nightmares became weaker. The unreasonable magic use ate at the spirit of some of the nightmares. Additionally, using such strong magic in succession drained their magic power. Anastasia still looked strong, but it was only a matter of time. The interval at which she used magic became slightly longer, and the number of soldiers who turned to wielding a sword, instead of magic, at the barbarians gradually increased. Actius smiled leisurely at the sight as he watched Anastasia eagerly. Some time passed by. The soldiers on the walls were exhausted. 1 minute felt like a long time, and the endless waves of barbarians exhausted the spirit of the Demon King's army. Sweat was flowing down Anastasia's body. She had killed over 20 wyverns, but there were still more in the sky. 5 barbarians riding wyverns sneered at Anastasia. Hooks were caught on the walls. The barbarians wrapped in red energy were climbing the walls quickly. Ironically, the western wall, which contained Anastasia and the strongest defense, would be the first to fall. Anastasia gritted her teeth. Even if her mental magic didn't work, she couldn't let it end this way. She couldn't tolerate the fact that she couldn't even last a day. She squeezed out her magic power. Ignoring the mental fatigue, Anastasia drank potions to restore her magic power. Finally, she aimed fire arrow at the head of a barbarian which had reached the top of the wall. Once again, her magic didn't betray her. The fire arrow didn't stop at piercing the barbarian's head and burnt it as well. The barbarian screamed and fell from the wall. At that moment, Anastasia's vision turned red. It was a temporary disability caused by excessive magic power usage. She would recover in a few seconds at most, but that time was fatal on a battlefield. As Anastasia's eyes and ears were covered for a few seconds, many things happened. A few barbarians climbed over the wall and wielded their weapons at the weary soldiers. Then a monster struck the wall. The earth shook, and the wyverns screamed in the sky. Anastasia staggered. Once she regained her sight, she raised her head. At that moment, she barely managed to repress a knee-jerk scream. A wyvern was right in front of her. The sharp claws were heading toward her like a hawk grabbing prey. She had to use magic. At the very least, she should move her body and avoid it. Anastasia moved desperately, letting out random bursts of magic power while rolling across the ground. Kayak! The wyvern flew and avoided the explosion of magic power. Anastasia rolled across the ground and got up hurriedly. Then a barbarian approached and swung a club at Anastasia's head. Anastasia's aide, Shutra, screamed, and Anastasia twisted her body. After avoiding the club, Anastasia grabbed the back of the barbarian and released magic power, taking him down. Anastasia panted heavily before straightening her posture. Shutra sighed with relief, but at that moment, the previous wyvern discovered Anastasia again and flew forward with a wide-open mouth.
It was an energy shot. Anastasia had a gut feeling she wouldn't be able to avoid it this time.
Despair and fear were seen in her eyes for the first time. She had to move and avoid this attack somehow.
Quack-a-cock-a-kang. There was a loud boom. Anastasia flinched, but then she saw it. A huge pillar of light was sweeping across the wyvern.
The pillar of light shone an intense green.
It couldn't be compared to the energy shot from the wyvern.
Anastasia staggered, then suddenly, there was a strong arm wrapped around her waist. A dark blue fog had spread around her.
Shortly after this happened, Anastasia realized she was in someone's arms.
Anastasia, who thought of Baikal for a moment, blinked, staring dumbly at the figure before her. She was so surprised that it took a moment to recall his name.
Shutra?
Instead of answering, his sharp eyes stared at the battlefield.
Anastasia was once again confused.
Over the past few months, Shutra had gained some brilliant achievements. At the court gatherings, he had shown an appearance different from his old self. However, she couldn't help feeling surprised.
Did he look like this? No, was this truly Shutra?
He was tall, his arms were firm, and aura and magic power were overflowing from him.
Anastasia recovered herself.
As she stayed in Shutra's arms, she restored her reasoning as much as possible.
Shutra was here. Had the reinforcements arrived? Did Felicia lead the Ghulam here?
Joy soared inside her, but at the same time, she was confused.
It was impossible, the distance was too far.
It was simply impossible for Felicia and reinforcements to reach here.
Anastasia looked at the sky.
It was still full of barbarians riding on wyverns.
At that moment, Anastasia understood. Shutra was alone.
Shutra was the only one who had reached the central fortress. In-gong released Anastasia from his arms. As her legs sagged, Anastasia stared at In-gong blankly.
She couldn't understand it. Why has Shutra come to this place? What can he do alone? In-gong looked at Anastasia. It seemed like she had unintentionally voiced that last thought. In-gong smiled instead of answering.
He activated dragon blood in his quad core at the same time.
Earthquaker gave an angry roar, and a tremendous power rose from In-gong's body.
It was a power which seemed like it could overwhelm the surroundings just by standing there.
It was like an answer to her question of what he could do alone. Anastasia opened her mouth unconsciously.
Then In-gong turned around. He watched the energy of war which covered the entire barbarian camp and triggered the power of conquest.
Below the king's flag. In-gong grabbed the white flag.
The power of conquest spread with every step In-gong took. The fight of the conquest night had begun.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.